At a blood-soaked battlefield, where a ferocious war had just raged, thick smoke and dust mingled with the pungent stench of blood in the air. On a precarious mountain peak, a low, mournful voice rose, blending with the howling wind through the rocky crevices. So this is how it all ends. I'm sorry, everyone. I was too weak. Those words came from Evan, a young man with sorrowful eyes. He raised a hand to cover his face, his voice choking as he continued. Chris should have been the hero, not me. Seeing Evan tormenting himself, the purple-haired girl beside him turned, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Clenching her teeth to suppress her emotions, she spoke to encourage him. Please don't say that. Hero Evan. We did everything we could. Evan sighed softly, replying with a tone full of regret. Of course, if Sir Chris, with his heaven-sent talent, had studied swordsmanship just a bit earlier, perhaps back then he could have surpassed 9 stars and become a legendary 10-star hero. The one called Chris sat silently, his vacant eyes fixed on the two conversing. But they seemed unaware of his presence, perhaps because he was already dead, merely a faint shadow in their memories. Evan continued, his voice heavy. If that had happened, wouldn't the two of us have been able to stop the apocalypse? Reflecting on Chris's past, once hailed as great, it all began with his insane talent, allowing him to master anything in a flash. With it, he left a glorious legacy, earning the title Journey of the Great Outsider. It started one day when he was 20, fleeing his crude gem mining clan, carrying dreams of success through dark, danger-filled alleys. Then, one ordinary day, as Chris toiled away, a deafening roar shook the sky. He looked up, eyes wide with shock. High above, a mighty legion of knights, riding pitch-black war horses, appeared under the command of the ruthless Demon King, descending to invade the Magic Empire. This event was later etched into history with the haunting name, Era of Destruction. In a remote small town, villagers crowded around a notice board. On a weathered wooden plank, a sheet of paper was pinned. It scrawled text declaring, recruiting companions to join the hero. Seeing the announcement, a young man's eyes sparkled, exclaiming inwardly, nice. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I'll rise to the top, basking in wealth and glory after the war. But life wasn't a dream. In the end, they failed. The Light Realm fell to the slaughtering Demon King, rivers of blood flowing, bodies piling into mountains. Returning to Evan's conversation, he continued, voice filled with remorse, if I could, I'd wish to turn back time so Sir Chris could be chosen as the hero. Hearing this, the young man, now named Chris, grew pensive. A hero? Even if time rewound, I wouldn't want to do this again. One lifetime of suffering is enough. Besides, dreaming's pointless now, when the world's about to end. In the sky, a blazing red energy orb erupted, radiating terrifying power. Fierce lightning bolts struck the city below, tearing space with deafening explosions. The three, Evan, the purple-haired girl, and Chris, stood frozen, helplessly watching the destruction. Inwardly, Chris thought, this is truly the end. Closing his eyes tightly, he whispered to himself, in the next life, if it exists, I just want to be born as the son of a wealthy family, living a peaceful life. That was his final thought. The scene shifted to a tranquil room. Gentle morning sunlight streamed through the window, mingling with the soft autumn breeze. Inside, a young man sat quietly, his eyes lost in his hands. After a moment of reflection, he murmured, I've regressed. That young man was Chris. This time, he was reborn in the body of a young lord in the Magic Empire. He walked to the window, flinging it open. A magnificent view unfolded, towering, majestic castles gleaming under the sun. Chris mumbled softly, the aesthetic here, definitely the Black Demon Clan. As its ominous name suggested, this was one of the 12 pillar clans of the Magic Empire. From what I've pieced together, I've regressed 15 years before the Era of Destruction began. Looking down at the courtyard, Chris was stunned to see massive, shaggy magical beasts carefully tending a vibrant flower garden. He thought, I thought I'd seen it all in my past life, but magical beasts pruning flowers? Turning to a mirror, his eyes froze, and I know who this bastard is. The person he'd regressed into was Christian van Berenkezar, a notorious name. In another room, a blonde young man dined with a seductive fox-eared woman. He spoke, voice curious, the noble Van and his middle name. Which branch's demon is he? The fox woman nodded, her pointed ears twitching slightly, as sharp as ever, Chris. She explained, the Khazar Count clan is a branch of Count Baron, also known as the Black Demon Clan. So, is it a stronger clan? The blonde man asked. She replied softly, not exactly. Though a branch, they hold a firm position in the Black Demon Clan. Plus, they're unbelievably wealthy. I doubt you'd find a villain in the Magic Empire who doesn't know them. The fox woman continued, eyes glinting. I heard they have 2 promising heirs. But the eldest son, Christian, is a real bastard among bastards. Always causing trouble, to the point Count Khazar finally disowned him. She raised a hand, her voice softening. Well, that's old news now. The blonde man flinched. What? He reformed. The fox woman replied slowly. No. He was killed by his own family. The scene returned to Chris. His face darkened, sweat dripping down his forehead. He slammed a fist into the mirror, shouting inwardly, Damn it. I just wanted to be the son of a normal wealthy family. Why here? Why him? Why this cursed, predetermined fate? Chris sneered inwardly. Haha. What now? Think, Chris, think. 3 days ago, he awoke in this body with an eerily matching name. In 2 years, Christian would die cast out from the Khazar Count clan, which valued honor above all. This guy's definitely a useless failure, he muttered. So if I just live quietly, avoid trouble, maybe I'll escape death. Pausing, Chris reflected, then slapped his forehead. His expression sank. No way that'll happen. The main reason was Ragnarok, the apocalypse. The Slaughter Demon King launched a war to sacrifice humanity, completing Ragnarok. By the time they realized, it was too late. Both the Light Realm and Magic Empire fell to ruin. So, to survive, I must stop the apocalypse, Chris told himself. The Slaughter Demon King is one thing, but the bigger issue is the countless villains in the Magic Empire loyal to him. To do this, I must become the strongest, stronger than the Demon King. And there's only one way. I must become the Demon Emperor, ruling atop the Magic Empire. He calculated. I have 5 years before the era of destruction begins. Worth a shot. If I succeed, not just this mansion, but the entire Magic Empire will be mine. The scene shifted to another room. A loud shout rang out. Christian, I clearly told you to stay in your room. This was Count Khazar's study. Seeing Chris enter and kneel, the man's face darkened. He roared, You dare show your face here, so soon after that incident? Have you no shame? His eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. If you step out of line once more, I'll behead you myself. Hearing this, Chris's face paled, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He thought, Count Khazar, his overwhelming presence is terrifying. But taking a deep breath, he spoke, startling the Count. I'm here to apologize for all the mistakes I've made so far, Father. Inwardly, he vowed, to execute my plan, I must erase the useless image Christian left behind. The Count froze, exclaiming, What? Chris continued, voice sincere. I'm truly sorry for everything I've done. It won't happen again. The Count replied, skeptical. You expect me to believe you, just days after that stunt? Are you mocking me? Chris thought, what's the latest mess this guy caused before I regressed? I've heard so many stories, I can't pick one. Bowing slightly, he quickly fabricated an excuse. The fault that cost me your trust is mine. But 3 days ago, didn't I say I lost part of my memories? To recover them, I reflected on my past actions and realized how wrongly I've lived. My heart beats with that truth. After hearing this, Count Khazar's expression remained unchanged. He replied coldly, I've heard your excuses countless times. Seeing this, Chris pressed on. Yes, empty words mean nothing. So, from now on, I'll prove it with actions. He declared boldly, Please send me to the punishment dungeon. I'll stay there for a month and show you a different person. The scene shifted to a gloomy forest known as the punishment dungeon. Amid thick fog and jet-black treetops, a magnificent structure loomed, like a gem misplaced in the wilderness. This was a prison for high-ranking demons, a place devoid of light, tormenting all 5 senses, exhausting the minds of the weak within days. But for the current Chris, it was perfect. I need a place to avoid prying eyes, he thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. Back to the conversation, hearing Chris's words, Count Khazar spoke, voice laced with doubt. You plan to lock yourself in the punishment dungeon for a month? I doubt you'd last half a day. Chris replied, resolute and unwavering. I fully understand the challenges of that place, but I believe it's the best way for you to trust me. At this, Count Khazar raised an eyebrow, his icy gaze scanning his son. Do you know how many talks like this we've had? Each time, you've only disappointed me further. He stepped forward, his voice lowering. Fine, I'll indulge you and give you one chance. But if there's no change after a month, I'll exile you from the clan. Hearing this, Chris flinched, his hands clenching until his knuckles whitened. He thought, exile means a death sentence. There's a long list of enemies gunning for Christian's life. Without the clan's protection, I could meet my ancestors any moment. After a moment of reflection, he nodded slightly, voice firm. I understand. But if I prove I've changed, please grant my request. Count Khazar frowned, his tone tinged with surprise. "You sound confident, as if you're certain you'll walk out unscathed." He sighed softly, continuing, "Very well. If you prove you've changed, I'll grant any request you make." Turning to leave, he added coldly, "But don't think I believe that'll happen." Soon after, Chris returned to his room, savoring his final moments of relaxation before heading to the punishment dungeon. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Cox, the butler, entered, voice respectful. "Young master, the punishment dungeon is ready." Chris nodded lightly. "I know." They packed and began their journey, passing through the clan's grand halls, where magical lamps cast eerie shadows on stone walls. Along the way, servants whispered about Chris. One maid spoke mockingly. "Heard the news? That useless guy's voluntarily going to the punishment dungeon." Another gasped, eyes wide. "What? What's he up to? Remember the recent fiasco when he insulted the young lady of the Poison Demon clan?" Chris flinched at this. The maid continued, her voice hushed. "You mean when the Count himself had to apologize?" The other nodded. "Exactly. So embarrassing, keeping face before a rival clan." Watching Chris's back, they burst into laughter. "Haha. When will that good-for-nothing grow up?" "I bet never." Another chimed in. "How long do you think he'll last in there?" The first smirked. "Haha, 2 days tops." Hearing this, Chris said nothing, only flashing a sinister smile, his eyes glinting coldly. They continued through the halls, unaware of a shadowy figure silently trailing them since they left the room. Eventually, Chris and Cox stopped before the punishment dungeon's massive door. Cox said, "We're here, young Master Christian." Chris gazed at the towering door, etched with ancient magical runes. Scanning the surroundings, he thought, using knights as guards? Typical Magic Empire style. Well, as long as it keeps everything away from this dungeon. Rubbing his neck, he prepared to enter. Suddenly, a voice called from afar, "Big brother." Chris turned to see a familiar face, Thurn van Barenkezar, Christian's younger brother, the clan's model student. Before he could react, Thurn raised a sword to his face. Though Chris's eyes remained steady, inwardly he jolted. That was close. He spoke calmly. "What do you want with me? Doesn't seem like you're here to say goodbye." Thurn replied, voice icy, "You know damn well. You're a disgrace to this clan." He scowled, continuing, "I don't know what scheme you're plotting, but if you keep tarnishing our honor, I'll kill you myself. Got it? This is your final warning." Chris flinched, thinking, "I get it. This kid might be the one who killed Christian. I met Thurn during the Era of Destruction. He was a notorious demon with curse magic. So, he was pretty cute as a kid, huh? Looks like he trained hard." His expression darkened, and he shouted, "Get out of my way." Inwardly, he mused, "To me, he's just a brat who saw the worst of the Era of Destruction." Hearing the shout, Thurn frowned. "What did you say?" Chris replied curtly, "I got it, so leave." Turning, he stepped into the punishment dungeon. Thurn yelled after him, "I'm serious. If you—" But before he could finish, the door slammed shut, making him pounded in fury, roaring, "What's with that attitude?" The scene shifted inside the punishment dungeon. Chris walked, eyes scanning, but all was pitch black. He frowned slightly. "Can't see or hear anything. Just a faint sensation at my fingertips." He thought, they did this so prisoners can feel their belongings. Otherwise, they'd starve. A normal person would break mentally here. But not me. I've faced worse as a treasure hunter, he told himself. Blocking the 5 senses is what I want. It lets me feel deeper within myself. I can't instantly fix this useless body, but I have a chance. With my medical skills from my past life as a holy healer, bone shaping from the scrape-resist branch, and knowledge of magical gems, I can do this. He smirked. Honestly, I never thought I'd touch magical gems. They were too expensive. But now, that's the best perk of a wealthy clan. They'll meet my every request, even as a good-for-nothing. In my past life, Evan and I struggled to get them. Haha. The first step is white magic stone, he calculated. It purifies toxins in the body. Boring, but crucial. I need white mana to purge accumulated poisons. One small mistake, and I'll feel agony through my entire body. Closing his eyes, Chris felt the white magic stone seep into him, cool energy spreading. After a while, he opened his eyes, smiling. This is child's play for me. The scene shifted to Count Khazar's study. Light from a magical chandelier overhead illuminated his stern face. He spoke, voice low. "Cox, how's Christian doing?" Butler Cox bowed, replying, "He's obediently entered the punishment dungeon, sir. But I fear that place will break him beyond even crying for help." Count Khazar propped his chin, pensive. He thought, was sending him there a mistake? That child with such a promising future. Why did he suddenly collapse like this? Did his talent make him too arrogant? Shaking his head, he told himself, whatever the reason, better he fails utterly or dies than live such a wretched life. Suddenly, Christian's image flashed in his mind. The boy's resolute voice echoed, I'll show you with my actions. The Count shook his head to return to reality, warning himself, no, I shouldn't hope for him anymore. He's deceived us too many times. Turning to Cox, he asked, did you notice anything odd when he entered? Startled, Cox stammered, something odd. The Count's voice grew cold. Don't hide anything. Report every detail. Cox took a deep breath, beginning. Actually, the young master brought magical stones into the dungeon, including a dream stone, one that causes hallucinations. Unsure of its side effects, I reported immediately. Count Khazar's face darkened, his voice icy. If so, let him die. Time flew by, and a month passed. Count Khazar stood before the punishment dungeon's massive door, eyes tinged with sorrow. He pictured Christian emerging haggard, body broken. He thought, he must be exhausted by now. But suddenly, the door swung open. A young man's figure appeared, startling the Count. Contrary to his expectations, Christian stepped out refreshed, eyes blazing. Smiling, he said, Father, you're here? I've been waiting. Seeing the Count's stunned expression, Christian added, surprised? I promised I'd return a different person. The Count frowned, studying Christian's determined gaze. Those eyes hadn't looked at him like that since the boy was young. He spoke, so you endured it? Christian laughed. Haha, is that a compliment? The Count cut short his joy, voice stern. Don't get cocky. This is a trivial matter. I still don't trust you. Christian sighed. What a tough old man. Then he said, then I'll just have to try harder. Inwardly, he thought, he thinks I barely survived the dungeon. But that's not true. I was too busy training to feel bored. First, I crafted an optimal body for mastering swordsmanship, Christian mused. Thanks to the white magic stone, every cell felt alive after each session. Moreover, the dream stone was the game changer. The butler tried to stop me from bringing that addictive magical stone, but I'm glad I insisted. Its hallucinations pushed me past my limits. Plus, I created 2 magical cores. He smirked inwardly. Haha, they say don't brag too soon since I'm only the strongest in theory. Looking at the faint glow on his hand, he thought, 1-star aura. Still, I'm a true genius. Of course, I used a dark core to hide this light. If the demons noticed, they'd make a fuss. It seemed the matter would end there, but suddenly, a dark stone floated before him. Christian flashed a sinister smile. The one who gave me the dream stone? What a mess. He wanted to use it to make me lose control and collapse. Fine, I'll play your game to the end. I'll use you as a sacrifice for my leap forward. Thinking this, Christian spoke. Since I kept my promise, please allow me one request. Count Khazar nodded. Speak. Christian continued. Please let me use the Black Knight's training grounds. At this, Count Khazar's face darkened. He snapped coldly. A useless fool like you has no place there. They're one of the 3 knight armies supporting the Black Demon clan. You must know only the finest swordsmen can showcase their skills there. Christian nodded. I only asked to borrow the grounds. Guidance from the Black Knights will help me improve. I don't intend to join their army. Hearing this, Count Khazar paused, then said, Fine. But heed my warning. Don't disgrace yourself before the knights. If you do, Christian nodded. I understand. Then he added, one more thing I'd like to request. Count Khazar flinched, his eyes flickering with surprise. The scene shifted to the Black Knight's training grounds. Warriors in black armor stood in ranks, baffled by Christian's arrival. One sneered. Isn't that the foolish young master? Why's he here? As whispers spread, Christian stepped forward, and surprisingly, they showed respect. He thought, must be because we're in the Magic Empire, where strength trumps status. There's another reason I wanted to come here, Christian mused. His second request was access to the library. This puzzled Count Khazar. The library? He continued, with a recommendation from Vice Commissioner Melon, I'll give you the key. It holds all the dark magic books of the Khazar Count clan. To learn dark magic, Christian needed access. After gaining approval, he nodded. I understand. The Count added a condition. You're still a clan member. Then, coldly, you haven't forgotten selling high-grade magic books on the black market for cheap, have you? Sweat rolled down Christian's forehead. He thought, what kind of life did this body live? He's the perfect, useless fool, utterly worthless. Back to reality, Christian held his sword, striding confidently, thinking, my top priority is still earning the vice commander's recognition. Suddenly, a group appeared ahead, making Christian frown. It was Thurn, his younger brother. Thurn spoke, voice icy. This isn't a place someone like you can waltz into. Christian sighed, slinging his sword over his shoulder, lamenting inwardly. Him again. Such a hassle. Then he smiled. Actually, this might be a good opportunity. Thurn stepped closer to Christian, his cold voice ringing out. This is my final warning. Turn back. I'm guessing you don't want to throw away the life you just barely kept in the punishment dungeon, right? Hearing this, Christian sighed, his eyes flashing with mild exasperation. Thurn, can you back up those words? Father's the one who allowed me into the training grounds. Thurn frowned, surprised. What? Father? Suddenly, firm footsteps echoed from afar. A steady, deep voice spoke. I respect the Count's decision, but you're not very trustworthy, young Master Christian. The speaker was Vice Commander Melon, a woman with long black hair and an overwhelming presence. Her arrival made Christian raise an eyebrow, turning to face her. The pressure from Melon's dark energy was clearly at 4-star level. They're trying to intimidate me right off the bat, Christian thought. But I'm used to this by now. He bowed slightly, voice calm. Greetings, Vice Commander. Seeing Christian unfazed by her dark energy, Melon frowned, inwardly surprised. He can withstand my energy? While she was momentarily stunned, Christian spoke. If even the Vice Commander has to step in, I guess there's no other way. I'll prove I deserve to be on these grounds. Melon replied, voice tinged with doubt. Prove, you say? Christian pointed at Thurn, saying, what if I fight one of the demons here and win? Melon smirked. You're joking a bit too much, young Master Christian. Christian turned, voice serious. I'm not joking. Instead, I'd like you to restrain your dark energy output. As you know, due to my past lifestyle, my ability to wield dark energy is far from my true potential. If possible, I want a hand-to-hand fight. Hearing this, Melon frowned, thinking, even if it's a fair fight, we can't let an heir get injured. This is tricky. She spoke. You think you can win in a hand-to-hand fight, young master? Christian replied calmly. That depends. Who should I pick as my opponent? He lowered his hand, pointing at Thurn. Thurn's a good choice. Seeing Christian's finger aimed at him, Thurn's face darkened, his voice sharp. How dare you? A voice from behind tried to intervene. I think you should pick a more suitable opponent. You know young Master Thurn's at 2-star level, right? Christian thought. 2 stars, a level no ordinary 13-year-old could reach without innate talent. Otherwise, whether 13 or 23, they'd never touch that kind of power. But I'm not your average scum either. Shaking his head, he said, no, if I'm proving myself, I need someone stronger than me. I think fighting Thurn is best. He looked at Thurn. So, Thurn, what's your call? You're not scared of your own brother, are you? Thurn's face grew darker. He growled, I accept your challenge. Soon, they faced each other, surrounded by the knights at the training grounds. Cheers erupted from the crowd. One shouted, young Master Thurn, take this chance to crush that bastard. Another added, if you let him walk away unscathed, we're getting special training today. Christian cracked his knuckles, warming up, then turned to Melon. How do we decide the winner? Fight until someone surrenders. Melon's face darkened, thinking, what an ignorant fool. She replied, that's too boring. Let's fight until one can't continue. She mused, if young Master Thurn cripples him, breaks a leg or two, that'd be perfect. Christian pointed at Thurn. Hear that, kid? They're saying you've got to fight for real. Thurn roared, you arrogant idiot. I'll shut that mouth of yours for good. As soon as he spoke, Christian lunged, landing a heavy punch on Thurn's jaw. The sudden blow made Thurn stagger, his face twisting in pain. Christian smiled. What's wrong? The fight's already started. Thurn stepped back, wiping blood from his mouth, eyes blazing. He snarled, shut up. Charging forward, he threw a punch at Christian, who dodged effortlessly. Honestly, if we used dark energy, a 1-star demon like me couldn't win, Christian thought. But hand-to-hand? After dodging, he kicked Thurn's chest with his right foot, sending him sprawling, clutching his chest in shock. In my past life, I fought on countless battlefields, Christian mused. Plus, with the light realm power I gained in the punishment dungeon, I'm at 3-star level. The crowd buzzed. One gasped. What did I just see? Thurn struggled to stand, hands clutching his stomach, blood dripping from his mouth. Christian taunted, "Don't tell me you're crying? Want me to kiss it better?" Thurn propped himself up, panting. "What trick did you use?" Christian shrugged, thinking, seeing him like this is so satisfying. He said, "Trick? No such thing. You're just a bit weak." Thurn's face twisted with rage. He shouted, "Fine." Dark mist surged from Thurn's hands. He roared, "I'll kill you now." A dark energy-infused punch flew at Christian, who dodged easily. Christian grinned. "Oh, you're pretty fast." Inwardly, he thought, that's the fighting spirit. Thurn threw punch after punch, but Christian weaved left and right, dodging with a calm expression. Then, he blocked one of Thurn's punches, forcing him to lower his dark energy. Before Thurn could react, Christian landed an uppercut to his jaw, sending him reeling backward, spitting blood, and collapsing. The blow left the surrounding knights gaping, eyes wide. They murmured, "How did young Master Thurn lose his guard?" Another replied, "Maybe he held back his dark energy to avoid hurting his opponent?" Ignoring them, Christian approached Thurn. Even Melon was stunned by his performance. She thought, "Really? If not, how could he have lost back then?" Seeing everyone shocked, Christian turned to Melon. "What do you think? Is this proof enough?" Melon nodded slightly. "Fine." Christian smiled. "Thank you." Inwardly, he thought, "Perfect, it worked. Now I'll devour everything swordsmanship and magic." The scene shifted to Christian's room. He sat in a leather chair, one hand summoning a dark orb that hovered in midair. Staring at it, he thought, "I've reached 1-star dark magic. But since I haven't fully mastered dark energy, plus the massive mess of Christian's legacy, it's taking longer than I expected." Christian casually picked up a small bell and shook it. A soft chime rang through the quiet room. He mused, "To use the light realm simultaneously, I'll need to level up further for it to be feasible." Immediately after the bell, a surge of energy appeared. From it emerged a maid, her master, voice gentle. "You summon me?" It was Marie, Christian's maid. Noticing her entrance, he frowned slightly, thinking, they used a high-ranking banshee as a maid? No surprise there, Christian's constant trouble meant they couldn't use regular staff. "I'll definitely replace her later." He spoke, "Get me a glass of berry juice. After I drink, I'll go train." Marie approached, leaning close to his face, whispering, "Shall I prepare juice with human blood mix?" Christian waved her off, voice curt, "No need, just strawberry." But Marie leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Human blood's delicious, you know." Christian frowned, snapping, "I said strawberry." She persisted, "But human blood." Christian roared, "It's strawberry." The scene shifted to the hallway. Christian slung his backpack over his shoulder, heading to train. Cox's voice called from behind, "Young master, it's early, already off to training? I'm worried you'll overexert yourself." Christian turned, back to face Cox. He continued, warmly, "Of course, I'm thrilled and proud to see you so diligent. I, Cox, will always believe in you, even when others criticize." At that, Christian suddenly flared up, clenching his fists. "I've never betrayed your trust. Who are you to decide whether to believe or not?" Cox's face darkened, and he bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry, I overstepped. Good luck with your training, young master." With that, Cox turned and left. Watching his back, Christian thought, there's something suspicious behind that devotion. Then he turned and walked away. Soon after, Christian arrived at the training grounds. The crowd no longer eyed him with scrutiny like the first time. He mused, their gazes are more subdued now. They've lowered their guard. Could I gradually win them over? Thinking this, he tossed his backpack to the ground, grabbed his sword, and swung it through the air to warm up, movements crisp like a true warrior. A soldier spotted him and rushed to Melon's tent, reporting, "Vice Commander, young Master Christian's at the training grounds again today." Melon grew pensive, her face tinged with contemplation. What's he planning? That duel the other day, what was it? Young Master Thurn's movements were impressive, but Christian neutralized his dark energy at the exact right moment. She wondered, did Christian see through the entire fight? If so, his talent might surpass even young Master Escadebaran, the main clan's direct heir. No, he's just a wretch. His dark energy was ruined by his debauchery. He can't close that gap now. Suddenly, commotion outside snapped Melon from her thoughts. She stood, stepping out, shouting, "What's the noise? What's going on?" A soldier replied, "Vice Commander, it's the wretch. It seems the young master had a minor clash with a servant." Seeing someone sprawled on the ground, another soldier asked, "What happened?" The one beside him answered, "Cannon's a 1-star demon. Could that wretch have reached 1 star too?" Melon's face flickered with surprise. Christian ignored the surrounding gossip. Turning, he challenged, I want to witness the famed strength of the Black Knights. But it seems they don't live up to their reputation. Anyone here want to step up? Surely you're not a bunch of cowardly knights, right? At this, the surrounding soldiers gritted their teeth in anger but held back. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from the crowd. It was a burly magical beast with dark purple skin. He introduced himself, voice deep. I'm Torin. Seeing someone step forward, Christian smiled. They took the bait. He waved his hand. Come on. As he spoke, Torin charged with his sword. Christian thought, I didn't expect them to willingly teach a useless guy like me their Knight Order skills. If that's the case, I'll just take them by force this way. Christian effortlessly blocked all of Torin's attacks. During the clash, he observed, I've learned their sword grip and footwork. So this is the rumored swordsmanship. If I mimic it like this, it'll work, right? Thinking this, Christian copied Torin's stance, swinging his sword in a powerful strike to his opponent's face. Torin spat blood, collapsing. Melon stared, stunned, while Christian flashed a satisfied smile. With that single blow, he'd floored Torin. Stepping forward, he sat on the defeated foe's back, turning to the crowd. Well, the crowd buzzed. One gasped, no way. Is that wretch that strong? Wasn't his dark energy ruined? How's he 1-star? Melon was the most shocked, her eyes dazed, so I was wrong back then. Amid the chatter, Christian turned, voice disappointed. How pathetic. I must have put too much faith in these knights. If your skills are this dismal, shouldn't the vice commander take responsibility? The knights behind broke into a sweat. One whispered, that lunatic. Should we jump in? Melon spoke, Young master, I understand you're thrilled with this surprise victory. But haven't you gone too far? Christian assumed a stance. Then can the vice commander show me the true skills of these black knights? Melon's face darkened. She snatched a sword from a nearby soldier and charged at Christian. A earth-shattering slash tore through the air, but Christian deftly dodged, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Melon gritted her teeth, hurling the sword forward, shouting, I can handle someone like you in a single note. Seeing Melon's anger and readiness to fight for real, Christian spoke calmly. You plan to use your full strength against someone like me? Let's limit dark energy to 1-star and ban dark magic, all right? Of course, we'll only use wooden swords. Melon frowned, puzzled. 1-star. Immediately, a nearby soldier swapped her real sword for a wooden one. Melon pointed it forward, voice cold. I'll break both your legs with half that power. Christian glanced at his legs, smirking. I'll bet these legs. What about you, Vice Commander? Melon shot back. Anything. With that, she charged at Christian, shouting, You're not walking out of here today. A powerful slash tore through the air. Christian swiftly raised his wooden sword to block, then countered with a thrust. They traded blows relentlessly, the clack-clack of wood clashing echoing nonstop, stunning the onlookers. The crowd watched, then whispered. One soldier gasped, How's he holding out against the vice commander this long? Another chimed in, Isn't her main weapon a greatsword? But only those fighting understood the true situation. Melon thought, It's not like my attacks are missing for some reason. He's weak inside and out, no match for me. Didn't this happen with Thurn in that earlier fight too? Noticing her distraction, Christian smiled. Things not going your way, huh? Melon's face darkened, and she snapped. Shut up. A surge of dark energy enveloped her wooden sword, forming a terrifying aura behind her. She unleashed a devastating slash. But Christian stayed calm, focusing as he sidestepped the blow. He thought, now. Instantly, he stomped the ground, lunging at Melon, and headbutted her beautiful face. Melon clutched her face in pain, blood dripping from her nose. Christian frowned, inwardly marveling. It worked. Melon's a sword magic hybrid. As long as her dark magic is restricted, she's vulnerable when her guard drops, unable to counter my physical strength. I called it right. If she were a pure sword demon, this wouldn't have worked. Melon stared at her bloodied hand, dazed, then burst into laughter. Haha. A headbutt? Didn't see that coming. Seems I underestimated you a bit, young master. I'll get serious now. Christian scratched his face, silent. He thought, but isn't the fight already over? When I headbutt, I scratched her with my nails. If I'd laced my nails with poison, you know what'd happen, right? Melon smiled, resting her sword on her shoulder. I admit defeat. What do you want? In return, can I fight you again? Christian grinned. A rematch? Then you'll have to agree to my second request. Melon replied, Anything. Christian leaned close, whispering, Will you kneel before me, then? Melon's face darkened. She said, You know that's an impossible condition. My loyalty lies with the main Black Demon clan, House Baron. Christian replied, Of course I know. You're here on a visit from the main clan. But if I become the clan's young lord, wouldn't that resolve everything? Melon stammered, Young lord? That's absurd. The 5 young lords with succession rights are all direct descendants of the main clan. Christian smirked. There's no rule saying branch members can't become young lord, right? Whatever the conditions, I'll meet your challenge. He slung his sword over his shoulder. 1 month from now, how's that? I need more training too. But next time, we'll limit ourselves. Melon replied, If so, you won't beat me then, young master. Christian shrugged. Who knows? Not much is truly impossible these days. With that, he clasped his hands in a salute, turned, and left. See you in a month. That day, I'll show you where your loyalty should lie. The next day, Christian presented Melon's recommendation letter to his father. He said, The demon's strength is pathetic. They need more training. Count Khazar read the letter, recalling days earlier when Melon visited him. She'd said, The young master's a genius. Despite his low star level, he defeated someone with a solid foundation like me. He'd asked, Even you? Melon replied, Yes, it was a rare fight I truly enjoyed. Back to the present, Count Khazar looked at Christian, thinking, This kid. This time he really. Noticing his father's stare, Christian asked, Something on my face? The Count replied, Nothing. He handed over a key. As promised, here's the library key. Christian took it and quickly left. Outside, he rejoiced. Brilliant. I got the library key and shifted Melon's perspective. She's a demon from the main Black Demon clan. In the era of destruction, she was a 6-star demon. To control the entire demon clan, I need to win her over as my witness. Not fully there yet, but a month should do it. Because I'm a genius. He continued, smiling. The Count's expression just now. Wasn't that a father's proud look? Guess demons have family bonds too. Maybe he's a better father than my last life's dad. I won't let you down, Count Khazar. With that, he opened the library door. The sight before him made him gasp in awe. Wandering around, he mused. Blood arts, summoning studies, curses. All stuff banned in the light realm. He grabbed a book from the shelf. As he pulled it out, an eye appeared behind the shelf, making him jump and shout. Who's there? It was Marie, the banshee. She laughed. Haha. What else? I'm the librarian here. Striking a cute pose, she winked. Don't tell me you want me as your exclusive maid? Christian's face darkened. Shut up. Marie pouted. Oh, such harsh words. My heart's pounding. Christian, on the verge of losing it, roared. Shut your mouth. But the banshee only laughed louder. Looking at the book Christian chose, the banshee maid chirped excitedly. Young master, that book contains a 4-star dark magic spell called Binding Seal. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't grasp it. Hearing this, Christian snapped the book shut, crossed his arms, and puffed up confidently. No worries, I'm a genius. Marie paused, then struck an exaggerated pose. Oh my, oh ho ho. Our young master isn't just dashing but a supreme genius too. Seeing her forced act, Christian snapped. Don't strain yourself. Marie giggled, continuing. There's a reason you picked that book specifically, right? He nodded slightly. Yup. I need to catch a white rat. The scene shifted to the next day. Christian was running laps with others at the training grounds. As he ran, he thought, suspects who might have killed me. First, Thurn. No one in the house despises me more for being useless. Next, Cox. He's not a clan descendant, yet he freely accesses the punishment dungeon. Demons value strength over status, but he's always hovering around me, fawning endlessly. There could also be a third party I haven't identified. Either way, they want to see me fall. The Dreamstone in the punishment dungeon is proof. Maybe I should play the wretch they expect. Whoever seems pleased when I act out is likely the culprit. At that, Christian stopped abruptly, shouting, Damn it, this is too hard. Turning, he walked off. You guys have fun. I'm cramping up. The crowd watched, baffled. What's wrong with him? That evening, at dinner, a plate shattered loudly. Count Khazar roared, Christian. But Christian ignored him, snapping at a maid. You should have picked a decent dish from the start. He waved dismissively. Hey, isn't there some old geezer standing around? Remake my food. Count Khazar's face darkened with fury. I was a fool to think you'd finally grown up. He stormed out of the dining room. Watching his father's back, Christian thought, I feel a bit guilty, but it's for the clan's sake. I hope you understand, father. Call me a devil if you must. I've gone all out spreading rumors that I'm back to being a wretch, bullying maids while they clean, spending lavishly, and indulging in debauchery. Staring at the wine glass before him, Christian shouted, "Why no booze?" Marie chuckled, "But you're drinking wine right now." He fumed, "Wine my ass. You made it non-alcoholic." She grinned sheepishly, "You're too young, young master. No alcohol yet." Christian scowled. "What's it matter? I'm a useless fool." Marie chimed in, "Decided to go back to being a wretch? No worries, this lady will stick by you no matter what." Christian frowned, looking away, tracing a magical circle in the air. "I told you, I'm hunting a rat." Seeing the circle, Marie gasped, "No way. You've mastered binding seal already?" Christian smirked. "I said I'm a genius. I modified it to work at a lower level. It's not just time. I've relentlessly practiced countless spells." Marie bit her lip. "Are you really a genius?" At that moment, Thurn burst in, striding toward Christian. Seeing this, Christian thought, "Hope I can fake being drunk." He slurred, "What's up, Thurn? What are you doing here?" Thurn shouted, "Is this all you can do? I thought you'd changed for the better." Seeing Thurn's anger, Christian smiled inwardly. He's genuinely pissed. That clears him from the suspect list. He said, "Thurn, I think there's a rat in the house." Thurn blinked, confused. "What are you talking about?" Christian stood, approaching. "Someone wants me to crash and burn. I'm gonna play along with their plan for a bit." Thurn gasped, "You're saying this is all an act?" Christian poured a glass of wine and handed it to Thurn. "Yup, even this wine's fake." Thurn asked, "Who's the rat?" Christian swirled his glass. "Hard to say now, but they'll take the bait." With that, he smashed the glass on the floor. Suddenly, a butler rushed in. "What's wrong, young master?" Christian kept acting. "This isn't the wine I ordered. Tell someone to bring another bottle, now." The butler stammered. "Master Cox is busy." Christian cut in. "Busy how? I'll pay him a visit." Thurn, stunned, muttered, "You're acting so real. Like a theater star." Minutes later, Christian reached Cox's quarters. He slammed a wine bottle on Cox's desk, startling him. "Why are you here, young master?" Christian poured the wine over Cox's head. "This isn't my wine. You mocking me?" Cox stood, calmly. "Of course not. I'll order the right wine for you." Christian snapped. "I don't need it." Pointing at Cox's face, he barked, "You go get it." Cox's hands clenched slightly. "But I'm busy." Christian slapped Cox's cheek. "You're working in this state? Change and go." Cox trembled, gritting his teeth. "I'll return soon, young master." He left. Watching him, Christian thought, got to admire his patience enduring this humiliation. But that hostility. He glanced at wine-stained papers nearby, grabbing a stack to skim. A smile curled his lips. Here it is. If the butler's the rat, he's definitely tied to finances. But this isn't enough. I need clearer evidence. As he set the papers down, Cox returned. "Here's the wine you requested." Christian said coolly, "Thanks. You're not mad at me, are you?" Cox replied, "Of course not. How could I be?" Christian grinned. Hee hee, good. You might not know, but you're my favorite, Cox." Cox nodded. "I'm grateful. By the way, young master, I have a message for you." Christian flinched. "What is it?" Cox continued, "Your friends want to meet you secretly at the usual spot." Christian thought, "Friends?" Cox added, "I don't approve of you associating with them, but I can't judge your friends." Christian smirked. "Humph, maybe I'll meet them." Cox replied, "As you wish." Seeing this, Christian smiled inwardly. Things are going better than I expected. The next day, at a tavern, Christian met his old Val friends. They drank and laughed. "Christian, I heard you've changed lately, but I didn't buy it. We know you too well." His attention suddenly shifted to the petite waitress, disgust rising within. Forcing a kid this young to serve drinks? What scum? The two raised their glasses, urging, "Come on, Christian, drink." But he didn't clink glasses, merely sipping, irritating them. What's with the hesitation? Down it. Unable to stomach their vileness, Christian flung his glass into the fat one's face. The man sputtered, coughing, and snapped. "What the hell are you doing?" Christian replied coolly, testing the wine. "Your reaction tells me it's undrinkable." The fat man faltered, realizing Christian saw through their scheme, and quickly raised a hand, casting magic to press hard on the waitress's forehead. In a flash, Christian knocked her out. The fat man gaped. "You can use dark magic?" Unstoppable, Christian stomped onto the table, declaring loudly, "You shouldn't be surprised by this." The two cowered at his intensity. Grabbing the fat man's head, Christian slammed both their heads onto the table. Blood gushed as they begged in terror. Stop. The fat man trembled. Why are you hitting me? Calm down. Christian pulled back. Still don't see your mistake? Then die. He drew a dagger, eyes brimming with killing intent. After a brutal beating, they pleaded, Spare us, young lord. They confessed, We were forced to drug you and frame you with fake evidence. He threatened to expose our drug trafficking, leaving us no choice. Christian leaned closer. Who ordered you? The skinny one hesitated. Christian stomped his dagger near him, threatening, Speak, or I'll cut it off. The skinny man, terrified, spilled, It was Cox. Please spare me. I'll do anything you command. Christian, skeptical, asked, Really? Anything? Both nodded frantically. Yes, we swear. He shouted. I didn't hear you. Sobbing, they screamed. We swear. Satisfied, Christian said, Fine, I'll remember that. You'll serve me loyally until death. With that, his magic surged, binding them with a slave contract. They foamed at the mouth and passed out. Meanwhile, Cox rushed to report to Christian's father. My lord, trouble. The count asked, What is it, Cox? Cox blurted, The young lord killed someone. Christian's father, losing composure, stood abruptly. Cox continued, Last night, the young lord got drunk, killed his drinking buddies, and dumped them in the river. This won't be easy to fix. What should we do, my lord? Horrified that his son killed and hid bodies, the count stormed out, ordering, Bring Christian to the demon court. I'll request direct jurisdiction. His eyes darkened, terrifying. Cox, seeing his plan nearing success, couldn't suppress a satisfied smile. At the demon court, Christian was presented as the culprit but insisted, I'm innocent. The judge scoffed, Fooling kids, are you? The witnesses are right there. Christian denied. This is simply impossible. Looking at the two men, he asserted, There's a misunderstanding here. Then, the waitress from the previous night entered. Christian smiled, turning the tables. The serving girl is alive and well. The two men gaped, shocked she was alive. She shed her cloak, testifying. The young lord took me home after I passed out and gave me money for rent. But those two are the real villains. They spiked the young lord's wine. The courtroom buzzed. What's going on? Christian wasted no words, acting swiftly. The two men, suddenly vacant-eyed, confessed. Yes, we filed a false report. We were ordered by Butler Cox to frame the young lord. Cox denied. What nonsense are you spouting? Turning to the judge, he pleaded. My lord, they're slandering me. The young lord and his friends are pinning this on me. This isn't funny. Seeing Cox react as expected, Christian sighed. I knew you'd say that. He addressed the judge. Father, as a victim, may I make a request? The count asked, What request? Christian smiled. Allow me to interrogate Butler Cox as your representative. The judge, stunned, agreed. Fine. Cox, take the stand. Cox tried to protest, but was cut off. However, if you act improperly, I'll revoke your authority immediately. Christian stepped down. I'll be quick. He approached, declaring, As the representative of the Demon Emperor, great leader of the Magic Empire, member of the Black Demon Clan ruling the Southern Magic Kingdom, and proxy of Count Khazar, I now interrogate the accused. Cox, will you swear to tell me only the truth? Cox raised a hand. I swear. Christian pressed. As the Demon Emperor's representative, I ask again, will you swear to tell only the truth? Cox affirmed, I swear. Instantly, a slave contract activated. Cox clutched his head, screaming in panic. The courtroom gasped. Is that binding seal? How can a guy like him use 4-star dark magic? Christian smirked. I modified this spell so lower levels can use it. But there's a catch. The target must swear twice. You fell for it, Cox. Cox fumed, but couldn't speak. Christian asked, Didn't you just swear to tell the truth? Why did you order those two to frame me? The seal's pain forced Cox to confess. I was ordered by someone else. He knew I was embezzling and threatened me. He made me target the young lord. That's why, since you were young. Christian's father, incredulous, gasped. What did you say? Christian smiled. So you admit to embezzling quite a bit? I've known that for a while. Stepping closer, he asked, Who ordered you? Cox hesitated. Please, if I say. Christian intensified the spell. Writhing, Cox blurted. It was Lord Ischchild. The count reeled. What? The crowd buzzed. The second young lord of the Black Demon clan? Lord is child to Baron. Cox panicked. He'll kill me. I have to flee. But before he could move, Christian snatched a sword from a guard and beheaded Cox. His head rolled before the stunned onlookers. Christian said coldly, "By the Count's authority, I've executed the criminal." His father stood frozen, shocked by the scene. Christian's father approached, asking, "Tell me, why this decision?" Christian replied instantly, "If we let Cox live, the main clan would scheme, forging false evidence to cover it up. We can't indulge them. Besides, I intend to make everyone here remember the truth of this matter." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Christian's eyes gleamed with unwavering seriousness, devoid of jest. "His child tried to sabotage me," he continued. His father frowned, sweat trickling down. Then, he opened a magical portal, ordering, "Follow me." They stepped through, arriving at a training yard. Christian asked, puzzled, "Where are we?" His father answered, "This is a secret training ground." Too many eyes in the courtroom. He asked gravely, "What you said about his child stirring trouble over the clan succession, power and prestige are tied to the heir they back. Your decision was correct, but I feel you acted too hastily. Given the situation, we must support the eldest lady. The eldest lord isn't an option. He's a bloodthirsty lunatic." Christian looked away, smirking. "There's another choice. I'll become the heir." His father objected immediately. "That's absurd." Unfazed, Christian analyzed. Someone from a branch family can be recognized as heir if they're capable enough. It's a formal rule, rarely enforced. Why else would his child target me? His father clarified, "As a child, you may have outshone his child, but now you're far behind him." Christian didn't yield. "I'll catch up fast. To do that, I need your help, father. Please use your authority to nominate me for the Dark Trials 2 months from now." His father questioned, "You need 2-star to enter the trials. You just hit 1-star, right?" Christian pressed on, "I'll reach 2-star in 2 months." His father gasped, "What?" Christian grinned, pleading, "So help me out, father." After settling matters and returning to the mansion, servants gossiped. The young master's completely changed. A maid said, "I heard the Count's personally training him lately." A male servant added, "You mean the regimen that even seasoned knights struggle with? I wonder how long he'll last." At the training yard, Christian cleaved a monster in half. His eyes sharpened, restrained with mud blade technique, finished with slashing strike. Turning, he asked, "Right, father?" His father, stunned, "I just started teaching him the slashing technique today." He grasped it already? Christian grew impatient. "Do I really have to do it this way? Keeping them separate like that?" His father, confused, "What?" Holding his sword, Christian charged. "I feel there's a more efficient way." Appearing under the monster, he struck a fatal blow, destroying it. His father gaped. "That's mud blade technique. How'd he do that?" Christian sighed. "The humanoid's limbs are sturdy enough to block mud blade, but I used extreme thrust technique, cloaked in slashing strike aura." The sword flared with magic, leaving his father speechless. A 1-star shouldn't be able to do that. Outwardly, he stayed composed. Impressive power, but combining 2 techniques makes curse casting harder. Christian refuted, "Not at all. It's easy, no trouble." His father sighed in relief. 15 days later, Christian lay exhausted on the training ground, sweating. "Damn, running's brutal. But I can't slack. Stamina's key to raising my rank." During a break, a voice called, "Tired already? The fight's not far off, you know. I'm eager for our agreed day." It's Melon, Christian realized. She always carries that intensity. Standing, he resumed training. All right. I'm giving my all to not let you down." Melon scoffed. "I know your remarkable progress, but you're still 1-star. If you don't meet my expectations, don't dream of making me kneel." Christian grinned confidently. "Yeah, I bet it'll happen. Even so, I'll learn something from the fight, so it won't be pointless." Seeing his bravado, she left, pleased, still full of spirit. "I hope you break limits and satisfy me." He watched her go, muttering, "Melon's a high-tier 4-star. Each rank has 3 tiers, low, mid, high. As a high-tier 1-star, I'm far behind. But I come from a wealthy family, a wallet warrior." Tightening his belt, he flashed a sinister grin. Finally, the day of the fight arrived. Christian asked Marie, "Marie, you packed the luggage?" Marie replied, "Of course. Our first trip together. I dressed to impress." Christian panicked. "When did I say you're coming?" Marie teased. "I get it. You're worried I'll get sunburned. Don't fret, serving you is my honor. Christian groaned. How does a banshee monster get sunburned? Earlier, he'd asked, Father, can I swap my maid for a human? His father refused. No. You signed a master-servant contract with Marie. A high-tier banshee can't be managed without one. Christian fumed. Can't you teach me how to cancel it? His father pointed out, I believe it requires a deep kiss with Marie. To be fair, you were blackout drunk when you signed the contract. Christian clutched his head. You're useless, old man. Back to the present, he told Marie. You can't come. I'm going to a crowded place. Marie sulked. But I was so looking forward to this trip. He sweated. Your spiritual energy could harm others. Marie whined. I've been cooped up in the mansion for decades. Seeing her pity, Christian relented. Fine, you can come, but don't show yourself to others. Marie beamed. Thank you, best young master ever. He waved dismissively. Just follow me. Christian and Marie set off. Marie asked curiously, But where are we going, young master? He replied, Somewhere I can make a profit. Marie hiked her skirt, coins spilling everywhere. You already have tons of money. Panicking at the cascading coins, he shouted, That's not enough. Put it away. Marie puzzled. If not money, then gold? Land deeds? He smirked, shaking his head. Wrong. Marie hit a dead end. Then what? Christian explained, Something I've used before. Thurn suddenly appeared on the carriage, scolding, You're late. Seeing Thurn, Christian froze, flustered. Thurn, what are you doing here? Thurn stated his purpose. I'm here to keep an eye on you, in case you act like a wretch again. Hearing this, Christian assured him, No way, don't worry. He puffed up regally. I'm just heading to a casino, after all. Thurn blurted, shocked. What? Christian boarded the carriage, not missing a chance to educate Thurn. We're demons. Indulging in booze and gambling is natural. Gambling's even encouraged by the demon emperor, and there's a reason it's legal. Thurn, undeterred, declared, Then I'm coming with you. Christian, surprised, cheekily hopped onto the carriage, boasting, Thurn, could it be you're worried about your dear big brother? Thurn, flustered, denied it. Why would I worry about you? I'm just concerned you'll disgrace the clan. The carriage rolled off, but the brothers kept bickering. Christian said, You know, for a bookworm like you, this might be too thrilling. Do you even know the rules? Thurn, naively, Isn't gambling just card games? Then he vowed confidently, I'll crush that arrogance of yours. Christian teased, Oh no, I'm terrified. Inwardly, he sparked with excitement. Well, my golden ticket little brother, today you'll be ruined. After a while, they arrived at a grand casino. Thurn, seeing it for the first time, marveled. Gods, I didn't know a building could look like this. Marie, experiencing the world for the first time, squealed. My maiden heart's about to swoon. Only Christian remained calm. I've probably been here dozens of times, old news. He handed Thurn a mask. Stop acting like a country bumpkin. Put this on. You can only enter if you hide your identity. Christian reminded Marie, From now on, stay hidden so no one sees you. Also, come here. He whispered, Go in. Marie chirped, I'll follow your orders, young lord. With that, she vanished. Thurn, confused, Huh? Where'd Marie go? Christian donned his mask, replying, Don't worry about it. Let's head in. The two entered the casino, drawing every eye. Seasoned gamblers smirked. Look, fat rookie lambs. Didn't expect them to walk right into the tiger's den. Christian leaned close to Thurn, challenging. Want to bet who wins more in an hour? If you win, I'll call you Big Brother for a month. Thurn's eyes lit up. Really? Christian added. But if you lose, you'll call me Esteemed Imperial Big Brother. Thurn, baffled by the title, turned. What? Christian didn't elaborate, tossing a money pouch. Here's your cash. If you're scared, back out. Thurn's competitive fire flared, snatching the pouch. Who's scared? I'm going first. His eyes burned with determination. At the blackjack table, the dealer flipped cards, hitting blackjack. A man beside Christian patted his shoulder. Victory for the young sir. Wow, you're good, play more, and you'll rake it in. Christian played dumb, gleefully scooping chips. Guess I'm lucky today. Inwardly, he calculated. They let you win just enough early on to lure cocky rookies into big bets. I know exactly how these swindlers operate. Suddenly, a yell rang out. Thurn clutched his head, panicking. No way. My hand was solid. A rookie had fallen for the trap. Christian approached. Hey, how about we head home and sleep? Thurn asked. You lose too. Christian replied. Just 500 rupee. Thurn, not to be outdone. I only lost 1,000 rupee. The crowd overheard their chat, scheming silently. Christian nodded approvingly. Good, they see Thurn as a rookie. A swindler's bound to target him. He asked, So, you playing more? Thurn grabbed the pouch. I'll win. Hand over the cash. Christian smirked. Remember, I tried to stop you. Outwardly cautioning, he thought. Stop you? I'm hoping you lose everything, my dear little bait. Time passed. In the casinos, crooks colluded, pulling tricks right under Christian's nose. He thought, perfect. Finally, Marie returned, whispering, Master, I found the ones you mentioned. He praised, Well done. Thurn, meanwhile, wailed, I'm ruined. My 10,000 rupee. Marie beamed. Am I awesome? Christian gave a thumbs up. Yup, awesome. They left the casino, heading elsewhere. Marie said, It's here, young lord. He ordered, Open the door, Marie. The door swung open, startling the people inside, who rushed forward. Who are you? Christian didn't hesitate, removing his mask. I'm sure you all know who I am by now. They recognized him, stammering, Why, young lord? What brings you here? He smiled, Call your boss out. A voice exclaimed, Well, damn. Young lord, here to play. It was Grantel, head of the Grandel Trading Guild, famed for commerce but in reality. Christian waved. I'd like a private chat. Grantel, nervous. What's this about? Christian cut to the chase. You swindled my brother. I care deeply for him. And you ask what this is about? Grantel flinched. No way. Could the masked guy be? Christian confirmed. Yes, he's an heir of Count Khazar. Grantel waved frantically. Young lord, I swear I just run the casino. Others' actions aren't my fault. Before he could finish, Marie materialized, terrifying Grantel into a scream. You want to die? He dropped to his knees, groveling. I beg forgiveness. Had I known he was the Count's son, I'd never have dared. Please, mercy. Christian asked. That's not empty talk, right? Grantel insisted. Absolutely not. I'll compensate. How much? Christian said casually. 1 million. Grantel gasped. What? Flustered, he said. Young lord, we don't have that much cash. Christian lowered it. Then 200,000. Grantel wailed. Is that enough? It's our entire fortune. Christian's eyes glinted threateningly. You'll give me one more thing. Grantel, defeated. What's that? After forcing Grantel to pay, Christian used the money to buy weapons. Marie, amazed. I can't believe you used 200,000 rupee to buy battle gear. What a brilliant plan, young lord. Christian preened, smug. Of course it's brilliant. Marie noticed the sword at his hip, but that sword they gave you. Is it Granette? She questioned. Isn't that the holy sword a past hero gained by sacrificing his soul? I heard many demons coveted it after the hero fell, but it's all rusted now. Christian shrugged. No matter, it's all part of the plan. Tired of her chatter, he handed her something. Enough. Take this. You were eyeing it earlier, right? It's a gift. In Marie's hands was a delicate necklace. Moved, she said. Before and after my death, this is the first gift I've ever received. Thank you, truly. Christian turned away, waving. All right, let's head home. Marie beamed. Yes, master. I'll pour my heart into it as thanks. From now on, I'll make even tastier blood juice. He refused. I told you I don't drink that. You repay my kindness with malice. Marie blinked, but all this time, it's been in your strawberry juice, master. Christian groaned. Can you stop with the creepy jokes? Brushing off a thought, he muttered. Wait, I feel like I forgot something. Marie pondered. I'm sure we'll remember later. Back at the casino, Thurn sat trembling, clutching his last rupee. Early in the morning, Thurn was shouting up a storm. The kid rushed over, yanking the blanket off a soundly sleeping Christian. Thurn demanded, Why'd you ditch me? I almost got sold off as a slave. Lucky someone recognized me. Christian yawned, apologizing. My bad. I knew Grandel would bail you out. Seeing his nonchalant face, Thurn roared. What kind of apology is that? Christian reminded him. By the way, don't you think something's off? You lost, so you gotta keep your promise. Come on, call me esteemed Imperial Big Brother. Thurn's face paled, sweat pouring. Clenching the blanket, he fumed, then relented. Big Brother, Christian picked his nose. Huh? Say it again. Thurn, enraged, tore the blanket apart, bellowing. Esteemed Imperial Big Brother. Christian flicked away the booger, grinning. Good job. Keep respecting me, all right? Thurn, livid to the point of spitting blood, stormed off, threatening. One day, I'll get revenge. Just wait. Christian propped his chin, watching Thurn leave, thinking, that kid killing me later would be his own doing. His child, son of Langham, future head of the Black Demon Clan, the strongest young lord. I don't feel anything for him. I'm not the real Christian, but to become clan leader, I'll have to face him. He clenched his fist, resolved. Wait for it. I'll settle this grudge for you. Pondering, he added, to do that, I need to win over Melon first. Christian's gaze fell on the sword amidst his luggage. After changing, he approached and picked it up. Grenade. Countless people once tried their luck with it. This sword was deemed a display piece because no one could wield it. Curious, he gripped it tightly, testing. Let's see. The moment he touched it, the sword emitted a resistant force, making his hand throb. He nodded, as I thought, it rejects dark energy. Makes sense, it's a creation powered by holy light. He grabbed repair tools from a box. You're just a sword. I'll fix that dark energy rejection of yours. Christian seized a hammer, striking hard. Each blow carried immense energy. But the hammer shattered, not the sword. He had the tools that hurt. Grabbing another hammer, he grinned wickedly. Get ready. Holding a second hammer in his left hand, he threatened, I'll keep this up all night. The sword seemed to tremble in fear. Days later, at the secret training ground, Christian's father asked, Christian, you ready? He replied, Yes, sir. Glancing at the woman beside him, he wondered, Who's she? I think I've seen her before. She turned, and he recognized her instantly. Wait. He bowed politely. Greetings, Commander of the Black Knight Order. The woman was Marion, Commander of the Black Knights, daughter of a clan elder, sister to Christian's father, and Viscountess Langham. She guarded elders, handled covert missions, and oversaw the clan, an elite among elites. Christian asked, Why is she here? His father explained, Sister Marion's here to deal with the Cox issue. Marion chuckled. That kid acted pretty bold. Christian wondered, Are the elders protecting his child? That's trouble. He smiled. Seems the elders got a lot of free time to care about small stuff like this. Marion replied, Actually, he's not interested in your squabbles, but in you. Christian, surprised, resolved, This is my chance to win his favor. Marion warned, I don't know if you're brave or foolish. You're not even 2-star yet you're challenging Melon. Why not postpone the fight? Gripping his sword, he boasted, Thanks for worrying, but I've got my ways. Marion noticed the sword. Isn't that grenade? She scolded. You've lost it. I knew you were a troublemaker, but not this bad. She asked Christian's father. Ridden, didn't you say Christian's changed? He defended. Sis, I meant it. Marion, unconvinced, changed by using a holy sword in a duel? Christian questioned. Can I use it? I just need to win, right? Marion sighed. Even the clan had failed to tame grenade. It'll burn you to ash. Christian, eager to show off, gripped it unharmed, boasting. I'm fine, see? Marion doubted. A fake. Seeing her skepticism, he tossed it. Want to try? And? Marion touched it, triggering its rejection. She dropped it. How can you? He picked it up. That's a secret I can't share. But I can say one thing. I can wield the sword the clan head couldn't because I'm better. His father, hearing this, wore the starry-eyed look of a doting dad. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Still a jokester? Young lord? Taming a holy sword? It was Melon. Emerging from a portal, she ignored his words and weapon. So what? You won't see tomorrow, son. Her confidence left Christian speechless. Melon charged straight at Christian. He instantly raised his sword to block. As I thought, no restrictions, he mused. Her strength and speed are far beyond before. I can't close this gap at all. Their swords clashed, producing a chilling sound. Christian's blade flared with holy power, warping Melon's sword. Ridden and Marion watched, incredulous. The holy sword's power is countering dark energy, Ridden exclaimed. At that level, hasn't he surpassed me in my youth? Marion added, That's not the end. Look at how that kid moves to wield the holy sword. She pointed at the duel. The sword's divine power was swiftly enveloped by Christian's magical aura. He slashed powerfully at Melon, sending her flying back. Ridden marveled. Incredible strength. But his dark energy seems to be fluctuating. Marion countered. No. He's controlling his dark energy in that moment to avoid the holy sword's rejection. Melon retreated, keeping a safe distance. Christian taunted arrogantly. So? Is this fight satisfying you? Melon replied. I've been thinking for a while. You're predicting my moves, aren't you? Christian grinned. I happen to have sharp eyes. Every sword strike has a preparatory stance. You raise your arm before swinging down, and to do that, you shift your shoulders and torso. It's universal for novices and experts alike. Melon sighed, then activated magic. How about this? The sudden attack put Christian on the defensive. Melon smirked. Black knights are magic swordsmen. I almost got in trouble there. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed. Christian cheered. Nice try, but luckily, I'm fine. The amulet around his neck left Melon helpless. The purification relic. Christian turned to Ridden. Father, thanks to you, I survived. Ridden tilted his head. Wasn't that in the secret vault? Christian chuckled. I've got a bit of a thieving streak sometimes. Ridden and Marion sighed in exasperation. Christian pulled another item from his cloak. Good gear is a skill too. He tossed it out. The object exploded, catching Melon off guard. He warned. Dodging wouldn't help anyway. He threw a red orb next. It detonated violently. Christian said casually, I got this relic with Grandel's money. Pretty effective. Not underestimating her, he shouted. I know you're alive. Come out. A sword shot from the flames. Christian calmly slashed, blocking Melon's blade. Her sword shattered, leaving her exposed before him. Ridden bragged to Marion. Look, sis. I told you, he's a genius. He tossed the corrosion gem into the air. Marion stayed silent, watching intently. Melon emerged from the blast, radiating killing intent. Young master. She grinned, charging at him. This is too fun. What's your next attack? Marion gasped. Gods, Melon's lost it. We need to stop her. But Christian deftly dodged Melon's punch with one hand. He redirected her fist with a light push, then stepped back. Melon, stunned. You blocked my strike? Finally, he pressed his sword to her throat. Christian, thrilled. Looks like victory's mine. Satisfied yet? Blood trickled from a cut on Melon's face. Ridden beamed with pride. Marion sighed helplessly. Melon laughed. You're really asking that? I can't stay calm anymore. Christian replied. Then please answer my earlier request soon. Though I won, I'll respect your refusal. Loyalty can't be won by force. Melon asked, if I side with you, will you keep fighting me like this in the future? Christian took her hand, pulling her up. As many times as you want, I'll indulge you. The scene shifted to Marion, hands clasped, gazing into the distance. She recalled the clan leader once tossing the grenade Christian now held. I reject it. Marion, exasperated. Even the clan leader couldn't do it? He replied, I could use it briefly, but dark energy waves constantly shift. You'd need to adjust endlessly so the sword doesn't notice the difference. Who could do that in real combat? Only Demon King Gehenna or the Black Dragon of the Demon Realm. Otherwise, only a madman who controls dark energy as easily as breathing. And that madman is Christian. Christian grinned at Marion. Aunt Marion, how'd I do? Worthy of praise yet? Marion, silent, then sighed. Perhaps your father's long-held wish might come true. A luxurious kitchen came into view, its opulent setting filled with chefs and bakers engrossed in their work. A fierce-looking baker slammed a powerful chop onto a small object on the cutting board. A strawberry split neatly in half, its shape appetizing. Each berry was meticulously arranged on a cream cake, tempting anyone who saw it. Christian gaped. I can't believe it. He's making a strawberry cake. Marie laughed. Oh ho ho, don't judge by looks. His skills are top-notch. The baker, finished, approached Christian, his voice slightly slurred. Young Lord Chuck, what brings you to the kitchen? Christian put his hands on his hips. To bake some cookies. Marie blinked. You're baking cookies? He boasted confidently. For a gift. Hearing this, Marie leaned on him, fake crying. For another woman, not me? Christian shouted. Gods, it's not like that. But yeah, it's for a woman. The baker, seeing Christian roll up his sleeves, offered politely. I can bake the cookies for you, Chuck. Christian declined. No need. Making them with my own hands is what matters. Closing his eyes proudly, he said, It may not look like it, but cookies are. Before he finished, red liquid splattered his face. It came from a mortar where two fierce-looking bakers were pounding what used to be strawberries. Christian panicked. Hey, you sure they're not mixing blood into the juice? Marie just laughed. Oh ho ho. Once done, Christian brought a box to where Marion was preparing her horse to leave. He called, Aunt Marion. She paused, asking, Christian, what's up? He smiled politely. I heard you're leaving, so I came to say goodbye. Marion praised. I appreciate that. You must be tired after yesterday's fight. Christian offered the box. I'm fine, Aunt. I have a gift for you. Marion opened it, revealing beautifully shaped, colorful cookies neatly arranged. Surprised, she said, Cookies? Her eyes sparkled, but her tone stayed stern. You didn't need to prepare a gift. Christian beamed. I was happy to see you again and wanted to make something. Ridden, beside Marion, stroked his chin. So that's why he came to me. He realized. This is why he's acting like this. Smart kid, he knows how to win people over. As Marion eyed the box hesitantly, Christian urged, "Try one, Aunt." "I made them myself." Marion asked, "Really? You made these?" She took a bite. The first taste stunned her with its deliciousness, but she quickly regained composure. "Ah, they're very good." Christian grinned. "I'm glad you like them." Marion said, "I should give you something for this wonderful gift." "Any wishes?" Christian's eyes sharpened. He said, "If possible, be my real aunt." Marion, serious. "Since we share blood, your words must have a deeper meaning." Ridden says you're training for the dark trials, right? Christian nodded with a smile. Marion continued, "I see. So you want my support in the upcoming succession battle?" She bowed her head, sighing. "Unfortunately, I can't grant that wish." She explained, "As you know, adults from the main branch must remain impartial toward candidates. It's the rule." Christian replied, "No, it's a sincere request. I just want to be closer to you." Marion questioned, "Really? No ulterior motive?" Christian said calmly, "Of course. But if you support me secretly," clasping his hands, eyes gleaming, he added, "I wouldn't refuse." He gazed at Marion with sparkling eyes. She ate a cookie, saying, "I don't dislike your honesty. A nephew who bakes delicious cookies for me. I can only cheer for him." Christian beamed. "Thank you, Aunt." Marion asked, "In return, can I have more tasty cookies next time?" He replied, "That depends on you, Aunt." They didn't notice Ridden nearby, wiping away touched tears. Christian teased, winking. "If you upset me, I might sulk and skip this flavor." His childish antics made Marion chuckle, but she suddenly asked, "Christian, what do you think about joining the Shadow Corps?" He hesitated. "That," Marion pressed. "You stood out against Melon. You could surpass the elders. But your rivals aren't easy to beat. I worry your talent will fade before it blooms." Christian declared firmly, "If I fail to follow my path, I'd rather die." Confidently, he added, "I appreciate your concern, but I don't think I'll lose." Marion studied him, thinking, irrational confidence, but with this kid, it might work. She said, "I understand. You're a demon. After all, I can't stop you from walking a bloody path." Mounting her horse, she emphasized, "Beware the eldest lady." Ridden interjected, "Julian, not his child? Isn't she the most refined?" Marion gripped the reins. "You'll see soon enough." Christian smiled. "Thanks a lot, Aunt. I'll keep that in mind." Marion turned, smiling faintly. "See you, my nephew." After she left, Christian returned to his room, collapsing onto his bed. The silence was eerie. He mused, "Father and Aunt are both strong, 6-star, but I haven't heard much about them in the last war. How many powerful warriors are in the Magic Empire? Surely enough to crush the Light Kingdom easily." He recalled his past life, where the Light Kingdom fell in the war's flames. "I don't want history to repeat." His fists clenched, resolve surging. "I must get stronger, faster." A month later, his father summoned him. "You called, Father?" Ridden rubbed his temple. "Yes, I need to talk." But before he could, his eyes widened in shock. Before him stood Christian, transformed, radiating charisma. "Wait, you're 2-star already?" Christian, with cold eyes, thought, "Such growth in just 1 month." He shrugged lightly, asking, "I don't get why you're surprised, Father. I promised you, didn't I?" One side questioning, the other fuming, Ridden slapped a letter before him. "I got news from the main clan." Sighing, his face darkened. "I submitted you and Thurn as candidates for the Dark Trials, but they only accepted Thurn." The reason hit Christian like a punch to the heart. "Your reckless spending, debauchery, and ruinous behavior. Destroying property while drunk, even stealing. All true." Hearing this, Christian's soul seemed to drift, and he fainted on the spot. Ridden raged, "They dare scorn my son?" Christian came to, asking, "Was this Viscount Langham's decision after his child's misdeeds? He doesn't have much sway anymore." Suddenly, both exclaimed, "Lion Z, Baron." He was a direct descendant of the main clan, the shining star of the Dark Trials, a ritual where candidates absorbed pure darkness from a negative dimension. With limited darkness, they fought in semi-official deathmatches to rank higher. Those at the top claimed more darkness. The ritual determined the clan's heir candidate. If Lion won and monopolized the darkness, Christian's goals would grow even harder. Ridden stood, approaching. Don't worry, I'll talk to them. If that fails, I'll ask Marion for help. Christian replied, No need, father. I'll handle it. Ridden placed a hand on his shoulder. Christian, I know you're talented and changed, but you can let adults handle this. Christian looked at his father gently. I appreciate your care, but his face twisted into a sinister sneer. But I have my own way, definitely not wholesome. He asked, Is any child of Count Tyraman from a branch family joining? Ridden answered, Yes. The third son of Count Tyraman. He shouted furiously. That scoundrel sides with Lion, saying you're unfit for the dark trials. He's just a fraud, controlling demon beasts. Christian, helpless, watched his father rage, soothing. Calm down, father. I just need to prove myself. The Tyraman clan is holding a dark elixir hunt. I'll join as a leader. His lips curled into a smirk, the sunset casting a glow on the majestic castles below. In a dim room, the clan leader held a golden hammer, mocking, I can't believe it. The kid I remember was a self-proclaimed genius, but just a fake. Marie reported, He's different now. The leader asked, Do you believe this kid can fulfill my long-held wish? That wish was why he clung to life, defying death with forbidden magic. Marie sweated, I can't be sure, but he's the closest to what you want. Silence hung heavy. The leader muttered, How intriguing. I'll keep an eye on that brat. But his joining the dark trial seems unlikely, right? Marie replied, That's the clan's consensus. He asked, Will I intervene? Marie shook her head. No, you can't meddle in trivial matters like this. The leader chuckled. How could a ferocious beast not overcome such a small challenge? Marie flinched. The leader's face darkened, his sharp gaze piercing her. She bowed, avoiding it. He's always harsh on those he expects much from. Since I'm willing to go this far, I must really like him. From Black Smoke, Simon the Blood Drinker, head butler of the Black Demon clan, appeared. You summoned me, master? The leader's voice was low. You heard everything, didn't you? Simon replied, Yes. I only need to observe young Master Christian. The leader ordered, Report everything he does before the dark trials. Simon bowed, understood. May I have some fun while watching? Marie bristled, but the leader allowed. Don't go overboard. Simon flashed a wicked grin, fangs glinting, then vanished in black smoke. Marie closed her eyes. I hope that kid makes it through safely. As dusk fell over the peaceful village, Christian thought, Thanks to my talent, I hit 2-star fast. But despite training, my dark energy isn't enough for 3-star. I need dark elixir to amass energy quickly. Yet the Tyraman clan, hosting the hunt, is at odds with me. What irony. To capture the demon beast carriage op and obtain dark elixir, special conditions must be met. The carriage wheels rolled along. Grantel rushed out. Young master, what brings you today? How's the old man? Christian stepped down with Marie. Wait, you didn't come empty-handed, did you? Grantel raised a bag. Of course not. Christian snatched it, dumping it out. Gold coins clinked to the ground. He sneered, Such a cheap gift? Seems you don't know your place. Grantel put a hand on Christian's shoulder. I hear you're into all sorts of illegal activities. Someone ran up, shouting, Does evading casino taxes pay off? What about the goods you swindled from the guild? What do you want me to do, young master? Nearby bird poachers released their captives at the commotion. Christian said, I'll let it slide this time, but stop any activities crossing the line. Got it. Grantel nodded frantically. Yes, yes. Christian slung an arm around him. Get me a dark elixir. Grantel trembled, sweating. Dark elixir? Its black market price has skyrocketed. Christian turned to Marie. You ready? Marie morphed into a fanged monster. My torture skills are top tier. Grantel, terrified, dropped to his knees. I'll get it right away. Cooperation makes everything easier, right? Christian winked. By the way, grab a dagger sharp enough to pierce armor too. Grantel, baffled, didn't grasp his intent. After settling things, Christian left. Grantel stayed behind, cursing and crying. That bastard. Marie asked, Heading home, young master? He replied, No, I've got one more stop. He noticed something in the distance. Coachman, can you stop here? The carriage screeched to a halt. Christian entered a shop. Welcome. Scanning the menu, he said, I'll take this. A pink vial was placed before him. Marie whispered. You need an aphrodisiac? Marie, in the shop, kept eyeing Christian suspiciously. It made him sweat coldly, his face paling. Suddenly, he snapped. Heh, could it be, master? Marie giggled awkwardly. All right, I get it. Heh heh. Christian barked. I said it's not like that. Marie's face darkened. It's not for me, but someone else? He nodded slightly. Maybe for the Count. The shopkeeper, incredulous. What did I just hear? Christian said sternly. Given my father's age, we need to take better care of him. Pointing at the shopkeeper, he ordered. For the Count's honor, you must keep this top secret. The shopkeeper nodded. Yes, I'll be discreet. The scene shifted to Thurn walking with Christian's father toward him. The Count patted Thurn's back, making him tremble. Thurn reminded, my esteemed imperial big brother title. I heard hunting dark elixir is dangerous. Be careful not to get hurt. Christian winked teasingly. Oh, now you're worried about me? Thurn blushed. I'm just worried because we haven't have a proper duel yet. Christian's father cut in. Come on, you two, stop bickering. Make those Tyreman bastards eat their arrogant words. Christian grinned. I'll bring good news. But what's this emperor thing? Patting Thurn's shoulder, he smirked. Father doesn't need to know, father. Father. At Count Tyreman's estate, the scenery was picturesque. Leaves rustled under a clear blue sky. A sinister servant blocked the gate. I'll say it again, you're not entering the manor. Christian and his team fumed. How dare you say that after making us wait? Do you know who he is? Christian overheard the butler, young Lord Aloa's orders. He's too busy to deal with a filthy bastard rogue. Murderous intent flared in Christian. He growled, You mean I find my own place to stay? The butler trembled, sweating. Exactly. His team lunged. Young master, I'll bring his head. But Christian stopped them, stepping close to the butler. What about lodging costs? Can you bill Count Tyreman? The butler forced a laugh. Sure, sure. Under the sunlight, a lake reflected a fountain reflecting a majestic palace like a mirror. Christian led his group into a lavish hotel. The manager asked, How much is this cost? He replied grandly, 100,000 rupee. Rarely do I get to spend someone else's money. My luggage is in the lobby. 1 hour to settle in, then we drinks. His luggage glowed green. Marie burst out, Master, this manor's amazing. She gushed, Perfect for serving you. Christian groaned. Why are you here? Marie hopped around. I hid in your potion. I swear I'll be your maid forever. Master's shy embarrassment is so cute. He sighed. Your face says you miss this lady already? Aloa, Count Tyreman's third son, got the bill, furious. What's this? Christian smirked. You told me to find a place to sleep, so I did. What's wrong? Aloa roared. I don't stay in cheap hotels. I'd buy a mansion outright. Christian mocked. You're not sweating over money, right? Since you're a pathetic host who can't greet guests, this is a cheap lesson in manners. Aloa gritted his teeth, crumpling the bill, summoning a black panther. Wanna die? Christian thought. Tyreman's suppression spell binds demon beast with fear, unlike the Alliance's taming. It uses a secret formula to paralyze reason, causing hallucination of fear and frenzy. More complex than I thought. Hard to learn quickly. For now, I'll beat him to a pulp. He ordered. Marie, take out that cat. I need a weapon. A sword appeared in his hand. He taunted. What's next? Charge like a demon. Aloa commanded the panther to attack. Filthy bastard, don't order me. Sharp fangs bared. Saliva flew. Christian parried with his longsword, but the bite's force cracked it. He was thrown back, rising from dust. Not a bad counter. But 2-on-1's cheating, huh? He provoked. If I win, I'll be an escort, not a leader. This stakes are enough to cover costs, cheapskate. Aloa, enraged, rode the panther forward. Arrogant fool. I'll make you kneel. His eyes blazed red. The panther swiped, but as it pounced, Christian vanished. Aloa, confused. Where'd he go? Christian appeared behind, clubbing Aloa's neck. Aloa screamed in pain. Christian paused. Hurts? Don't cry. I won't go easy if you do. Two sides clashed, one like death incarnate, the other blind with hatred. The panther cowered, trembling. Aloa yelled, Bastard, you dare do that to my Chaco? Christian laughed. Just a 2-star illusion spell. Looks like your pathetic suppression can't beat it. Aloa summoned a magic circle, calling a massive black horse. Christian sneered. Know what Trash's trait is? Before finishing, he struck, blasting past Aloa's head, knocking him out instantly. The horse shook its head in fear. Christian said, We're not waiting for transformations, you know. He entered a casino. Young master? You sure? There's time, rest. Christian snapped. What's wrong with a loser doing loser things? Turning to Marie, right? Marie brought ginger ale. All's fine, as long as you don't drink liquor. He wailed. Damn it, I want booze. Not ginger ale. A Tyreman servant cut in. Why'd young Lord Aloha order us to watch this jerk? Christian taunted. Why not play? Your boss won't wake till tomorrow. I beat him to a pulp. I'll keep it secret, how's that? The two growled. No need for your concern. Christian grinned. Then watch all you want. As dusk fell, he kept gambling. Deal. Drink my share. No mercy this time. Night came, and they didn't stop. The two servants glared like they'd devour him. Christian, drunk, passed out with cards on his head. Waking, he acted sober. Clean up and go. He thought, annoying pets. It's dark, time to move. He said, Marie, I need to hit a place fast. Don't follow. Marie pouted. That aphrodisiac from earlier. Christian flinched. What? Marie whispered. I knew it. Not for the Count, but for you. I'm sad we can't share a bed, but I'd cheer your nightly escapades. Darkness cloaked Mount Need. Christian, hooded, sneaked along, Tyreman's secret zone. Monster energy's thick, as rumored. Touching a canopy, almost at the hunting ground. A camp appeared with two large fires. Just two guards? Sloppy. Using invisibility magic learned from Marie, he slipped past. Marie popped up. What's young master doing with invisibility? Heh. Christian snapped. Why do you keep bringing that up? He infiltrated the base, spotting a magic circle under moonlight, the dark elixir hunt's ritual shrine. Weird as they say. He recalled instructions. To get dark elixir, Karajop must offer its life, terrified enough to prefer death. He traced a path on the ground. Light erupted like a blast. When fear and joy connect, a useless pill reborns as dark elixir. That's why Tyreman leads by crushing beasts with fear. He grinned. As Lena said, I plan to steal their ultimate skill, dose Karajop with mixed aphrodisiac, drive it mad, and monopolize the elixir. But no time to learn. Need another way. A chill down his spine made him turn, but only endless night greeted him. He walked toward it, hearing rustling leaves. A shadow led to a massive cave. Terrifying demonic intent poured out. Don't tell me this is Gehenna's Rift, the dangerous demon realm. A magic circle inside glowed. He paused. Wait, what if I lure Karajop here? He grabbed the vial. I've got bait. Perfect. No time to waste. Christian ventured deeper, unaware of a red shadow with claws watching. It was Simon. Didn't expect the kid to be this interesting. Thrashing the Tyreman brat, loosening surveillance with a loser act. Every move's in my sight. Simon grinned, fangs glinting. This makes me want to play a bigger trick. He stepped on the magic circle, reaching into the rift. Gray ooze dripped, creating an eerie scene. A voice echoed, What is your wish? Simon licked his lips, extending his hand toward the rift. The next day, when the hunt began, someone planted a flag in the ground, none other than Aloys. Christian, in his group, remarked, Aloys must think he looks cool, even after getting thrashed. Aloys snapped, Shut it, imposter. Why carry a holy sword you can't even use? Christian retorted, It's more effective than a stick. Want to try it? Aloys changed the subject, ordering, Lure the beast to the altar. Those assigned to protect, stand by it with me. Simon watched silently from afar, and Christian clearly sensed his presence. Aloys pressed Christian for a response, but he only said, Whenever you're ready. At the altar, a guard demanded Christian move. You're obstructing the hunt. Christian replied coldly, Stay there if you like, but don't come crying for help when things go south. His words enraged the guard, but Aloys cut in. Don't tire yourself out before we start. The useless one. Go guard the flag. Christian declared, I'll protect this flag with my life. Sitting under a tree, he muttered, I want to see them try their hardest, only to fall into my trap. He had prepared a dagger and the aphrodisiac. The group began searching the area. Hearing a sound, Christian knew the beast was coming. Finally, Karajop appeared, a fourth-tier magical demon. Christian wondered, why does it look so goofy? Its appearance was oddly cute. Others asked Aloys, Ready? It's time. A beast man in the group urged, Use your suppression skill. Aloys raised a hand, chanting as Karajop pecked the ground. Teammates cast slowing spells, aiding Aloys' approach with his suppression skill. Suddenly, Karajop's eyes changed. It roared, turning on Aloys. He raised his hands in panic, but a powerful slap sent him sprawling. The group noticed poison from its tiny feathered tentacles. They formed a defensive line around Aloys, but Christian shook his head, thinking, pointless. It's out of control because of the aphrodisiac I slipped it. Aloys covered his nose. Good thing they took antidotes, but it's still dangerous if this drags on. He shouted, "Hold it back." Karajov leaped into the air, aiming for Alois. The group screamed his name. Alois shut his eyes in fear, but opened them to see Christian standing before him, blocking the attack with the holy sword. Christian mocked, "The Tyremans are pathetic. Didn't expect the flag guard to step in." He said, "I'll save you if you call me Big Brother." Alois cursed, "You lunatic. Why would I do that?" Christian countered, "You really don't want to? As if I'm not famous everywhere?" Others started coughing from the poison. Alois gritted his teeth, realizing Christian was right, and pleaded, "You bastard." Christian replied, "Keep your promise." He smashed Karajov's head, using his own version of the suppression skill, conjuring chains to restrain one side of the beast. Alois gaped, "How'd you do that?" Christian smirked, "You really think your family's the only one who knows it? For me, mid-tier suppression's nothing." Spinning, he gripped the chains like reins, leaping onto Karajov's back. It screeched, rampaging. Alois yelled, "Wait, there's a rift ahead." He tried to warn, but Christian smiled. "I knew since last night." He charged toward it. Karajov panicked. Christian said, "Must be its first taste of Gehenna's malice. Be afraid." Its red eyes turned glowing gold. Christian tightened his grip on the dagger, stabbing through the beast's hide, killing it instantly. The others ran up. "You okay?" "This cave's dangerous. We need to get out." Christian scoffed. "Don't be weak." He extracted a core from the beast. Alois's group gasped. "It's ash core, not dark elixir." Alois grew irritated. A beastman under his command questioned Christian, "What are you going to do about this? If you hadn't interfered, none of this would have happened." But Alois cut him off. "Enough, quiet." Turning to Christian, he thanked him. "Thanks for saving my subordinates, helping them finish without serious injuries." Christian, surprised by Alois's acknowledgement, thought, "Now I feel a bit bad. Worse, knowing I swapped the aphrodisiac." Still, he had to do what was needed, telling Alois, "Call me Big Brother," as promised. "Planning to back out?" Alois shot back, "I never promised that. I'm 2 years older than you." Suddenly, the cave shook violently. Everyone stumbled under immense pressure. Alois panicked. "What's happening?" Christian sensed something as two massive green eyes appeared before them. He looked slightly worried. A voice boomed from the demon. "It's been ages since I've seen such an amusing toy." Christian muttered, "A hell demon." Alois, trembling, urged Christian, "Run. You're an outsider. Save yourself." Christian spotted Simon on the cave ceiling, flicked his wrist, and threw a dagger straight at him. The blade pierced through, but it was only a familiar Simon used for spying. The connection broke instantly. Simon, shocked, wondered, when did he notice? Is he trying to stop the demon? The familiar fell, his teleportation plan ruined. He calculated, even pushing blood magic to the limit, it'll take 5 minutes to get there. If I'm late, they're all dead. He rushed off, not entirely villainous, just aiming for a prank, as he'd told the clan leader. The demon addressed Christian, "You're intriguing. What's your scheme?" Christian replied, "I just hate being spied on." The demon laughed. He doesn't care much for a dead man. Christian observed, "Compared to the demons of the destruction era, you're low tier, but at least 5-star. Not something I can easily handle now." He raised a finger. "Not all bad news. I've used a spell to put everyone to sleep, like I did with that barmaid when my drinking buddies nearly killed her." Alois's subordinates gradually lost consciousness. Alois shouted, "What are you doing? We need to fight together." Christian praised, "You resist spells well." Then he punched Alois's stomach. "Sleep?" The demon, tearing flesh, asked, "Offering them to me? Sacrifice them, and I'll spare you and grant a boon." Christian snapped, "Stop barking. My rule is no deals with vile demons." He drew the holy sword. The demon recognized it, mocking, "Nice idea, but a holy sword you can't wield is trash." It fired a spell at Christian. He blocked with the sword but lacked strength, getting flung into the cave wall, knocked out. The demon grabbed his arm, lifting him. "Last chance, offer them to live." Christian spat in its face. "Why think I can't use the holy sword?" Breaking free, he clung to its leg, twisting as it landed. He activated another energy core. The sword's tip regrew in radiant light. The demon grew anxious. "How can someone like you wield light's power?" Christian taunted, "Finally realize your life's in danger?" The demon retorted, "This won't stop me." It conjured a massive red orb. Christian, ready, widened his stance, shouting, unleashing Death Sea Lightraker. He swung, sending a colossal golden wave at the demon. It screamed, "Impossible." Hit, it collapsed. Christian seemed to have killed it. His eyes weary, I pushed my body too far. Visions narrowing by the second. He fell, everything fading. The scene flashed to his past life. His friend Evan, amazed, "You really copied my ability?" Christian replied, "Something like that." Evan said, "You're one of a kind." Sea Lightbreaker symbolizes light splitting the Dead Sea. Ironically, despite your swordsmanship, you didn't become the Meyer clan's light. Still, you'll surely be the world's savior. A green finger touched a puddle. Christian lingered on death's edge. A woman spoke. How fascinating. She introduced herself. "I am Mefina, first throne of Gehenna, seventh realm." Reinforcements entered the cave, carrying healing potions. Christian closed his eyes. Mefina said, "I look forward to your future actions." The scene shifted to the Tyraman estate. Christian groaned, "My head's killing me. Can't believe I was out for 2 days. What a waste, but my body's fine." He began searching for the dark elixir around the room, spotting it nearby, exclaiming, "Sweet." Mentioning Mefina, he said, "That's unwanted attention. Sometimes, villains who stand out early get demon blessings and grow fast. But I don't care. That's for bad guys. Anyway, a 7th realm Gehenna demon isn't exactly high tier." A knock sounded at the door. Christian perked up. A lion-like giant entered, asking, "How's your body?" It was Count Tyraman, head of the Tyraman clan. Christian greeted him, trying to get out of bed, but the Count stopped him. "You should rest." Christian asked, "What's going on?" The Count explained, "Yesterday, we sent a team to investigate the cave. Someone tampered with the magic circle sealing Gehenna's entrance. Luckily, the demons were reverse summoned during that time. But even that brief moment could have killed everyone." Christian thought, "They really believe it was a reverse summon? That's absurd. They'd never think I killed it. I don't need excuses for an A+. The Count said, "I want to start with an apology. I'm sorry for treating you poorly based on rumors of your uselessness." He bowed in gratitude. "You're our benefactor." "I'm thankful." Christian replied, "It's not like that. As a Black Demon clan member, I did what was needed. Though my conscience stings, I decided to stir the pot a bit." His words seemed to resonate with the Count. He nodded, "You're right. If there's anything I can do, just say. If it's not impossible, I'll make it happen." Christian pondered, then said, "In that case, I hope the Tyramans let go of old grudges with the Kaza clan. Instead of being enemies, bearing fangs at each other, I want a friendly but competitive bond, planning progress together, worthy of our shared bloodline." The Count opened his mouth, but Christian continued, "I'm sure the Tyramans know why our clans are rivals, because of the main clan's backstage schemes. If the branches unite, the main clan will feel threatened. It's a ploy to keep us as guard dogs." The Count asked, "Are you planning to rebel against the main clan?" Christian shook his head. "I don't think so. I just want our clans free from past mistakes." The Count, amazed, "I didn't expect such foresight." Christian smiled. "Thanks for the compliment. Will you accept my request?" The Count replied, "For the first time in ages, I'll contact Count Kaza." But mid-sentence, he called, "Written." Christian grinned, "Exactly. If we unite one by one like this, I can build a stronger front for the destruction era." The Count patted his shoulder, calling Aloys. "What are you waiting for? My son has something to say." Aloys, sheepish, handed over the dark elixir. "Drink it. When I entered the cave, it was on the floor. Since you were out, I kept it." Christian said, "Then I'm grateful. I want to give you more than you've done." Aloys snapped, "Don't you dare." The Count laughed. "I'll give him a gift for you." He presented a summoning stone for a 4th-tier beast. Christian marveled, "A rare item." The Count said, "I'll also file a report for you to join the Dark Trials. Good luck." Christian thanked him for the gift and encouragement. The Count urged him to rest. As he and Aloys left, Christian smiled, calling, "Come out." A red glow appeared. Simon said, "As expected, you didn't spot me by chance." Christian replied, "I smelled blood." Simon introduced himself. "I'm the head butler of the Black Demon clan." Christian wondered, the clan leader's lackey? "I've heard of Simon, leader of the Blood Shadow Demon sect." He explained, "The Blood Shadow Demon sect doesn't distinguish between magic empire or dominion of apply. They're a psychotic group, fond of slaughter and terror. Their leader, an 8-star villain, reached 9-star by the destruction era's end, becoming the 10th Demon King. I can't count how many times I nearly died because of him. Simon is that Demon King's flesh and blood." Simon said, I didn't expect a young master to be so remarkable. You even slayed a demon. Christian thought, I definitely handled it myself. He asked, did you see the light splitting the Dead Sea? After a pause, he denied, I don't know what you mean. Simon laughed. I know you're playing dumb. After entering the cave, the demon's corpse vanished completely, no trace left. That wasn't a reverse summon, it evaporated. I'm impressed by your skill. Explain, Christian countered. Why reveal my trump card? Simon reminded. This goes to the clan leader. Christian replied. If I were clan leader instead of a bookworm answering every question, I'd want a predator to hide its claws to the end. Simon, surprised, you're truly intriguing. Christian asked, planning to apologize? Simon questioned, for what? Christian explained, normally, it's hard to distinguish reverse summoning from destruction by traces. That's why the count was misled. But you believed otherwise because you summoned it. A demon summoning nearly killing clan members. Crazy news the clan leader might hear. Simon said, I'll take responsibility. Christian chose secrecy. Remember, you owe me a big favor. Simon stunned. A deal, huh? Christian grinned. It'd be great if you saw it that way. Simon nodded. I understand. I won't forget your mercy. A pleasure meeting you today. I'm counting the days until you reach the main clan. Christian thought, Simon will play a big role in the destruction era. I must build ties to change the future. Time passed quickly. After recovering, Christian prepared to return. Luggage floated in the air. Marie said, all set. Christian praised, good job. Aloys opened the door, asking, leaving now? Christian reminded, use my title. Aloys blinked, what? Christian said, I let it slide before the count, but a promise is a promise. From now on, call me Big Brother. Aloys snapped, I said I'm 2 years older. Christian asked, got something to say? Aloys replied, I'm here to warn you. You say we're family, but I disagree. Be careful. Your biggest opponent in the Dark Trials is young Lord Lion. Though only 2-star, the gap between main and branch clans is vast. Top elixirs, supreme techniques, black demon blessings, direct descendants start miles ahead. You'll be an easy target. Christian smiled. I'll warn you too, little brother. Don't join the upcoming Dark Trials, for your own good. Aloys bristled. I'm saying this out of concern. You want to monopolize pure dark energy. Christian replied. Remember, no matter the opponent, they'll regret facing me in the Dark Trials. Aloys fumed. Christian told Marie, let's go. To Aloys, he said, think hard, don't regret it later. The scene shifted to the Kaza clan. Thurn sought his brother, but the butler reported. He went to the training cave right after returning, wanting to train alone until the Dark Trials. Soon, Thurn caught up, calling formally, esteemed Imperial Big Brother. Thurn said, you promised a duel when you returned. Christian, surprised, you've grown fast. Mid-tier 2-star, leaping ahead. He said, I'm busy training. Realizing Thurn was also joining the Dark Trials, Christian worried. That's not good. He said, wait. After I finish training, we'll duel. You should train too. Thurn demanded a promise. No delays like last time. Be careful. Christian laughed. All right. Thurn left. Christian thought, that kid's stubborn. Watching Thurn's back, a green-haired girl's image flashed in his mind. She asked, you promise? The memory made Christian smile, whispering, he's like me. In the training area, Christian sat on his bed, eyeing the dark elixir, thinking, half a month left. He chewed it, bitter as hell. Lying down, he tried absorbing it. It slid into his stomach, and he muttered, more chaotic than I expected. A strange sensation emerged. He asked, what's this? Light energy in the elixir? He wondered, did the beast's excitement at death fuse into it? No wonder demons struggle to absorb it. He guided it through mana channels. All that's left is this light force. Demons usually expel it with a teacher's help. But why waste something so valuable? He channeled it into his light core, absorbing it alongside darkness. Light and darkness flowed through pathways to their cores. Christian opened his eyes, flashing brightly, then closed them, revealing darkness. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a red-haired woman. She allowed a subordinate into her room. He reported, on the dark elixir investigation, a demon was summoned during the hunt, but Christian survived. Sorry for the delay in thorough review. She praised, well done. The The subordinate said, "Unless you have questions, I'll take my leave." She studied Christian's photo. This young, beautiful woman was Eyeline. Time flew by, and half a month later, Thurn sought out Christian to demand their duel. Standing outside the door, he called, "Brother, today's the day you promised." Christian's voice echoed, "Come in." Inside, Christian was dressing as if preparing to go somewhere. Thurn, stunned, widened his eyes. Christian turned, grinning. "Here so early? Eager to get a beating, huh?" Thurn sensed a different aura from his brother. What's this? His overwhelming presence is far beyond half a month ago, he thought, then scoffed. "Don't make me laugh." Christian replied, "If you're so desperate for my fist, I'll oblige. But if I win, you'll withdraw from the Dark Trials." Thurn froze. "What did you say?" Christian explained, "You know the Dark Trials are a competition. The weak should steer clear." His words made Thurn's eyes narrow in anger. Drawing his sword, he challenged, "Shut up and draw yours." Christian shook his head, exasperated. "You're so naive. Can't you see I'm looking out for you? Guess I'll have to beat sense into you." His face showed anticipation. Without warning, Thurn gripped his sword and charged. But the outcome was unsurprising. His brother thrashed him, leaving him unable to join the Dark Trials. Ridden visited his youngest son, seeing Thurn bandaged up, sighing. "Christian, you went too far this time. The doctor says he needs half a month's rest. We'll have to wait for the next Dark Trials." Christian requested, "Father, can I speak with Thurn alone?" Ridden, surprised but nodding. "All right, I'll leave you two to talk." He quickly left the room. Christian burst out laughing, teasing, "What's with the sulky face? Don't pout like those Alliance fools. You're the one who demanded a fight." Thurn, dejected, "Do you really not want me to grow? You mock my achievements, and now you injure me to block me from the Dark Trials." His face darkened. Christian felt a pang of guilt. "Ugh, keep this up, and you'll lose your mind." He explained, "We're misunderstanding each other. I did this to make you stronger. If you fought me in the trials, you'd lose your chance at pure dark energy forever. I had to be harsh because you're so stubborn. Most importantly, pure dark energy isn't right for you. You're suited for gray dark energy." He continued, "Like light energy, dark energy has types. Pure dark energy is the highest, followed by gray dark energy, perfect for curse magic." Drawing on past life memories, Christian asked, "You find curse magic easier than swordsmanship, right?" Thurn's eyes widened. "How'd you know?" Unable to say he saw it in the future, Christian lied. "I noticed during our sparring. I fought full force, but if you absorb pure dark energy before mastering gray, it'll cause issues later. It's not impossible, but it'll slow you down. I know you want to grow fast. This is my sincere advice, as someone who's always supported your growth." He took the dark elixir from the hunt and handed it to Thurn. "A gift for you." Thurn, shocked. "Isn't this dark elixir? Why give me something so precious?" Christian waved it off. "Because you're my brother. What other reason?" In truth, he thought, I've already consumed something better." His words moved Thurn, tears rolling down as he struggled to hold them back. Clutching a black handkerchief, Thurn asked, "If you've changed so much, why did you act like a fool when Mother was dying? Do you know how much pain she was in when you weren't there?" Christian didn't know that memory. It wasn't his. Sitting beside Thurn, he whispered, "I didn't understand back then." Time passed, and the scene shifted to the main clan. The Dark Trials candidates had gathered. Stepping off the carriage, Christian groaned, "Ugh, I need to stretch. How far did we travel to make my body ache like this? Can't they open a teleportation gate? I can't believe this event is so stingy." He gritted his teeth as Marie cut in. "Young master, how about a date? Just us two?" Christian rolled his eyes. "Oh, my heart's racing. But you don't have one." He scanned the carriages in the courtyard, thinking, the main clan allows one companion, so I chose Marie, bound by contract. He noticed people staring and whispering. Marie covered her mouth. "Wow, young master's famous." Simon appeared, greeting, "Hello, young master. Half a month, and you've progressed so much." Christian grumbled. "Does the clan leader's secretary have nothing else to do?" Simon dropped his playful grin. "I'm here on the clan leader's orders. He wants to meet you. Not surprised, are you? Guessed it already." He winked mischievously, infuriating Christian. "No, I'm totally shocked." Brushing it aside, Simon led Christian to the clan leader. "Sir, I've brought the young master," Simon said. The clan leader turned. Well done. It's been a while, Christian. When Christian's eyes met the old man's, he instantly felt a terrifying pressure. He thought, this overwhelming aura. I can barely stand. Emitting such dark energy, someone like me can't endure it. His body trembled. Clenching his fists to steady himself, he replied, Greetings, Duke Baron, the great lord of the Black Demon Clan. Baron asked, Aren't you surprised by this sudden meeting? Christian, confidently, I knew you'd summon me. A new star has risen in the clan. His bold words made Baron laugh. Haha, indeed. Both Marion and Simon couldn't stop praising you, but I'm unsure what to expect. Even if you're a great seed, only time will prove how you grow. You might just be a sprout that falls the moment it breaks ground. His words carried a hint of disdain, but Christian didn't get angry. He nodded. You're right. I'm still too lacking to match your expectations. But isn't that the future's role? Only time will show if a sprout exceeds expectations, becoming a great tree or a monster overshadowing even the grandest. I won't disappoint you. Christian's words were loaded with meaning. Baron seemed uninterested in hearing more, waving him off. I'll hold high expectations. You may leave. As Christian exited, Marion turned to her father. What do you think of the boy? Baron said bluntly. He exceeds my expectations. But with great talent comes a harsh fate. You know that, don't you? Bloody winds are blowing toward the magic empire. Yet today, this faint hope, that child might fulfill my long-cherished dream. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Time flew, and the scene shifted to the night before the dark trials. The main clan hosted a welcoming banquet. At the entrance, 2 servants announced loudly, Eldest son of Count Kaza has arrived, Christian Baron Kaza. Christian strode confidently into the grand hall. His presence irked some, who whispered, Why'd the clan leader meet a fool like him? Who knows, he looks like a bootlicker. Christian wasn't deaf, catching their jabs. He thought, as expected, I'm too handsome. Gods, being this good-looking is tough. Spotting a servant with wine, he perked up. Hey, that's wine, right? He reached out, but the girl refused. Young master, you're underage. Have ginger ale. She poured a glass and handed it to him. Christian screamed internally, Damn these tactless demons. I don't want ginger ale. Suddenly, a shout drew everyone's attention. The young lords and ladies have arrived. All eyes turned to the entrance. 4 figures entered. First was the second young lord, Eskid Jebberin, the handsome guy who'd tormented Christian since childhood. Next were the eldest lady, Julian Jebberin, the second lady, Jupi Jebberin, and the third young lord, Misak Jebberin. Christian sighed in relief. The crazy eldest lord isn't here. He thought, Eskid, what should I say? The victim of your little games, the one who tarnished your name? But Eskid walked past, as if Christian didn't exist. Christian fumed, cursing silently. That bastard. After everything, he won't even look me in the eye? I must be an ant to him. Julian approached, slightly lifting her skirt in greeting. Christian recalled Marion's warning, beware the eldest lady. But looking closely, he saw nothing odd. Thinking, I'll figure it out later. I've scouted enough today, it's time to prep for the ceremony. As he turned, a butler coughed, saying, Greetings, young Master Christian. I'm a summoner serving young Lord Lion. Christian, annoyed. So what? For replied, I heard an unworthy person will join tomorrow's dark trials. I fear an incompetent could cause an accident, tarnishing the Black Demon Clan's name. Christian caught his drift. You're saying I'm incompetent, huh? For responded, just prove otherwise. Christian glanced at the second floor, where Lion stood, muttering, Don't like it? Come down yourself. But I'll say it straight in the trials. Tossing the glass aside, he said, Fine, proving it's no big deal. Show me your parlor tricks. 4 flustered, What? Here? You don't even have a weapon. Christian waved him off. You expect me to need a weapon for you? For roared, You'll regret this. Christian smirked. Regret? I think you're the one who'll regret it. Their standoff drew the gazes of Julian and Jupi from afar. Time passed quickly, and the guests around paled as they witnessed the scene before them. Old 4 was mercilessly beaten by several shadow spirits, only able to shield his head. In another corner, Christian was served by 3 shadow spirits like an emperor. The crowd couldn't believe it. What did I just see? A summoner starts with evil spirits, but with one wave of Christian's hand, they turn and tear their own master apart? How did he seize control so fast? After enjoying the pampering, Christian stood, glaring at Lion. Was that young Lord Lion's will just now? The main clan's heir is that pathetic? If you're unhappy, challenge me openly. His words made Lion flush with embarrassment. He quickly denied. This has nothing to do with me. Christian mocked. Even a fool wouldn't buy that lie. But I'll believe you this time. See you at the dark trials. Turning to leave, he hid his angry face, thinking, coward. Next time, I'll teach you manners. The day of the dark trials arrived. The candidates gathered, and Christian yawned, bored. Aloys, surprised, asked, Hey, aren't you worried at all? You caused a ruckus yesterday. Christian turned, shocked. Why are you here? I warned you. You think I'd dare delay the ceremony, you lunatic? Aloys reminded him. At that moment, Lion approached. His presence ignited Christian's fury, but he restrained himself from punching him. The officiator appeared, announcing, Is everyone here? I'm Sebastian, deputy butler of the main house. I'll now lead you to the dark trial's sacred ground. He slammed his staff on the floor. The hall shook, revealing a hidden underground passage. The candidates gasped. It's underground? Aloys exclaimed. Christian, with experience, sensed something else. This isn't right. An illusion spell creating an imaginary space? Sebastian ignored their shock, striding down the stairs. Despite his small stature, he moved startlingly fast. The group scrambled to follow. Hurry, he's leaving us behind. They ran with all their might, but the path grew tougher. Before reaching the sacred ground, they were exhausted, sweating profusely. This is weird. Isn't this underground? Why is there such a steep slope? Seeing the candidates lag, Sebastian turned. Hurry up. The ground won't hold forever. As he spoke, the ground quaked, flinging 2 candidates away. The rest panicked. Sebastian continued. We're late, so I'm speeding up. He shot forward like a machine. Moments later, 2 more were thrown off. Lion thought smugly. Losers can't keep up? Worthless insects. But he froze, seeing Christian running alongside. Relaxed, not a drop of sweat. Why isn't he sweating? Christian caught Lion's stare, taunting. Giving it your all yet? All talk, no skill. Shouldn't the main clan's heir be better? Don't they feed you enough elixirs? He silently mocked the candidates. These idiots. Ignorance only makes their bodies suffer. Sprinting full force in an illusion space wastes energy. No matter how hard they try, my endurance won't falter. One tweak of the spell, and I'm invincible here. Sebastian noticed Christian's ease. Oh ho, that must be young Master Christian, right? Time passed, and the group reached the sacred ground. Except for Christian, the other 3 were half dead from exhaustion. Aloys, unable to hold back his curiosity. How are you unscathed? Christian, not revealing his trick, scolded. That's why you need to train your body more. Stop riding demon beasts everywhere. A pale-faced man, looking near death, stepped forward. Welcome, everyone. This is the sacred ground, where pure dark energy erupts endlessly. We call it the Sanctum. I'm Rihu, the Sanctum's keeper. Greetings, young lords and ladies. Today, you must seize the great pure dark energy, like the 3rd demon king, the destroyer of darkness, the progenitor of the Black Demon Clan, Rihu said, waving his hand to create 4 streams of white energy toward 4 doors. He explained, however, there isn't enough to share. The demon beasts inside will test your worth. Christian eagerly raised his hand. So you're saying it depends on who gets there first, right? Rihu looked at him approvingly. Exactly. As expected, young Master Christian is sharp. One candidate asked, if something happens between candidates during the ritual, will we be disqualified? Rihu replied, each takes a different path, so you shouldn't cross paths. But if you do, avoid conflict. Wasting time only benefits others. Focus on your own safety. Good luck. Immediately, the 4 candidates sprinted toward their doors. Seeing their haste, Sebastian got excited. Want to bet some blood coins on who? Before he finished, Rihu vanished, making him stomp in frustration. Ignoring me like that? So cold. The scene shifted to Lion. In a corridor, he encountered a 4-eyed black dog spewing fire. Spotting Lion, it barked wildly, flames pouring from its mouth. Lion focused dark energy into his palm, accelerating, and landed a punch straight to the beast's jaw. It spat blood, howling in pain. Defeating it easily, Lion smirked. At best, a low-tier 2nd-grade beast. For me, a high-tier second grade. They're nothing. That bastard Christian must be struggling. Each path has the same distance and challenges, but I bribed the mage to put stronger beasts on Christian's route. He'll face some ferocious ones and die miserably. A death in the dark trials will be ignored. This is your grave. Soon, Lion reached a large door. Here it is, the sanctum's entrance. I'm definitely first. He gloated, but Christian's voice rang out nearby. You're too slow. What took you so long? I was dying of boredom waiting. Lion shocked. How'd you get here so fast? Christian scratched his head. It wasn't hard. Sebastian, stunned. Impossible. Your path was supposed to have stronger beasts. Realizing his slip, he fell silent. But Christian heard, sneering. So that's it. No wonder they were tougher than usual. You're doing. He cracked his knuckles, ready to pummel Lion. Lion, itching for a fight. What did you say? Who do you think you are? Christian taunted. Come on, it's just us here. No need for pleasantries. Lion clenched his fists, cloaked in dark energy, roaring. Arrogant fool. Clashing between candidates is taboo, but I'll crush you now. He charged, throwing a right hook. Christian dodged lightly, recognizing the technique. Demon combat art. Enhances close-range magic power or breaks an opponent's joints. Lion swung like a machine, but couldn't hit Christian. Furious, he yelled, annoying little rat. Lion lunged again, aiming to break Christian's left arm. But it was a trap Christian intentionally left open. Idiot, he mocked, grabbing Lion's wrist with his right hand, twisting it back. Don't cry if it hurts, Christian warned, applying force that made Lion scream in agony. Soon, Aloys trudged up. Hey, am I late? He froze, seeing two candidates beaten to a pulp by Christian. You did this? Christian scolded. You're too slow. Want to pass out on your own? Or should I knock you out? Aloys, undaunted, activated magic to fight. I'm not sitting still. Bring it. But with a few simple strikes, Christian floored him. Oh, déjà vu. They'll come get them. If I leave them here for 5 years, the first great war against the Alliance will break out. I need to seize the Black Demon clan before then. So, I'm not sharing any sacred darkness with you guys. Cleanup done. Time to claim the sacred darkness. With that, Christian slowly opened the large door before him. The dark trials grant demons power, the potential to become truly transcendent. The clan leader, who absorbed 80% of the sacred dark energy, is among the strongest alive, even among demon kings. The destroyer of darkness absorbed 90% of pure dark energy to become a demon king. That means if I claim 100%, I could surpass even the demon emperor, Christian thought, reaching for the orb of dark energy before him. As he touched it, a terrifying surge of energy flooded his body like a torrent. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a meeting room. They were discussing the elimination of all Dark Trials candidates. Unbelievable. Except for Christian, everyone's out. What a disaster, a brown-haired man exclaimed. Young Lord Lion is in critical condition. He must have used a forbidden magic tool, a gray-haired man added. We must investigate thoroughly and punish him. But the second lady, Julian, raised her hand to stop them. No need. That bastard couldn't have entered the sanctum. 2 days without emerging. He's surely been crushed and killed by the Dark Trials. Even the clan leader has absorption limits. He's dead, no body left. She stood to leave, her face brimming with murderous intent, unnoticed by her subordinates. Julian muttered to herself, even if he survived, I'll kill him myself. When my father died fighting the Alliance, Lion and I were adopted by Viscount Lenham. My position in the clan is shaky. Lion didn't get the Dark Trials power, so no one supports his succession. Christian, I'll repay this humiliation. Her teeth ground together. Elsewhere, servants gossiped about Christian. That useless guy still hasn't come out? A young maid asked. Her companion waved dismissively, laughing. He's definitely dead. That's what he gets for greedy overreach. Look, she's still waiting for her master, but she'll meet his ghost soon. As she spoke, a bag on her back was pierced by a burst of energy. Mary stepped forward, furious. My heart races waiting for young master. But if you keep yapping around me, you'll be the ghosts under my hand. Got it? Her face was ferocious, and the two maids fled in terror. Mary thought worriedly, please come back. A man making a lady wait like this isn't cool. The scene shifted to Christian, floating in a purple void. A heavy pressure choked his breath. Only 70%. Harder than I thought. No, I must endure. The real test starts at 90%. If I exceed my limit, my core will shatter, and I'll die before the war begins. Suddenly, he recalled, right? Dragon heart. Dragons have the largest core vessel for power. If I mimic a dragon's heart for a few minutes, I can withstand it. Acting on it, Christian channeled magic into his heart, simulating a dragon heart. But before absorbing much more, his heart cracked. He cried out in pain, stopping. No good. This is my limit. A voice rang out. Need help? A giant female figure appeared. Christian shouted, Mefina, why's a demon here? Demon power connects to darkness. It's effortless for her. Mefina smiled. I can help you. No strings attached. Christian asked, why? She replied, grinning, just a passing whim. Come, take my hand, and absorb all the dark trial's power. She extended her hand toward him. A week later, clan leader Baron enjoyed tea, asking Simon, still no news. Hard to say he survived, huh? His voice carried disappointment. Marion, Christian's aunt, scolded. Such reckless greed. Why'd he take such a gamble? Simon added, Viscount Lenum, temporarily in charge, agrees with you. He wants to seal the sanctum early. Your orders? Baron pondered for a few seconds. That sly kid's testing this old man. Bloodshadow, do you think that reckless boy's still alive? Simon shrugged. Chances are near zero. But isn't he intriguing? Baron sighed, ordering. Tell him to keep it open one more day. Simon grinned. As you command. Marion quietly sighed in relief. Christian's energy core was overwhelmed by pure dark energy. As a result, his heart ached, and his core could explode at any moment. Mefina urged him to take her hand before it was too late. Instead of accepting help, he stubbornly refused. Hearing this, she called him utterly foolish, saying he should know humans have limits they must not cross. At that, our Christian snapped, saying she seemed to have forgotten something. In a world full of concepts, Christian's next action shocked her as he began to glow. His hair turned gray, his eyes blazed red. Horns sprouted, and he transformed into a demon. His action, demonification, stunned her. Honestly, it looked incredibly cool. This technique was the ultimate secret of a mysterious clan. It was a forbidden spell, temporarily turning a human into a demon to unleash explosive power. Though potent, it was lethal to the user. Lena had died after using this spell. Perhaps that fox girl taught Christian all about demon clans. By removing parts of the spell that amplified dark energy, he could harness this world's dark energy to create a vessel for collecting energy without penalty. As Christian formed the vessel, dark energy began accumulating slowly and stably. With this plan succeeding, he could gather energy with over 90% purity and claim all the sacred darkness. Mefina couldn't believe it as Christian created a black crescent moon. A mere human, an insect as she called him, surpassing human limits was unthinkable. He confidently declared it was because he was a genius. Leaving the space, he told her she could stay, but he was out. As he went, she said they'd meet again. Hearing this, Christian turned back, and just before the portal closed, he flipped her off, telling her to get lost. She paused, then realized his meaning and burst into laughter. Christian emerged, cursing her, saying he'd go mad if they met again, calling her a noisy demon. He wondered how long had passed. A week, he figured, so his family must be in chaos. Dispelling his demonification, he said it was time for a prank. After some time, a butler burst into the Lord's office, reporting Christian's return. Everyone in the room was shocked, asking how he was still alive. The interim leader, Viscount Lenum, demanded details. The subordinate said Christian survived, but was barely clinging to life. He was extremely exhausted. According to the healer, they sensed pure dark energy, but it was chaotic, making it hard to use. Someone cursed Christian, saying nothing could be expected from someone like him, and that he couldn't have absorbed over 80% of the sacred darkness. The energy was wasted, and a fat man told the Lord that Christian must be held accountable. With a cold face, the Lord said he'd note it and told them to leave as the meeting was over. After they left, he asked someone if the report was accurate. They confirmed observing Christian with the healer, and his energy core was clearly problematic. Hearing this, the Lord kept tapping the table, worrying the old man as he stayed silent. With an even colder expression, He said Lion must become the young lord, a sacrifice and key for the plan with the dark magic clan. Viscount Len ranted that the destruction plan, involving something called Jupi, was delayed. As for Christian, it was troubling that his father was focusing on him. Because of him, the river's flow was disrupted. Hearing this, the man fell silent, as if needing the bathroom. After several annoying table taps, the Lord ordered Christian brought to the dark hall the next day. He would announce Christian's punishment before the vassals. The next day, summoned, Christian thought they were trying to eliminate him. With all key figures gathered, Viscount Lenham asked if Christian realized his crimes in the sacred ritual. Christian said he did, while the leader noted his distorted energy core. He demanded Christian explain, and he said his peers were unworthy of their lineage, so he should have beaten them harder. Hearing this, an ugly woman in a suit fumed. Viscount Len explained that Christian's mistake was monopolizing the dark magic clan's precious resource without results worthy of that privilege. Christian asked what criteria he used for this conclusion. The Lord said the minimum purity was 70%. Christian asked what punishment he'd face if below 70%. A fish-faced man said he'd be barred from inheriting dark magic techniques, banned from the clan's main area, and denied succession to the Kaza County. Christian seemed unbothered, asking how they'd measure it when the Lord couldn't accurately gauge it himself. Then, the fake Eskid raised his hand, saying that despite Christian's chaotic core, a dark energy clash could measure purity, as he'd absorbed 70% of the sacred darkness. If Christian could overpower him, it would mean he achieved greater success. A dark energy clash was a pure contest to measure the superiority of dark energy between two people. With equal energy amounts, the one with higher purity would dominate instantly. But when equal purity energies clashed, the one with higher purity would win. To Christian, this was a perfect way to destroy his core. He thought this guy was more cunning than expected. Before starting, Christian set a condition. If he achieved a great enough result, they must support him and allow him to challenge for young lord. Hearing this, some were shocked, but his rotten brother agreed, saying it didn't matter if one was main or branch when aiming for young lord. As others stayed silent, he said it was the magic empire's way, where the strong rule the weak. On stage, he told Christian that in a dark energy clash, insufficient control could damage the core. To level the field, he'd only use low-tier 2-star dark energy. As they released energy, Christian said he didn't need to hold back and should worry about his own precious core. When Christian unleashed his energy, the jerk said his words made him excited. In the clash, Christian instantly overwhelmed his 2-star energy. The jerk was shocked as his energy was neutralized without Christian needing to charge up. He used expert tier 2-star energy, but the result was the same. Christian, seeing this display, said it was disappointing. He provoked him further, saying he acted arrogant but was so weak. Enraged, the jerk unleashed an aura, and others noted it was 4-star dark energy. If it hit, it would shatter Christian's core. A dragon-shaped energy formed around him. But from the other side, another energy emerged. A colossal claw, large enough to crush the dragon, appeared, making the dragon look like an ant. Christian told him that in an energy clash, poor control could damage the core, so he should be careful. The energy damaged his core, making him cough blood. Christian withdrew his energy, thinking it wasn't enough and he should have destroyed his core. Cleverly, he declared to everyone that his purity was at least 90%. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned, and Christian turned to the Lord, saying he now had the right to become young lord. Hearing this, Viscount Len was shocked, showing no reaction on his ugly face. As usual, the ugly jerk kept tapping the table, then told Christian that, as promised, he could take the young lord test. However, no branch clan member had ever taken it. As interim leader, he'd randomly select a test for Christian. Christian thought, he means he'll give me an impossible test. His skill would be evaluated in 2 stages. First, he had to prove his talent. Then, he needed a feat worthy of the young lord title. Christian asked how he'd prove his talent, and the jerk demanded he reach 3-star rank in 3 months. Christian calmly said that if that's all, as a genius, it wouldn't be too hard. The jerk fell silent, then said he looked forward to seeing what Christian achieved in 3 months. Later, in a quiet room, 2 jerks sat across from each other. As ___ sipped tea, he expressed disappointment in Eskid, saying it was his fault for underestimating Christian. As a result, even his energy core was damaged. They had to deal with Christian quickly before he became a problem. He told his lackey not to worry, as they deliberately didn't absorb over 70% pure dark energy. Higher purity made advancing energy harder. This difficulty grew exponentially, meaning reaching 3-star would take far longer than for others. He asked what the lackey thought of Christian absorbing 90%. Even as a genius, he couldn't overcome that wall. Shifting to Christian, Marie brought him food, saying news of his performance had spread through the manor. She said he made her proud, and her heart fluttered for him. Christian called it embarrassing. Marie said while waiting for him, she realized her true feelings. Each day felt like an eternity. Hearing this, Christian recalled past memories. The fox girl worried for him, while the saintess said with his agility, he couldn't possibly get hurt. She was Rana, asking him to give her his hand. The fox girl said she could openly admit worrying about him. Hearing this, the saintess shyly said even heroes worried for Christian. Recalling it all, Christian happily thought that after escaping Hell's Edge that only wanted him dead, his life was blood-soaked until meeting warm-hearted people. As Marie prepared blood juice, Christian said he could now say things he couldn't before, thanking her for waiting. Hearing this, she blushed, saying he finally understood her true feelings. She playfully acted like her heart raced. Christian said she didn't have a heart. She dramatically claimed he'd stolen it. Christian said since she waited, he'd reward her. He suggested a walk together. Hearing this, she went wild, dressing extravagantly for the stroll. Truly a work of art. She deserved a real body soon. Christian thought occasional relaxation was fine, but he still had to reach 3-star in 3 months. He thought it'd be tough, even with branch mentor guidance. Handling over 90% darkness alone was still hard. Just then, a voice cut in, saying he was only causing trouble. Turning, it was Christian's aunt, and he greeted her. She asked if this was the time for carefree garden strolls. She asked if he'd found a teacher yet. He asked if it was her, disappointed when she said no. She shocked him, saying it was someone else. He told Marie to go, saying he'd meet her at dinner. As they descended the stairs, Christian said he didn't know who the teacher was, but thanked his aunt for thinking of her nephew. She said not to thank her yet, explaining he'd experience it himself, and this teacher wasn't gentle. She added that none of her siblings could endure his training. She warned this chance was rare, so he mustn't disappoint him. Arriving, Christian was shocked, asking if the child before him was lost. Why would a 200 or 300-year-old person disguise themselves as a kid? Seeing the child, Christian patted its head, asking where its parents were. But the child's expression was more terrifying than he expected. At that moment, Christian realized what he'd done. His aunt told him to show respect and greet properly, as this was the clan leader's avatar. Observing Christian, the old man greeted him formally. Sensing the dark energy radiating from Christian, he was shocked to see he'd absorbed over 90%. He said Christian had achieved something remarkable, but should know it was a foolish decision, and Christian didn't disagree. The old man, in his role, said that with 80% sacred darkness, he'd faced taller walls than others. He shared that even their ancestor couldn't reach that level without a demon emperor's blessing. He couldn't imagine the walls Christian would face. Thus, he suggested converting some of Christian's dark energy into ether. He said with his talent, 80% dark energy was enough, and exceeding it was greed. Before he finished, Christian asked why the dark magic clan had weakened. The question startled his aunt until he spoke bluntly. He said that while they weren't as strong as the mysterious or immortal magic clans, called Heaven Above Heaven, they were still the weakest of the 12 noble clans. The old man asked if there was a reason for this. Christian said the dark magic clan had grown far beyond past generations' success, thanks to the clan leader's achievements. Yet other factions said the dark magic clan was no longer what it was. He said there was one reason. They lacked absolute-level individuals above 8.5-star strength. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. In the future, when the Demon King Slaughter attacked the Dark Magic clan, Noldian died, leaving only a few 7-star Demonkin and 10,000 soldiers to fight the Demon King. Ultimately, they were defeated and enslaved. That's why absolute-level figures above 8-star were critical. The clan leader was surely worried about this. The old man agreed, saying he understood but feared Christian would be crushed by pure dark energy and fail to grow. Christian asked if he was curious whether, With this power, he'd merely strengthen the clan or overcome trials to become a being of limitless strength, dominating all. The old man laughed, saying Christian had a way with words. He said he wouldn't regret it when dark energy gathered at his feet. In seconds, Christian was submerged in a pool of energy. Awakening, he found himself in a forest. A voice told him his first task was to inherit pure dark energy. Confused, Christian was told to survive. Behind him, a ravenous two-headed bear appeared. Sensing its presence, Christian thought, "I'm in serious trouble." Through an orb, the old man observed Christian. His aunt realized it was a test and asked why the clan leader threw a 2-star kid into a 4-star magic beast den. Hearing this, he summoned a stone lizard. His aunt apologized to her nephew, as her words made it harder. The old man said that as Christian fought to survive, he'd faced the true nature of pure dark energy. Understanding came fastest and deepest when pushed to the brink of death. He hoped Christian wouldn't be gravely injured. Sitting in his chair, he asked Marion if she was ready. She was, with a box full of candy. He devoured it, saying he didn't know why dark energy made him crave sweets. The crazy old man turned on a light, saying watching videos in the dark was best. He eagerly awaited his grandson's results. Christian faced the two-headed bear and stone lizard. One hit could kill him. The lizard spat venom, which Christian dodged, melting trees instantly. Still, this was just a training exercise. Christian called out to the clan leader, asking if he could hear. He said there was no way the leader gave a test without an answer. Since there wasn't one, Christian said to find it. He had to defeat beasts far stronger than him. His aunt thought, he just wants to see him get thrashed. Christian confidently said it'd be a piece of cake as he prepared to take them down in one strike. At that moment, the bear charged toward Christian. As its attack neared, Christian thought its speed and strength were overwhelming. Dodging, he told himself there had to be a way to defeat them. From the observation orb, the old man in disguise said Christian was truly talented, noting his distinct movements. But Marion said he was still just a child. They were stunned when Christian felled the bear, completely catching them off guard. Switching to Christian, he contacted them, and they asked how he defeated it so easily. Christian explained that the bear had high strength and defense, but low agility and magic resistance. Exploiting this, he injected dark energy into its heart at the perfect moment. Marion was shocked by the technique, but before she could finish, the red-haired man teleported in, saying Christian used dark suppression. He told the kid it was his favorite technique. Back to Christian, after downing the bear, he realized the lizard remained. It gave him no respite, attacking immediately. Christian dodged easily, but with 2 heads, the second spat venom, nearly catching him. The lizard had 3 hearts. Unless all 3 were destroyed simultaneously, it would regenerate. Christian tried another approach, using dark energy like ropes to bind the lizard, locking its movements, then striking with immense force. The beast was destroyed as all 3 cores shattered. The red-haired man said Christian used an applied version of dark destruction. The old man in disguise said he couldn't see clearly, telling the red-haired man to move. He snapped, asking Marion if she taught Christian, but she denied it, saying she knew nothing. He said it wasn't something learnable, but the red-haired man countered that if so, there was no need to learn dark magic. The clan leader fell silent. After Christian finished, he was transported back to reality. With a fox-like grin, he said it took much thought, but it was a great lesson, thanking the clan leader. As Marion and the red-haired man stayed quiet, Christian said that thanks to Duke Baron, he self-taught dark magic applications. Christian said arrogance was unacceptable, but he'd begin comprehensive dark magic training. He told the jerks to leave, and they obeyed. As they left, Marion worried this child might be too harsh on Christian. The old man asked what Christian thought of dark magic before his first magic transmission. Christian bluntly said it was to overpower foes with perfect dark energy. The old man asked what he meant by perfect dark energy. Christian grew anxious, lacking an answer. The old man told him to watch closely as he opened a lock. The next second, the place shook. He said this was the origin of all darkness, enveloped by dark energy. If Christian descended the deep stairs, 12 abysses awaited, and he'd have to devour the Lord of Darkness. Before him, energy gathered, forming a dagger of pure energy. The old man swung the dagger, and Christian felt the strike symbolized death, a single blow that could kill him. The space behind him shattered, and he struggled to breathe, feeling the blade clearly slice his throat. The old man explained it was a sword of intent, cutting only what it desired. As the sword vanished, he prepared to leave, saying he'd give Christian 1 month to sharpen the black sword he just saw. He left without explaining how, leaving Christian bewildered. Early in the morning, Christian jogged around the training grounds, then continued with one-handed push-ups. Due to the grueling training, Christian was drenched in sweat and removed his shirt. His back looked much more toned, but that was just a dream, as Christian was still as skinny as a Barbie doll. Afterward, he meditated, telling himself he had to get back to training. Pure dark energy gathered around his hand, forming a dagger, but it failed miserably. Christian was dissatisfied, having lost count of his failures. Even when he managed to summon it, it lasted only 10 seconds at most. Moreover, it was nothing compared to the clan leader's black sword. That sword was more powerful and primal. The leader had said, "Descend the deep stairs, where 12 abysses await you. Seek wisdom like a raven, embrace and praise it." Christian thought the incantation must hold a secret. A month later, Marion and the disguised old man arrived. He said Christian must have failed enough to realize his limits by now. He asked Marion if she was worried for him. Marion said there had to be a faster way, as only 2 months remained until the succession test. The disguised old man said that with the purity of Christian's absorbed dark energy, rapid growth was impossible. Forcing progress would only lead to hitting a massive wall. Thus, building a solid foundation was better. Upon arriving, facing Christian, he was utterly shocked to see him summon the dagger. Christian said it was about time he showed up. They were stunned, and Christian thanked the clan leader, saying that thanks to him, he reached 3-star rank faster than expected. Before he finished, the sword vanished. Christian said, as they saw, pretending was the best he could do for now. It took him a week to summon the black sword, but it felt like an empty shell. The mysterious incantation about the 12 abysses meant the black sword had to embody all attributes of magical energy. Hearing this, the old man was stunned, as it was the true black sword. Not only did Christian exceed expectations, but he also grasped the task's full meaning. According to the clan leader, it typically took a year to summon a basic black sword, and a lifetime wasn't enough to understand the 12 types of magical energy and awaken the true black sword. Yet Christian did it in less than a month. He could truly be the only hope at the end of the cursed demonic path. The stoic man smiled, telling Christian to prepare, as from tomorrow, his lessons would be far from easy. Instead of worrying, Christian confidently said it was fine and trusted the clan leader. Having cleared the first hurdle, Christian made a mischievous face, thinking of raising a toast. He went to the wine cellar, dancing wildly. He thought he deserved a break, drinking expensive wine he never dared dream of before. He figured he'd better drink fast before Marie came to take it away. Someone called Christian. Turning, he saw a beautiful face, saying he was drinking in broad daylight, as usual. Christian wondered who this 3-star demon was. Based on her eyes, she wasn't from the Dark Clan. With a serious expression, he asked if she knew him. Hearing this, she was shocked, and her servant was equally surprised. She asked what he meant, then erupted in fury, slapping him with magical force. Christian fell, and her servant told her to ignore him, saying there was no need to bother with trash like Christian. As she turned away, the old man from the test appeared, holding a wine bottle. Christian, angry, said she was rude and asked who she was. The old man said she was Princess Marissa of the Poison Clan. Hearing this, Christian froze, as she might be his fiancée, or rather, his former fiancée. Christian was in big trouble after this, as he might have caused a problem. Shifting to Marissa, as she stormed through the corridor, her anger was clear on her face. In a flashback, 8-year-old Marissa played with ants. She thought to herself that everyone only talked to her brother, so she didn't understand why her father brought her to the Dark Clan. While Marissa focused on the ants, busybodies whispered that she was an illegitimate child. They said they didn't know if Duke Baron had lost his mind, as his son was useless, so they thought he wanted to marry off his daughter to secure a son-in-law. Sensing a presence, Marissa looked up to see Christian. He asked what a kid was doing alone here. Seeing Christian for the first time, Marissa was captivated. Our Christian was quite handsome, it seemed. Marissa said she wasn't a kid, but Marissa. Hearing this, Christian called her name, then introduced himself. Marissa realized he was Count Kaz's son. Christian told her not to mind the adult's words, advising her to get back at them when she grew up. At first, Marissa was surprised. Then she declared she'd become the strongest demon, crushing those who looked down on her. This made Christian a bit embarrassed at first, blushing as he said she had ambition. Marissa was shocked to see the spirit of a true dark clan demonkin. Christian stood, saying if she aimed to be the strongest, he should side with her. He extended his hand, calling her the future strongest demoness, asking if she'd grant him the honor of touring the dark clan manor with her. Hearing this, Marissa's face turned bright red. Back in the present, Marissa tried to forget it, saying it was all in the past. Though their engagement was arranged for peace between the clans, the dreamy future Marissa once imagined, which kept her awake, had vanished. That version of Marissa was gone, as rumors of Christian's bad behavior reached her, making her cry. A second later, Marissa arrived at the clan leader's office. Duke Baron greeted her and asked her purpose. Marissa said he must know a sacred relic had appeared in the neutral zone between their clans. Duke Baron asked what the Poison Clan planned, as they'd taken the last relic. He asked if Marissa would yield this time, but she said no. She asked if he'd do the same in her position. With some courtesy, Duke Baron said she wanted a fair competition. Marissa proposed each clan send a team, and whoever found the relic first would keep it. But teams would be limited to 10 demonkin of 3-star rank or below to avoid direct conflict. Cleverly, she said heavy losses would only benefit enemies, especially with the unrest in the Four Kings domain. Duke Baron tapped the table, agreeing to the terms. Marissa, being sharp, wondered why he accepted so easily. He added a condition. If the Poison Clan broke the agreement, the Dark Clan would claim not only this relic but the previous one too. Marissa demanded an explanation, and Duke Baron spoke of using tricks or ambushes, as traps and ambushes were Marissa's forte. With a serious look, Marissa said that wouldn't happen and accepted the additional condition. Duke Baron asked if she'd personally lead the Poison Clan's expedition team. Marissa confirmed it was her plan. Duke Baron said he looked forward to seeing the power of the famed myriad poisons. Marissa bid him farewell, saying she'd await the Dark Clan's team on Expedition Day. As she left, Duke Baron stayed silent for a few seconds, then stood, staring at a chessboard. Marissa had taken the Black King, toppling the White Queen. As the Black King stood tall, the gaunt Duke Baron said that with Marissa, a magnificent stage full of screams had already been set. 2 months passed, and the seasons changed. While Christian poured his effort into training, others began altering their paths. Some clashed over past loves, while those who lost in competition were left behind. Meanwhile, the envious sharpened their blades, and others acted for the approaching future. As a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, others moved for that future. Christian faced the useless Duke Baron, tasked with proving his worth. Seizing the chance, Christian summoned the Black Sword. Seeing this, his brother's face darkened. Noting their expressions, Christian thought it was a priceless moment. The disguised old man had warned Christian not to show the true Black Sword, lest he assign a harder task. He told Christian not to act arrogant just for being a genius. Now, Christian smirked inwardly, thinking he'd restrained himself as advised today, but looked forward to their shocked faces later. Duke Baron said he'd acknowledge Christian's achievement and assigned the second test. They were sending Demonkin to retrieve a sacred relic in the neutral zone. Since the Poison Clan was also involved, if Christian succeeded, Duke Baron would recognize him as heir. Christian was surprised, as it sounded too easy. He asked if he'd go alone. Duke Baron said Christian would join a team led by Second Princess Julian. Arrogantly, Duke Baron said this was an opportunity beyond Christian's station, so he should consider it an honor. Christian seriously said he'd obey. As he left, Christian's brother asked their father if he worried Christian would achieve more. Duke Baron stopped him, saying not to worry, everything was going to plan. He told him to be ready when the time came. Outside, Christian thought he'd guessed they'd send him on a life-threatening mission, but he had a bad feeling. Recalling Duke Baron's words, Christian wondered what happened to Lion in the original timeline. Initially, the chosen heir this time wasn't Christian but Lion, yet Christian never heard of Lion in the Great War. In the past, the Fox Girl forced Christian to pet her constantly. If he stopped, she'd say nothing, so he had to comply. She told him about the demon charm incident, a relic conflict between the Dark and Poison clans, little known to others. Though the Dark clan's team was wiped out in the relic expedition, the Poison clan suffered losses too. Both sides kept silent. Crucially, this event sowed disaster's seeds. She said Noldian died at Marquis Random's hands. Without that, the Demon King's slaughter wouldn't have conquered the Dark clan so easily. The Demon Charm incident hastened the destruction era. The Dark clan's team was annihilated, meaning instead of Lion, Christian was now on the death list. But with no evidence, acting was too risky. Currently only 3-star, Christian couldn't do much, so he needed to prepare and head out. Julian told him to wait, asking where he was going with that attitude. Christian asked why Julian cared where he went. She said she heard he was joining the expedition team, replacing Lion. She wasn't pleased, but Christian said he didn't need to do anything yet. Julian insulted him, calling him a fool who couldn't do anything immediately. Hearing insults about his brother, Julian threw a dagger at lightning speed. Christian clearly saw its movement. With grace, he dodged without blinking. Seeing his fluid motion, Julian was shocked. Christian said that was enough of a greeting. He said they didn't like each other, so staying apart was best. Not letting Julian speak, Christian said he had things to do. As she retrieved her dagger, Julian fumed because Christian tracked its movement with his eyes but didn't dodge. He deliberately let her know. Julian thought Christian might be more dangerous than she imagined. Julian thought that since Christian had nothing to do, he was wandering the city. Christian grabbed a mug of beer and downed it instantly. But before he could finish, the tavern keeper yanked the mug from his mouth. Then, Christian went to a gambling table and won a ton of money. This broke guy ran around with a pile of meat skewers, making a kid nearby feel exasperated. Christian said it had been ages since he could relax, and now he could live a lazy life. While devouring the meat, Christian thought the shop he was looking for must be nearby. But first, he needed tea to shake off the pests tailing him. He found it annoying since they looked like people sent by that jerk. Suddenly, a mysterious figure grabbed Christian, telling him to stay quiet. Looking, he saw a stunningly beautiful girl. Christian asked who she was, but instead of answering, she said someone was watching her, though her people had dealt with them. Christian wondered how that was supposed to reassure him when she gagged and dragged him here. He asked again who she was, and she mentioned something about the Four Kings. Hearing this, Christian was shocked. She said she was trying to stop unrest from spreading in the kingdom. They should move elsewhere, and she asked if Christian wanted to join her. Christian paused, then told her to lead the way. As they ventured deeper into the alleys, Christian asked how far they'd go. She continued, saying demons in the king's kingdom were vanishing without a trace, and even safe city areas were gradually being destroyed. Christian must know the kingdom was torn by conflict among 3 clans in a power-dominated place, with the clan leader caring little for ordinary demons' lives. Thus, she concluded that purging criminal forces required help from multiple clans. But she couldn't expect aid without offering something. She'd provide information to calm the storm in the Dark Clan. She said Marquis Ranham was colluding with a senior Poison Clan member, aiming to assassinate Princess Marissa of the Poison Clan. Hearing this, Christian was shocked and worried, as not only was he targeted, but Marissa too. He didn't understand why they'd do this. If both clans lost key figures, the kingdom's troublemakers would grow bolder. Ultimately, the balance among the 12 demon clans would collapse, leading to a greater tragedy. So, she wanted Christian's help preparing for this expedition. Revealing a passionate face, she said she hoped he'd become the Dark Clan's heir and confront those threatening peace. Christian was puzzled, as she even knew about the Relic expedition, and he praised their intelligence network. With a stern face, Christian asked why he should trust her without proof. If she wanted cooperation, she had to offer something. She froze briefly, but Christian deliberately told her to get lost if she had no guarantee. She told him to wait and pulled something from her cloak. Seeing it, Christian was so shocked he fell silent. As he bid her farewell, she turned away, and a figure emerged from Christian's shadow. She asked it why she couldn't reveal her true identity to Christian. A demonic shape said it was for her safety, as if Christian faced danger and leaked her info, things would worsen. As she began transforming, she said she'd observe from the sidelines for now. She called herself Adrin. Back to Christian, he walked normally, then burst into wild laughter because she'd given him a VIP card, the very thing he sought. The dark auction house. a secret venue for trading relics and rare creatures. Only verified nobles or wealthy buyers got entry cards. Before, no one in his hero group had one, making access tough. The card bore the name Ria de Wolfman, one Christian hadn't heard. He recalled the encounter but felt it was too early to trust her. So, he decided to prepare more for the expedition. Christian told a man he wanted to send a carrier pigeon. The man told him to write the message and send it. Christian wrote something we couldn't read, and a cute owl flew off as he watched. He muttered that it was done. Now he had to visit some guy about his Barbie outfit. After a long journey, Christian arrived at a lavish place where crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars, their light reflecting on polished marble floors. The air exuded nobility, making his heart race with awe and curiosity. As he paused before a massive gate, a tall man in a sleek black suit stepped forward to block him. Scanning Christian from head to toe, the man sneered. Well, kid, this isn't your place. Scram. Christian, his face hidden behind a mysterious mask, didn't flinch. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a gleaming VIP card under the light, his voice cold but confident. How about this? The card shone like a declaration of power. The man's face paled, eyes widening in shock, stammering. This is his earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by fear and awkwardness. In an instant, his attitude flipped completely. Bowing low, his voice trembled but tried to sound respectful. My deepest apologies, sir. You're a VIP. Please come inside. Christian smirked slightly, nodding in satisfaction, his piercing gaze as if seeing through the man's soul. Good, he replied curtly, striding past the gate with a relaxed air. Inside, a magnificent scene unfolded like a legendary palace. Intricately carved walls, flowing crimson velvet curtains, and the air filled with the scent of aristocratic flowers. Guests in extravagant attire, looking like nobles, chatted lively, their eyes gleaming with confidence and power. Christian scanned the room, mentally assessing every detail of this opulent space. Suddenly, a staff member approached, eyes cautious but polite. Greetings, sir, he bowed, voice slightly hesitant. Are you Ria de Wolfman? Christian, still masked, gave a mysterious smile. He raised the VIP card, nodding. Exactly. Today, I'm Ria de Wolfman. Is there a problem? The staff member frowned briefly, his gaze sweeping over Christian as if searching for something off. In his mind, he thought, that's clearly a man's voice, yet. But outwardly, he maintained a professional smile. Oh, no, not at all. Christian cut him off, his voice sharp. Then can you take me to the branch leader? The staff member jolted, stammering. Why, yes, sir. Christian raised an eyebrow, his tone dropping with authority. Didn't hear me? Take me to the branch leader. Now, not daring to delay, the staff member hurriedly led Christian to a private room. The room was just as lavish, with exquisitely crafted furniture, from an ebony carved table to crimson velvet chairs. Christian surveyed it, muttering to himself, as expected of the famed Rudolph Trading Company. Everything's top tier. The Rudolph Trading Company, one of the greatest powers, rivaling the Deer Trading Company of the Alliance, dominated not only legal trade, but also the black market, controlling nearly the entire distribution network of the Magic Empire. If Rudolph doesn't have it, no one does, Christian thought, a confident smirk curling his lips. Minutes later, the door swung open. A woman entered, exuding authority yet undeniable allure. Her long, glossy hair and sharp eyes seemed to pierce through all secrets. She walked straight to Christian, her voice soft but commanding. Apologies for keeping you waiting. I'm Rubid, head of this branch and leader of the Rudolph Trading Company. She sat opposite, her gaze probing. What business do you have with me? Christian leisurely removed his mask, revealing his true face. He got straight to the point, his voice calm but icy. Bring Luna here. Rubid froze, repeating, what? Christian smirked, his eyes glinting with mockery. Don't know Luina? She replied, trying to stay composed. Oh, I know her. The Deer Trading Company's leader, right? But even we can't just bring the Alliance's trading leader here. Hearing this, Christian raised an eyebrow, his mocking smile growing. Oh, really? But she's already here. Rubid stiffened, her eyes betraying panic. I don't know what you mean, she stammered, her hands clenching slightly. Christian stared into her eyes, his voice low and mysterious. Must be thanks to materialism's power, huh? Nice disguise. Rubid's body trembled, her teeth grinding, unable to speak. Christian continued, his tone light but sharp. Anyway, we'll meet often. Drop the cat and mouse game. Instantly, a blinding light erupted from Rubid. She slowly removed her mask, revealing a face both beautiful and proud. Looking at Christian, her voice trembled but held firm. How did you know? Christian only smiled mysteriously, not answering. In his mind, he recalled his past life, when she'd tricked him countless times. Of course, I paid her back 100-fold later, he thought, his eyes flashing with mischief. He spoke, his voice low and teasing. Your disguise, Rudolph's trading leader using cheap materialist tricks? It doesn't even work well with equipment. Rubid looked at the mask in her hand, muttering. How could this be? Christian grinned triumphantly, covering his mouth as if teasing. Oh, maybe your face is too big to cover properly. She fumed, pouting. No way that's true. Quickly regaining composure, her sharp eyes fixed on Christian. And you're not the real Rhea de Wolfman either. Word is your name's been buzzing in the Magic Empire, all dressed up fancy. Now you're sneaking around here, probably haven't done much, huh? Using someone else's name to get in. I could kick you out right now. Christian sighed lightly, pointing straight at her, his voice brimming with challenge. Threatening who? Want me to spread rumors that the Alliance is illegally trading in the Magic Empire? His words cut like a sharp blade. Rubid trembled with anger, her lips pressed tight. She turned, her voice shaking. What do you want from me? Christian just smiled, not answering immediately. A while later, he left the trading company, adorned with glittering gold, silver, jewels, silks, and a bag heavy with valuable items. He walked with a smug air, his heart brimming with delight. Recalling Rubid's furious, purple-faced moment, Christian muttered, Nice. This is just enough capital borrowed. In the room, Rubid had shouted, Borrowed? This is outright blackmail. Christian had laughed loudly, replying, All to prevent the apocalypse. Be grateful. Still, he knew these riches were only enough to fend off a few deadly moves his enemies were secretly preparing. Back at the camp, Christian was spotted by Jupian the moment he arrived. The man turned, voice annoyed. Hey, you, where have you been wandering? We march in 2 days. Go train already. Christian, still basking in his small victory, lazily scratched his chin, replying, Why train? Just got back from fun, and I'm beat. Like Royne, I'm useless anyway. What's the point of training? Waving his hand, he turned to leave, muttering, You guys keep training hard. Jupian ground his teeth, fuming, That damn jerk. But he stayed calm, sighing. Fine, let him be. He's not worth the chance. Let him fend for himself. If he can't achieve anything, it's his loss. I don't get why he acts so stupid. The next morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating a small but cozy kitchen. The faint scent of herbs mingled with the aroma of burning wood in the fireplace, creating a serene yet mysterious atmosphere. Christian stood before an old wooden table, his deep blue eyes scanning a neatly arranged pile of herbs. Across from him, Rubid, or rather, Luina in disguise, stood with arms crossed, her sharp gaze barely concealing the worry creeping within. Christian raised an eyebrow, a confident smile curling his lips. He picked up a glossy green leaf, examining it under the light, his fingers brushing it, as if appraising a treasure. Well done, he said, his voice warm but authoritative, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. Rubid frowned, curiosity mixed with suspicion. She stepped closer, her voice low but sharp. What are you planning with all this? Christian didn't look up, merely shrugging, his tone casual. None of your business. Anything else? Without waiting for a reply, Rubid huffed, stepping to the table's edge. She placed an old leather suitcase on the wood, the iron clasp clicking sharply as she opened it. Inside were bizarre items. A golden toad shimmering with a metallic glow, a folded umbrella with strange patterns, and other objects that seemed straight out of a myth. Christian's eyes flicked over them, a mix of surprise and mockery in his gaze. He muttered, voice full of wry amusement. What a crude collection. Guess I don't get to be picky anymore. Rubid's eyes flashed with irritation. She turned to the door, her voice cold but tinged with tension. I don't know what you're scheming. But this means my identity stays secret, right? Christian looked up, nodding slightly, his mysterious smile lingering. Of course. See you around. She paused, turning back, her lips pressed tight, eyes blazing with anger. I don't want to see you ever again, she snapped, her voice echoing in the quiet kitchen before she vanished through the door. Christian stood there, watching her retreating figure, muttering, Luina, or should I say Rubid now? The war's coming soon. His voice grew heavy, carrying a dark premonition of the storm ahead. Suddenly, Rubid returned, her eyes darkening, brows furrowing as if his words had touched a deep fear. You, he continued, you, who moves between the Alliance and the Dark Empire, must know how unstable the continent is right now. If war breaks out, all routes will be sealed. I'd have to cut ties with the Alliance or the Empire, and my profits would be halved. You get that, right? Christian smirked, his gaze sharp as a blade. Think I don't know? Given the recent rumors from Dominion, war isn't far-fetched. Rubid's lips tightened, her eyes turning grave. In her hand was a crumpled report detailing the latest from the Territorial Guild. Kingdom in turmoil, civil war spreading. Scout units sent to probe Alliance forces. Dark Empire's smuggling rights at risk, countermeasures needed. She thought, heart heavy. Lately, Dominion's atmosphere is truly off. Many clans are pushing for war with the Alliance. After a moment of silence, she looked up at Christian, her voice laced with doubt. Why tell me this? Are you expecting a mere merchant like me to stop a war? Christian laughed, a radiant but enigmatic smile. Of course not, he replied, his eyes gleaming as if seeing the future. But you could sponsor me. I'll make a war-free future reality. Rubid froze, eyes widening. You can do that? How? Christian stepped closer, his voice low but compelling. You know, for Dominion to wage war, they must pass through the southern demon kingdom, where the Dark Clan resides. If I become heir and prepare for war, we can avoid the worst outcome. It's also your only chance to keep your profits intact. He paused, extending his hand, his gaze resolute. Are you in? Rubid pondered, her eyes scanning Christian's face. She thought, his eyes aren't those of a liar. Investing in him might be worth a shot. After a brief hesitation, she took his hand, her voice firm. Fine, I'm in. But if you betray my trust even once, I'll. Christian smiled, cutting her off. Relax, I'm not a two-faced guy. Inwardly, he thought. Besides, I've got plenty of reasons to use you. He waved, his tone overly sweet. Take care, you greedy little crook. Rubid gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with fury, but only huffed coldly before turning away. That afternoon, Christian sat in a corner of a room, sweat dripping down his forehead. Before him was a stone mortar and a rock-hard clump of herbs. He pounded with a pestle, each strike echoing sharply. Wiping his sweat, he sighed wearily. If even a high-ranking Dark Clan member is involved, I'd better prepare antidotes. He glanced at the herb pile, muttering, It's been a while since I brewed anything. Hope my skills haven't rusted. Memories flooded back like a torrent. Months ago, at the Medical Clans Guild, Ella's sharp voice, the white-haired girl, still echoed. Fan harder, you starving or what? Ella, the 26th child of the Medical Clan, stood behind him, her voice commanding. Didn't I tell you? Some herbs only work when boiled over high heat. Christian, drenched in sweat, fanned while grumbling. Slow down, the pot's hot enough. Lie down already. In his mind, he recalled first meeting Ella on the battlefield during the First Great War. Though young, she was forced to fight, carrying the pain of her clan massacred by the blood-dripping Demon King. The Medical Clan, the Alliance's top healers, became a thorn in the Demon King's side, and Ella was the sole survivor. Ella looked at Christian, her eyes curious yet wary. No matter how I look at you, you're strange. With just a few explanations, you recreated our clan's elixir. Why haven't I seen you before? Christian replied, voice mocking. The Medical Clan calls that genius? Even your leader's so frail and sickly. Ella choked, coughing blood, her hands clenching. She roared, insolent. I survived the Demon King's wrath because of my medicine. Her voice dropped, heavy with pain. I can't just lie here. In that hellish world, the tormented never stop suffering. It's tragic that the Medical Clan's legacy ends here. Christian looked at her, his eyes softening with pity. He said, Nothing's more useless than clinging to the past. Focus on recovering. Ella glanced at the ancient books beside her, her voice weak. The book recording our clan's secret arts barely survived the war. Please take it. She coughed violently, blood staining her sleeve. Christian hurried over, saying softly, "Talk less, rest." Ella grabbed his hand, her eyes resolute. "I have a request. Save those suffering in my place. If you do, I'll find peace. Will you accept?" Christian paused for a few seconds, then gently, "From now on, can I call you master?" Ella smiled, tears welling. "Someone like me isn't fit to be a teacher, let alone a master. But I chose the right disciple." After studying, Christian became an exceptional healer, called the Battlefield Saint. Looking at the pill in his hand, he muttered, "Master, you're probably living peacefully somewhere now. But in this life, I'll still keep my promise." At Christian's family manor, a messenger bird circled the clear blue sky, carrying Christian's letter. In the lavish parlor, a servant bowed, reporting, "Sir, the young master sent a letter." Count Khazar, Christian's father, lit up with joy. He stepped forward, laughing heartily. "Finally, some news." Holding the letter, he muttered, "According to Marion, the kid safely obtained the heart seal. Just like me in my youth." Looking at the scrawled words, he frowned. "What's he writing here?" He turned to the servant, smiling. "Looks like I need to prepare a few things for my son." Seen at the Biskin Mountains. The next day, a hazy dawn stretched across the Biskin Mountains, where the boundary between the Dark Clan and the Poison Clan blended into a cold, perilous atmosphere. Towering stone peaks, shrouded in mist, seemed to conceal ancient secrets. Jupian's expedition team gathered in a clearing, tension thick in the air. Jupian, stern and imposing, stood before the group, her voice sharp. "No one acts alone. Move in groups, at least two." Her subordinates responded in unison, their voices resolute. "Understood, sir." Jupian turned to Christian, her gaze strict. "You." But before she could finish, Christian raised a hand, cutting her off, his eyes glinting with defiance. "I'll go alone," he said, his tone calm but brimming with arrogance. Jupian flinched, her brows furrowing tightly. "What?" she growled, her eyes flashing with irritation. Christian shrugged, a mocking smile curling his lips. "It's easier alone. With your turtle-like pace, when will we ever explore this area? The poison's likely been dealt with, but if we dawdle, they'll beat us to it." Jupian's face darkened, her hands clenching, her voice low with warning. "This area has level 4 monsters and above. If you get in trouble, don't expect us to save you." Christian smirked, his eyes lazy yet tinged with boredom. "Don't burden me further," he replied, then casually pulled a small glass vial from his pocket, containing a few shimmering green pills. He held it up, his voice steady. "This is a specialized antidote for the Poison Clan. Take it." Jupian scoffed, her eyes skeptical. "I've taken medicine already. I don't need it," she said brusquely. Christian ignored her, opening the vial and pouring 2 pills into his palm. "This works better than your cheap stuff. Take it, even if you think I'm bluffing." He popped 2 pills into his mouth, his eyes flashing with mischief. "Your call." Jupian gritted her teeth, anger flaring in her eyes. But before she could retort, a sharp voice rang out from afar. "Oh my, internal conflict already?" Marissa, exuding elegance, approached with another figure. Her hair gleamed in the sunlight, her eyes mischievous as they swept over Jupian. "You're too slow," Jupian said coldly, her voice laced with reproach. Marissa shrugged, a half-smile brimming with challenge. "I'm on time. You're just impatient. Should I praise you for not cheating and scouting ahead?" Jupian growled, her eyes sharp as knives. "No traps or ambushes during the expedition." "Got it." Marissa smirked, her tone mocking. "Such a cranky tone. We're rivals. Want me to play nice?" She stepped closer, leaning toward Jupian, her voice dropping provocatively. "No need for that." Jupian turned, her voice commanding. "Dark Clan, move out." Marissa turned too, waving her hand. "Start the expedition. Those who've checked their communicators, proceed." Her subordinates shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." Christian, standing aside, muttered, "I'll go ahead then." Without waiting for a reaction, he turned and strode into the dense forest, leaving Jupian frozen for a moment. She muttered to herself, eyes blazing with anger. He ditched the communicator. What the hell is he thinking? In the Biscan forest, Christian moved through the forest, his steps swift yet cautious. Ancient trees blocked the light, casting a gloomy atmosphere where the wind's howl sounded like death's whisper. Suddenly, a pack of monstrous monkeys burst from the bushes, screeching loudly. With practiced skill, Christian dispatched them, his blade flashing in the dark. He muttered, "In my past life, I roamed the demon realm until my souls wore out. I can tell monster zones with my eyes closed. To find a level 4 beast, I need to go deeper." As he walked, he recalled Jupian's words, "Don't expect rescue if you're in danger." He chuckled, shaking his head. Is she worried about me? No way. She looks like she wouldn't bleed even if stabbed. He frowned, his eyes flashing with alertness. Still, Count Langham's scheme must have started. No assassins around yet. First, I need to find the relic. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Marissa, her hair shimmering and eyes sharp, stepped out from the bushes. Their gazes met, and the air seemed to freeze. An awkward silence enveloped them. Christian thought, didn't expect to stumble into Poison Clan territory. He waved, his voice light. Must have taken a wrong turn. I'll head another way. Marissa nodded slightly, her eyes tinged with unease. Be careful, she said softly, her tone meaningful. Christian pressed deeper into the forest, his heart full of vigilance. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes flashing as if realizing something. Their target is to harm Marissa. Who in the Poison Clan has the clout to sacrifice a princess? He turned, calling out, "Hey, Marissa, I've got a question." She started, turning back, her eyes curious. "What is it?" Without thinking, Christian blurted, "You're a bat, right? Does your clan hate you for it?" The air froze. Marissa stood stunned, her eyes widening, her face flushing with rage. "You absolute jerk," she shouted, lips pursed, eyes blazing with fury. Christian raised his hands, his voice apologetic. "Not what I meant. I misspoke. Back then, I was less than human in their eyes. Sorry if I was rude." But before he could finish, a streak of emerald energy shot past his head, embedding into a tree behind him, leaving a deep hole. Christian paled, sweat beading on his forehead. Marissa stepped forward, eyes burning, her voice icy. "Apologize properly now." Christian froze, thinking, she's this mad. It's not just a family feud. To find the real motive, I need the mastermind. But first, she's in danger. He took a deep breath, breaking the tension. "Hey, you're breaking the rules, you know?" Marissa flinched, her voice trembling. "What did you say?" Christian pointed at the damaged tree, his tone calm. "Look at this tree. You attacked first, meaning the Poison Clan broke the rules. The Dark Clan gets the relic. Am I wrong?" Marissa huffed, pulling 3 colorful glass vials from her pocket, her eyes sharp. "For insulting my clan and the humiliation of a broken engagement, this is self-defense." With that, she flung the vials at Christian. Boom. The vials exploded, creating a vibrant cloud of toxic smoke. Christian coughed violently, his face paling, strange runes appearing on his body. Clutching his chest, he collapsed in pain. Marissa approached, her voice cold. "This is blue simo flower. One snap of my fingers, and the poison will erupt through your body. Apologize." She raised 3 more vials, her eyes merciless. "Kneel and beg for your life." Christian, in the toxic haze, stammered, "Come on." But she didn't let him finish, throwing 3 more vials, thickening the poisonous cloud. Christian was nearly immobile, his body trembling. But suddenly, from the smoke, his hands shot out, gripping Marissa's wrists. He stood, facing her, his eyes gleaming with strange resolve. Time seemed to stop, a magical romantic tension hanging between life and death. His voice was warm, tinged with defiance. "I'm afraid I can't do that." At this moment, Christian's entire body glowed with radiant flowers emitting a sparkling light, mesmerizing yet laced with deadly danger. The light was both a warning and a lure, beautiful yet terrifying, making anyone who saw it shudder. He slowly stepped closer to the girl, his voice low and suggestive. "They don't call you Little Poison for nothing." His eyes glinted with mischief. "I heard this poison is so agonizing it can kill if not countered. Is that true?" The girl blushed briefly, a flicker of shyness passing through her clear eyes, but she quickly shook off Christian's grip, her voice resolute. "No way. I'm the only one with the antidote for this poison. Her lips pressed tight, her gaze sharp as if daring him. Christian smirked, a confident smile spreading across his face. He tilted his head, his tone arrogant. Ever heard of the medical clan? I took inspiration from them and made this. He held up a small vial, its contents shimmering under the light. Let's call it a multi-toxin antidote. What do you think? Hearing his bizarre words, the girl frowned, her delicate brows knitting tightly, her eyes full of doubt. What the hell are you talking about? But before she could react further, Christian swiftly struck her neck. The blow was lightning fast, leaving her stunned, her eyes wide for a moment before she collapsed, unconscious in his arms. Looking at the beautiful girl resting in his embrace, Christian whispered, his voice warm yet resolute, "Rest for now. I'll definitely save you." He gently propped her against an ancient tree, his skilled hands binding her with rope, his gaze never leaving her serene face. She looked like a fairy in a dream, breathtakingly beautiful, but Christian didn't let emotions sway his resolve. He pulled a small orb from his pocket, muttering, "It's time." His fingers glided over the orb's surface, and instantly, a holographic map appeared, its faint glow illuminating the dark forest. He pinpointed his location, his sharp eyes scanning every detail on the map. Suddenly, from one side, the girl's guards received a signal. A green-haired man frowned, muttering, "A message from Lady Marissa? Scout the cliff." Another, skeptical, replied, "Why the sudden change in plans?" But a triumphant grin spread across the green-haired man's face. He clenched his fist, voice brimming with excitement. "Heh, now we don't have to hide from those poison clan bastards." Christian, concealed in the shadows, heard every word. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Now I can focus on finding the relic." Scene shift, deep in the forest. Christian darted through the trees, his body light as a phantom, moving so fast he left only a breeze in his wake. As he moved, he muttered, his voice low and haunting, "Sacred relics, imbued with power by demons or constellations, hidden for centuries or dropped from the heavens as a test for lowly creatures below. Go ahead and try using them." He recalled Rena, the talkative shadow, saying, "Relics were once ignored due to their unstable power, until Marquis Langham studied them for 2 years to unlock their use. And that's why Lord Norgaza died." Christian murmured, "Nordian must not die, at least to delay this world's destruction." Suddenly, he stopped, his sharp eyes spotting a leaf with a missing chunk, as if bitten. He crouched, examining strange footprints on the ground. His heart sank, his voice low with caution. Footprints. In this demonic land where no one should survive, a relic can't sprout legs and walk. Someone got here first. Christian activated his stealth skill, his body blending into the surroundings, invisible as a specter. He ventured deeper into the forest, where a group was noisily debating. One spoke, voice impatient. "The Dark Clan hasn't shown up yet?" Another replied, "Not yet, sir." A young man in the center, voice cold. "How long must we wait?" Those sluggish worms. Christian, hidden in the shadows, observed each one. His eyes flashed as he sensed their energy. Poison Clan. One's 4-star, the woman's about 5-star. But the other guy, his aura's dark, his energy core unclear. Who is he? Suddenly, a masked man spoke, voice dripping with contempt. "Marissa, that girl's the root of all trouble. I wouldn't care if she just died." Christian narrowed his eyes, thinking, the way he talks, he's likely a direct heir of the Poison Clan. So it's all a power struggle. A white-robed man nodded, voice low. "Either way, this will wipe out the rest." Christian pondered, his gaze icy. "So they're after the relic. But what kind is it?" "Doesn't matter. That's Langham's problem after dealing with Marissa," the masked man ordered. "Find where those bastards are." 2 guards nodded and left. Only the purple-haired man remained. Christian muttered, "Just the dumbest one left. He's about 4-star. I could take him head-on, but that'd be too noisy. I need to steal the relic quietly." Just then, a troop of monkeys screeched from above, catching Christian's attention. He looked up, a confident smile curling his lips. "Oh, I've got a plan now." As the purple-haired man yawned in boredom, something fell from a tree, hitting his head. He flinched, looking up, shouting angrily, "What the hell? You damn pests, throwing trash." The monkeys, oblivious, screeched joyfully as he raged. The purple-haired man roared, "You bastards dare mock me? I won't let you off." Christian, hidden behind a tree, chuckled softly, signaling the monkeys to leave. The purple-haired man, furious, chased them, yelling, "Get down here." Once he was out of sight, Christian dropped his stealth, approaching a box on the ground. He muttered, "Time to have some fun." He took out a summoning stone, wearing it around his neck. The stone glowed with a mystical purple light, opening a subspace. Christian rummaged inside, pulling out a box identical to the relic's container. "I spruced up Rena's old box to look brand new," he thought, eyes gleaming with mischief. He executed a bait-and switch, placing the fake box in the original spot, chuckling smugly. What they're about to chase is just a fake. After finishing, Christian opened the real box, his gaze intent. Seeing the item inside, his face froze in shock. He exclaimed, voice full of awe, Isn't this the dusk necklace?" Scene shift, Marissa's location. Marissa slowly woke, her eyes fluttering open as faint sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating her face. Suddenly, her body jolted as she realized she was tightly bound to an ancient tree, ropes digging into her wrists. Fury surged in her chest, and she shouted, voice brimming with rage, "What the hell is this?" Memories flooded back. Christian leaning close, his low voice echoing in her ears. "They don't call you Little Poison for nothing." Recalling that moment, her eyes shimmered with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She gritted her teeth, yelling, "Coward!" She thrashed violently, the ropes chafing her wrists, muttering with contempt. "Won't even apologize, and pulls this dirty trick. You think I'm a joke, Christian?" Suddenly, a rustle from deep in the forest made her pause, her sharp eyes scanning the darkness. A voice rang out, "Found someone." From the bushes, a brown-haired girl stepped out, a mocking smirk on her face. "You're the Poison Clan's princess, right?" Marissa narrowed her eyes, her gaze wary. "Who are you?" Her voice was icy, but a spark of unease stirred within her. Scene shift, Jupian's group. Meanwhile, Jupian's group tirelessly searched the forest. Jupian held Christian's antidote vial, her eyes pensive, fingers gripping the glass as if to crush it. A red-haired young man turned to her, voice skeptical. "Now that I think about it, princess, why'd you give him another dose of antidote?" Jupian froze, her mind in turmoil. She thought, why did I think I could trust that jerk? From afar, a panting guard rushed up. "No findings in this area, princess." Jupian nodded, her voice calm but sharp. "Got it. The other side's still searching, right?" The short-haired guard nodded. "Yes, they're scouring the area." He hesitated, then asked, "But will young Master Christian be okay?" Jupian frowned slightly, not answering immediately. Her mind conjured grim scenarios. Christian falling off a cliff or, worse, carried off by a giant bird for acting on his own. She shook her head, dismissing the thoughts, muttering, "He went off alone. What do you expect me to do? Live or die? He brought it on himself." Suddenly, a shout echoed from the distance. "Princess, we found the treasure." Jupian started, her eyes blazing with excitement. She followed the guards to the treasure's location. Before them was an ancient box, its carved patterns emitting a faint glow. Jupian smirked, voice brimming with confidence. "Took more effort than I thought, but at least we got it before the Poison Clan." She turned to a guard, ordering, "Send the signal. Everyone regroup at Lonka's Canyon." The guard nodded, responding instantly. "Yes, princess." A red-robed man shouted. "Everyone hear that? The princess says prepare to return." The group replied in unison. "Yes, milady." They headed toward Lonka's Canyon. A short-haired guard, voice thrilled, said, "Great work, princess. We got the treasure first. That means we beat the Dark Clan, right?" But suddenly, a voice from behind called out, "Princess." Jupian turned, her gaze icy. The speaker continued, "That guy, he might be dead, right? I mean Christian." Jupian paused, a flicker of unease in her heart. She said coldly, "Teams 1 and 2, stay and find Christian. Even if it's just a body, bring it back." A guard grumbled, voice annoyed. "What? Why bother with that idiot?" Jupian replied, her tone sharp. "He's a nuisance, but he's still direct bloodline. We need something to bring back." The guard nodded reluctantly. Understood. Jupian turned away, ordering, "The rest, follow me." But before she could move, a massive explosion roared from the nearby cliff. Rocks crumbled, dust clouding the path. The group panicked, one shouting, "What's happening?" Another, looking at the exit, cried, "The exit's sealed." Suddenly, a green aura surged from the cliff's peak, carrying a deadly breath. Jupian shouted, "Everyone, stay alert. We're under attack." From the sky, a ghostly green flower plummeted, releasing a horrific toxic gas. In an instant, the group succumbed to the poison, faces paling as they collapsed, gasping, "It's poison." Atop the cliff, a Poison Clan figure looked down, eyes cold. He sneered, "Done. Marissa's deadly green flower. I stole it from her lab. No one will suspect, and all blame will fall on Marissa." The figure descended toward Jupian's group, thinking, "Risky, but to wipe them out in one go, this is the only way." She glanced around, her eyes gleaming with cruelty. "Now, take the treasure to Marissa's lab." But suddenly, a trident flew from nowhere, aimed straight at her. The masked woman flinched, summoning glowing red claws, shouting, "Out of options. I'll finish you myself. You're no match for me anyway." Jupian, trembling with rage, gripped her sword tightly, yelling, "Shut up, coward." Facing her opponent, she frowned, thinking, "At least a 5-star demonkin. Marissa, I didn't expect you to stab me in the back." The masked woman smirked coldly. "I'll end you quickly, no suffering." She lunged, her red claws aiming for Jupian. But suddenly, a figure dove from above, crashing into the ground, forcing the masked woman to retreat. Both looked up, and it was none other than Marissa. Jupian shouted, "Marissa." Then another figure appeared, Melon, deputy commander of the Black Marsh Knights. Melon smiled at Marissa. "As swift as ever, princess." Marissa blushed, her voice shy but sharp. "Don't play innocent." She turned to the masked woman, eyes blazing. "You dare use my green flower to frame me? Reveal your name and identity." The masked woman smirked, voice mocking. "You still don't know your place, do you?" She whistled, and instantly, countless dark figures emerged behind her. Marissa drew 3 poison vials, ready to fight, coldly replying, "You've got reinforcements?" Melon, gripping the massive blade on his shoulder, smiled confidently. 2 3-star demons and 1 5-star. They've got us outnumbered." Jupian frowned, voice heavy. "Whoever's behind this knew our expedition lacked top fighters. In this situation, we'll die like dogs." Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from the cliff's peak, drawing all eyes. A figure appeared, a cunning smile as if he held the world in his hands. It was Christian. He stood there, his eyes gleaming with confidence, as if everything was under his control. The scene shifts to a rocky cliff where Christian gazes down at the group below, letting out a soft sigh. He strokes his chin, his voice echoing, "So, you're all going crazy missing me, right?" The 2 women below bristle, shouting back. Jupian dodges the question, retorting, "No way. That's not true." Marissa snaps, her voice sharp. "Christian, we need to talk later." As their teasing escalates, a masked figure bursts into laughter. "Haha, how touching. Getting emotional before you die? Think one weakling gives you a chance to win." Marissa thinks to herself, "I hate to admit it, but in this situation, it's true. Once someone reaches 5-star rank, their entire being transforms. Even all 4 of us together would struggle to take him down." Noticing the masked figure's arrogance, Christian smirks from above. "Haha, cocky just because you hit 5-star? Thought you were 8-star or something." The masked figure glares up, irritated. "What's that?" Christian continues, "Makes sense. Only an idiot would come up with a cheap plan like this." He pulls items from a spatial gate, shouting, "Catch these for everyone." The 3 below receive items Christian had Rupert prepare, a necklace, a parasol-like object, and a golden toad. Staring at them, they chorus, "What are these?" Christian explains, "Artifacts that boost each of your strengths by 1 rank." Seeing Marissa's displeased look, he calls down, "What? You don't want it." Marissa's face darkens. She grits her teeth, stammering, "Of course. I do." After equipping her artifact, Jupian feels mana surge through her. She gasps, "Wait, this is overflowing with mana." Marissa, startled by Jupian's aura, flinches. Jupian continues, "Wow. Is this the true power of an artifact? It feels like I've jumped to 6-star. Christian frowns, thinking, I didn't hand out anything that strong. Even I didn't know. These are wild. Melon, after donning the necklace, sighs, recalling Count Khazar's words, a message from Christian. It meant this, but she questions, young master, my activation feels odd. The letter read, Melon, someone's targeting the expedition. I prepared an artifact for you. Support the Poison Princess and her team. To activate it. Back in the present, she looks up at Christian, asking, where'd you get these? Leaning on his knees, he stands, replying lightly, let's just say I've got a fool spinning in my palm. Anyway, I've got work to do. Gotta go. Melon protests. Young master, you promised a duel after this is over. He waves dismissively. I know. Just survive until then, everyone. Marissa, shocked, yells, wait. You're not fighting. With that, he vanishes from the cliff. Marissa fumes. That jerk. If you're talking to someone, at least answer. Jupian, recalling a potion Christian gave her, smiles. He's got a plan. I can feel it. Seeing everyone defend Christian, Marissa's face darkens. She wonders why she's suddenly on his side. What's with that dreamy look? The masked figure, annoyed at the delay, scoffs. Think those toys can save you? She unleashes a surge of green mana, enveloping her body. The group tenses. Is that black steel needle aura? Only a 5-star can control that kind of destructive force. But Melon steps forward confidently, raising her blade, smiling. Didn't the young master say it? Stars don't decide a fight's outcome. Arrogance will crush the arrogant. Jupian chimes in, exactly. Those who rely on power and look down on others. I've always wanted to crush them with raw strength. Melon strides forward, calling. All right, princesses, let's do this. Jupian slings an arm around Marissa, saying, ready to roll? Marissa, face darkening, stares at the golden toad in her hand. Her hand trembles as she mutters, let's go. She places the toad on her head, looking oddly cute. Flushing, she stammers, let's go. She pulls out 3 poison vials, ready to attack. Jupian draws her sword, taking a stance. Wanna bet who takes him down first? Melon grins, agreeing. Sure, I'm calling the black spear guy. The masked figure, enraged by their confidence, grits her teeth, shouting, arrogant fools. Dot. She swings her arm, firing a barrage of poison arrows at the group. Melon casually swings her blade, effortlessly blocking the attack. The masked figure vanishes from her spot, startling Melon. Turning, she sees the figure raising claws for an attack. Reflexively, Melon raises her great sword to parry. Gritting her teeth against the swift, powerful strike, Melon curses, damn it. The masked figure praises, not bad. But then she stomps the ground, leaping high, hurling poison darts at Melon. They slice across her body, drawing a pained cry. Retreating, the figure remarks, just a bug. The Black Swamp Knight. Pure trash. Melon glares, smirking. Sure you're 5-star? That hit felt like a mosquito bite. Provoked, the masked figure roars, bug. She charges, claws aimed at Melon. As they near, Melon thinks, now? She grabs the figure's head, making her flinch in pain. A thick toxic aura erupts from the figure, shaking the air. Trembling, she stammers. Why am I affected by a 4-star curse? Melon smiles. This artifact doesn't boost strength. It amplifies my curse power through my blood. How's it feel? The masked figure trembles, thinking, she took the hit on purpose for this? While stunned, Melon swings her blade, landing a heavy slash. The figure spits blood, flying back from the force. A teammate cries, Captain, but a dark blade presses against his throat, unnoticed. Jupian warns, look over here. Our fight's not over. Meanwhile, Christian wanders the forest, shouting, done playing hide-and-seek? Not showing up at the cliff, planning an ambush, or just scared of losing? As his words fade, a white-cloaked figure approaches from behind, masked, eyes radiating killing intent. Facing Christian, he laughs. What's that? Found someone. Christian eyes the white-cloaked figure, speaking up. I've been wondering for a while. Why's your aura so murky? You don't seem like one of the Poison Clan. So why are you with them? The figure in white pauses, silent. Christian crouches, picking up a stone, and continues, not answering? Fine. He places the stone on his fingertip and flicks it hard, aiming straight at the figure. The man dodges with a quick tilt of his head. Christian follows with a barrage of stones, but the figure weaves through them effortlessly. Suddenly, a stone rockets toward his face. Caught off guard, it smacks him, drawing a pained yelp. Christian remarks, "When you're tense, your right shoulder twitches. When distracted, your vision narrows. Bad habit, Esht. Fix it." Esht remains silent, then removes his mask, revealing a handsome face. He recalls his father's words, "The poison will handle Jupian and Marissa. But if Christian escapes alone, you chase him. No one survives these jobs." Back in the present, Esht's face tightens. He curses inwardly. Damn it. Things are messy. Jupian's team isn't wiped out, and Melon's joined the fight. The plan to destroy the expedition is slipping. Killing him now risks someone digging deeper. Since I'm not at the Institute, suspicion will fall on me and drag father into this. Christian, arms crossed, smirks. "What's wrong, big bro?" Scared silent. After a pause, Esht decides, "Fine, kill him now, deal with the rest later." A sword forms from dark aura in his hand. Gripping it tightly, he glares ahead. Christian grins. "Now that's more like it." Esht charges, slashing with a strike that seems to tear space itself. Christian summons his black sword, countering with a slash that shatters Esht's attack. But he steps back, startled, noticing something. From a distance, two shadowy figures grip swords, rushing him. Christian muses, using aura to create clones? Not just a lucky rich kid, huh? He unleashes a flurry of slashes to fend off the clones, his face growing tense under their relentless assault. Esht, from afar, grips his sword and charges, catching Christian off guard. Christian thinks, illusions for an ambush? Knew you'd pull that. Ignoring the clones, Christian tightens his grip and charges Esht, ready to parry. He swings a horizontal slash, but his eyes widen in shock. It's just an illusion. From above, the real Esht appears, sword crashing down toward Christian's head. He roars, "Die!" The earth-shattering strike splits the ground, dust billowing. Esht lands lightly, staring at the massive gash in the earth, scoffing, "Just a useless insect." Christian's voice cuts through. "Who are you calling an insect?" Esht staggers, stammering, "Impossible." The illusions he created are absorbed, dissolving into nothingness, converging on Christian's blade. Esht's eyes widen in confusion. Christian, gripping his sword, grins confidently. Surprised by the true black sword, old man? He unleashes a powerful slash, carving a long scar across the ground toward Esht, who raises a magical shield to block it. Cracks form, and within seconds, the shield shatters. Esht takes the full blow, crying out in pain, unable to react. The strike triggers a massive explosion, scorching nearby trees. Esht collapses to his knees, trembling in fear, teeth gritted. Why? Why am I humiliated by this side branch punk? Christian steps closer, smiling. Just admit defeat. I'll keep this quiet. Back then, Langham would have been in trouble too. Family fights aren't something to brag about. Esht flinches, thinking he knows the whole plan. How? Killing him now is impossible. I'll have to wait for another chance. He speaks. Thanks for preserving my honor, little brother. Christian approaches, extending a hand. No big deal. It's the pride of a true demon. Esht grabs his hand, nodding. Exactly. But Christian's grip tightens, voice icy. Thought I'd say that, didn't you? Esht freezes, thinking aura clash? You bastard. He stammers. You. A surge of dark aura from Christian's hand pierces Esht's body, blood spraying. Eyes wide in disbelief. Esht spits blood and collapses. Christian looks down, saying, You're nothing but a lying fool. Christian hurries back to Marissa's group, muttering under his breath, Damn it, that took longer than expected. Hope they're holding up okay. A voice suddenly calls out, Christian. The three women glare at him, their faces far from pleased. Christian freezes, taken aback by their approach. Stepping back, he stammers, Marissa, could you not stand so close? I'm feeling the pressure here. Marissa, fuming, clenches her fists and shouts, This is the artifact you gave me. Melon chimes in, Mission complete, young master. Christian nods, satisfied, Good. What about the poison mage's demons? Marissa replies, Dead, and turned to dust right after. He must have planned to erase all traces. Christian nods, Got it. Well done. Jupian eyes him, asking, Where'd you just come back from? Caught off guard, Christian scratches his ear, Me? Oh, just scouting around. He sighs, puffing out his chest confidently. A noble like me shouldn't have to fight. His words contrast sharply with his body, covered in wounds. Marissa points out, then why's a noble like you covered in injuries? Are there still traitors among the poison mages? Christian's eyes widen. He waves it off, changing the subject. I said no. Let's just retreat already. He thinks, I handled things far enough away on purpose. By now, they've either wised up and fled or been retrieved by their lackeys. I'm serious. Making a big deal out of this will only piss off Marquis Langham more. The Constellation's emblem was stolen, and 3 survivors are enough. A week later, the incident has shaken both families. Christian slumps at a table laden with lavish dishes, looking bored. On the surface, the poison mages were blamed and put in a tough spot. But it was settled with a negotiated compensation. The real reason it ended this way? They knew I'd uncovered Esht and Marquis Langham's involvement. Still, it's better than my past life when everyone was assassinated. Duke Wham didn't have to hand over the demon god's talisman to Langham either. Melon returned to the dark mages after leaving the canyon. Marissa promised to keep quiet about Melon's involvement and left. Marie approaches, pouring wine, chirping, "Oh ho ho, young master. Even if you're not hungry, eat to recover faster." Christian, looking miserable, grumbles, "My whole body feels torn apart. Why bother eating?" Marie replies, "Hearing you say that breaks my heart into 1,000 pieces." Christian raises an eyebrow. "You even have a heart to break?" Marie forms a heart with her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, heavens! Your harsh words make my heart race. Even if you're a bit rougher, a bit worse, I'd still love you, young master." Christian shouts, exasperated, "Stop saying weird stuff. And I've told you, your heart stopped beating ages ago." Marie grabs his hands, her face turning cold. "Impossible. Every time I see you, my heart pounds painfully." Flustered by her serious expression, Christian stammers, "Don't mess with people's emotions like that." Marie's tone softens. "Come on, open wide, AAA." Christian dodges the spoonful of food, frowning. "My hands aren't broken. I can feed myself." Marie leans closer, teasing, "Oh ho ho, look at you blushing. That side of you is adorable too." She shoves the spoon into his mouth, catching him off guard. Marie laughs, "Ho ho, gotta eat well to have energy for the night. How's this special soup?" Christian's eyes roll back, choking. "You didn't even cook it." Marie retorts, "But it's filled with my love." Across the table, Jupian sits with her arms crossed, observing silently, practically invisible during the meal. Christian turns to her. "Miss, how long are you staying? Even you haven't fully recovered." Jupian replies coldly, "I'll leave after watching a bit longer." She glances away, adding, "I'm the one with the right to be here." Christian smirks, thinking, "I'll give her a stomachache, figuratively and literally." Marie glares at Jupian, snapping, "Daring to flirt with my young master?" She approaches Jupian, laughing. "Oh ho ho, want a drink, miss? How about some blood juice?" Jupian coolly declines. "No, I don't like blood juice. I prefer onion juice." Marie freezes, her face like dried glue, slumping in defeat. "Onion juice isn't my specialty." Christian sighs, thinking, this girl's a tougher opponent than I expected. He looks at Jupian. "Got something to say?" She snaps, "I hate you. One day I'll crush you." Christian smirks, "Sure, try it." Jupian softens, blushing. "Still, thanks for this time." Her gratitude stuns Christian momentarily. He teases, "HM? Didn't catch that." "Louder." Jupian glares. "If you didn't hear, too bad. Don't misunderstand. I'm just acknowledging what you did." Christian, sniffling dramatically, says, "If you get it, start treating me like your savior from now on." Jupian continues, "That smile of yours today? It's the last I'll see. The Marquis promised, so you'll soon be officially named a direct heir. Once that happens, things will change. I mean, prepare yourself." Christian agrees inwardly. It won't be like before. So far, I'm the guy they wouldn't bother stepping on. But as an equal direct heir, they'll all come to crush me. Once the core recovers, Esht will rise again, along with Chief Princess Yulian, hiding her secrets, the Marquis of the Three Emperors' heir, the Misatch battle, and Great Prince Sherid's faction. Should I count Jupian too? Noticing his stare, Jupian asks, "What? Am I that pretty?" Christian thinks, why ask that out of nowhere? It's like an impenetrable wall. Before he can respond, She stands. Or not. Why keep staring? I'm leaving. She turns and walks away. Christian exhales, relieved. Phew, finally gone. I'm drained. Time to recharge. But he trembles with frustration, shouting toward the main door. Hey, didn't you say you were leaving? He pauses, spotting someone approaching. It's Lady Marissa. Under the stunned gazes of Christian and Marie, Marissa strides in, her presence radiating pride tinged with awkwardness. Her voice, soft but hesitant, breaks the silence. You okay? Christian, equally flustered, forces a smile. Yeah, doing all right. The clumsy exchange leaves the room thick with tension, as if both are hiding something. Christian thinks, why is she here again? Don't tell me she's mad about me tying her up last time. But Marissa interrupts his thoughts, her tone turning serious. My father wants to see you. Duke Huam, head of the Poison Clan, Lord of Pasting. The name jolts Christian. He thinks, that guy wants to meet me? What's going on? The scene shifts to Marissa's family estate. Christian walks beside her, his mind swirling with suspicion as they approach the Duke's chamber. After a stretch of silence, Marissa turns, her eyes glinting with worry. How did you know about the plot? Christian replies calmly, exuding confidence. I have informants. Her face falls, weighed by a heavy secret. She recalls Melon, deputy leader of the Black Wolf Knights from the Dark Clan, saying, I'm Melon, sent by young Master Christian to infiltrate. Marissa had shouted, furious, infiltrate? You're admitting Christian broke expedition rules. Melon cut her off. Someone's targeting the team. The young master sent me to help you and the expedition fight them. Marissa's eyes had widened, stunned. What? Back in the present, she glares at Christian, demanding, if you knew about the plot, why not tell me? Why hide it? Christian meets her gaze, his voice warm but firm. I was worried you'd be in danger. If the culprit was from the Poison Clan, you, as the heir, would be the main target. The succession struggle there is brutal. Marissa freezes, her eyes shimmering with mixed emotions. Her voice trembles. You didn't suspect me? I owe you. Thanks for saving my team. She looks at Christian, her gaze softening, as if holding back deeper words. He smiles sincerely. Because you're important to me. Her cheeks flush, eyes widening, lips quivering. What? She touches her face, heart racing. What's this? Why's my heart pounding? Christian cuts through her thoughts, teasing but purposeful. So, how about being political allies in the future? Marissa's heart skips. What? He continues, confident. Not a bad deal, right? Don't worry about the past. I'm not rekindling or undoing our broken engagement. We'll be strangers, my heart's set. His words slice through her fragile heart. The air freezes, her face darkening. Christian thinks, why is she quiet? Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, Marissa shoots him a fiery glare. I absolutely agree, for the sake of both families. Her forceful words make Christian shiver. What's happening? Did I mess up? They enter the Duke's chamber. Marissa bows. Lord, I've brought Christian of House Baron. The man turns, his voice deep. Well done, Marissa. It's Duke Huam, Lord of the Poison Clan. His eyes soften with a hint of sadness. Why call me Lord? Didn't I say to call me Father? Marissa blushes, whispering, we're in front of a guest, please. The Duke chuckles. Haha, got it a bit much. Join me for dinner instead? I've prepared your favorite venison. Marissa sighs, nodding. Yes, sir. She bows, excusing herself, not without a pointed glance at Christian. Christian watches, thinking, didn't expect Duke Huam to be such a doting dad. He steps forward, bowing, greetings, your grace. Huam cuts to the chase, his voice calm but sharp. I hear you've matured. But recalling the wrongs you did to my princess, I still want to tear you apart. Christian's heart races. Huam continues, if not for you, Marissa would have been in trouble. I'll let the past go. Christian exhales, redirecting. Why did you summon me? Huam's gaze sharpens. What's your connection to the Elixir Guild? Footstone claims you bought potions at auction, but I checked. No such materials came from them. Explain. Christian swallows, then grins. Actually, I made them myself. I'm a genius, you know. The Duke pauses, then laughs. Haha. No crime there, so I can't press you. Christian sighs inwardly, dodged a bullet. But Huam interrupts. Not done. Here's the real matter. Would you join the Poison Clan? The offer stuns Christian. The scene shifts to Count Langham's estate. A red-haired woman bursts in, exuding intensity. Frisia, the blood rose, wife of the Marquis. Her voice is urgent. My lord, young Master Esht's mana core is shattered. It must be Christian. Langham remains calm. Lower your voice, Frisia. She steps closer, furious. A thug like him as heir? Doesn't that disgrace the Dark Clan? Will you let this slide? Langham stays silent. Frisia lowers her voice, eyes cold. Fine. Esht failed. I'll handle that thug myself. And don't forget, the first heir position belongs to my son, Masak. Langham glances at her, voice icy. Do as you wish. I'm not getting involved. Cut to the next day, the day of a young lord's ennoblement ceremony. He was walking down the corridor with Marie. Looking at his outfit, Marie exclaimed in admiration, Well, you really do look like the young master. I didn't expect the ceremonial attire would suit you so well. Truly, my man is something special. Ho ho ho. Her words irritated him slightly. Whose man are you talking about? From behind, his father stepped forward and called his name. Christian. He turned and replied, Father, you're here. Seeing his demeanor, his father praised. You look very proper today, Christian. He raised his hand to his chest in a salute. Thank you, sir. Beside them, Thurn's voice faltered a little. Br, brother, exalted one. Congratulations on becoming the young master. Looking at the boy, he warned, Don't shorten it casually like that. You might bite your tongue. Although very uncomfortable, Thurn still gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, my brother. Then the Count Baron's gaze shifted to behind him. Marissa was approaching. He thought to himself, Isn't that Miss Marissa? He cleared his throat softly. Ahem. Speaking of which, have you apologized to Marissa yet? About that broken engagement. Recalling her angry face, he replied awkwardly, Ah, I think so. He continued, Good. A gentle girl like Marissa is hard to come by. He tried to speak his lines. Great, exalted one. Before he could finish, his father cut him off. I'll know to stay out of your way. Why don't you two try starting over? Then he grabbed Thurn and spun away to leave in haste. His father's supportive image replaying in his mind left him a bit flustered. Marissa turned and asked, Count, is something wrong? The lady was about to come greet you. Only then did he notice her arrival. Ah, so that's it. He thought to himself. So it was because of her. She went on. Never mind asking now. Later will do. The lady came because she has something to tell you. She reached out. Congratulations on becoming the young master. From now on, you'll be handling the family's affairs. We'll probably see each other a lot. He cheerfully replied, Yes, I look forward to your assistance. She immediately asked bashfully, About yesterday, what did my father say? He answered at once, Ah, he told me to marry you. This made Marissa so embarrassed she blushed and exclaimed, What? He winked to reassure her. Don't worry, I refused. He won't bring it up again. This made Marissa flush even more. She shouted angrily right in his face. This left him a little bewildered. Oh dear, what did I do wrong this time? Cut to the main hall of the mansion. He strode in confidently. Seeing his figure, everyone's attention turned toward him. In one corner, a blond young man appraised him and said, Not bad. The young master knows how to enjoy himself. The blue-haired youth beside him added, But it's deserved. This time he did great. Then the two of them suddenly turned and looked in the same direction. Seeing that, Frisia was a little startled and asked, What's wrong? She then followed their gaze. She gave a small, sharp start inwardly. The one who had arrived this time was the head of the household. She felt some irritation. He never shows his face when Masak was ennobled as young master. Seeing everyone's reaction, Marion confirmed inwardly. Just as I expected. Back to the previous day, her voice suddenly startled. You said you would attend the ennoblement ceremony? The head of the household replied. That's a place I should not go. She then explained. You know full well how his attendance would be interpreted. If you openly back that child like that, he will become the target of every young lord and noble lady. Not only that, but also of Count Langham and the high-ranking occultists. He smiled confidently. He's the one who claimed he'd become the clan's deity. If he crumbles at that, what kind of stature is that? Back in the present, as soon as he appeared, Count Langham bowed and paid his respects. Then he gestured, Please have a seat here. No sooner had he sat down than he turned to remind him, Don't trouble yourself with me. Please continue. Count Langham nodded in response. Yes. Then he stood and announced loudly, From this moment, I declare open the ennoblement ceremony of young Lord Christian van Barenkazar. He then stepped forward. When he stood before Count Langham, He dropped to one knee to receive the rite. Everyone awaited this moment. Marissa and her father watched intently. After completing the rites, Langham raised his hand high and proclaimed, "And thus, I declare Christian to be the young master of the Black Ma clan." Hearing the crowd's cheers, he thought to himself, "I have succeeded in becoming the young master of the Black Ma clan. But in return, the age of destruction draws nearer. With my current power, I can do nothing. I must grow stronger much faster. If I want to increase my strength and endurance, I must quickly become the Grand House Master." Having thought that, a massive dark shape suddenly swept across the sky above him. He looked up in puzzlement. Where did a dragon suddenly come from? Immediately after, the dragon slammed down into the center of the square, producing a violent shockwave. Seeing this, the crowd cried out in fear. Is that a demonic dragon? How could it have pierced the barrier and gotten in here? And its target was none other than Christian. Without hesitation, it formed a magical orb at its maw, preparing to launch an attack. Seeing this, countless guards formed shields and rushed in front of Christian. It's targeting the young master. Quickly activate the defensive formation. Staring at the power source ahead, he was slightly startled. But the guards were at this moment strenuously fending off an extremely fierce attack. His father below cried out anxiously. Christian, one after another, other guards rushed out to defend. Protect the housemaster and the young master. Deploy the formation. The dragon was still powerfully breaking through the formation. It let out a horrific roar. But before any cracks began to show, someone cried in terror. We can't hold out any longer. Watching from outside, everyone's expressions were full of worry. In contrast to their anxious looks, the head of the household remained completely calm. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint, delighted smile. The Dark Spirit Ma clan has indeed sent an intriguing gift. Everyone was still stunned by the appearance of this purple dragon. His father looked toward his son with great concern. Marion was also very worried, placing her hand on her sword. Let me handle it. Seeing that, the head of the household warned, let it be. This made Marion very puzzled. What? But, housemaster, isn't that a purple dragon? With Christian's current strength, it's far beyond him. Surely the Dark Spirit Ma clan used it to assassinate the boy. Ignoring her words, the housemaster slowly stood up. He stepped forward and ordered, everyone, step back. It's been a long time since we've had a chance to witness the achievements of the young lords and young ladies. If you're an heir of the Black House, you should at least be capable of dealing with a single dragon. No sooner had the order been given than Jupian immediately called out, at your command. Immediately after, she charged straight at the dragon. This made a nearby woman chuckle with delight. What a passionate younger sibling. So hasty. The Masak woman beside her was a little worried. Why are we suddenly being sent to hunt a dragon? Frisia stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Anyway, that demonic dragon is definitely targeting that reckless one. Cheer up, you'll only have to fight a little, Jupian. But Jupian was charging with full force. He shouted, split swords. Countless swords of mana materialized around his body. They immediately flew straight at the dragon. But the moment the swords struck the dragon's rock-hard scales, they were bounced back. Its body did not suffer any damage at all. This left Jupian somewhat astonished. The dragon angrily slashed at the guards. Meanwhile, he slowly removed his cloak and moved down. Looking at the dragon, he assessed, that's the sigil of the Tu Lin. I've seen it during the Great War. The necromantic technique for controlling spirits of the Tu Lin. That's the Tu Lin art. He emphasized angrily. But why is it appearing here now? For the purpose of preventing my inauguration. As he said this, the dragon coldly slashed again. The blow forced him and Jupian to step back to dodge. Then it flew up into the air once more. The wind was so strong he had to shield his face with his hand. He cursed under his breath. Damn, just one wing beat produces such terrifying wind pressure? That dragon isn't even that huge. Is it because of that sigil? Even Jupian's sword chi had no effect. It seems ordinary demonic energy can't harm it. It's already dead, so tearing out its dragon heart would be useless. But I also can't casually use light power, the counter to the undead, right here. At that moment, another magical orb began to gather in its maw. This startled him. He immediately turned to Jupian and warned, get out of the way. From behind, a pair of long, slender legs approached. Urian spoke up appraisingly. Still a bit inexperienced, huh? Then I'll give a hand. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately summoned a magical bow. Without hesitation, she drew the bow and formed a mana arrow. The overwhelming power made him flinch in surprise. Once the energy was gathered, the arrow shot forth and drove straight into the dragon's chest. The strike was so powerful the dragon cried out in pain. Immediately, with a single blow, it was felled with astonishing ease. Watching the dragon's corpse slump to the ground, Urian dispelled her magic. He looked at her, somewhat surprised inwardly. What was that just now? It was completely different from Ashid's level. 5-star? No, maybe even beyond that. Everyone said she was only at the 210 level. Then what is the source of this power? Could this be what she was telling me about? Outside, everyone was stunned by the whole scene. The demonic energy is terrifying, they shouted in unison. Truly deserving the title Lady Urian, he assessed inwardly. The tension below was also stretched by a massive accumulation of demonic energy that condensed here. It seems Jupian still hasn't realized this. Why would she hide such power? Is it to guard against Ashid? Moreover, a black ma person who can use a bow so purely? This looks exactly like hacked use. After dealing with the troublemaker, she smiled at him. This inauguration has become so noisy. Congratulations on becoming young master, Christian. He felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Thank you. Meanwhile, up above, people were still gossiping. A demonic dragon appears at an ennoblement ceremony? Have the other houses started to pressure us already? The woman beside him sighed. Tisk, how pitiful. It looks like for now on they'll have to walk a thorny path. They're doomed, from afar. Merlin stepped forward and praised. So young Master Christian is indeed formidable, because no one from any other house has ever displayed achievements like this. Therefore I, Merlin, will keep the promise I made before. She immediately dropped to one knee in salute. I offer this loyalty to young Master Christian. Witnessing this, those outside were somewhat puzzled. Is that Merlin, the madwoman of the Black Wolf Knights? Someone nearby added, Why, the one who has never bowed to any young master would. He looked at her, smiling with satisfaction inwardly. I didn't expect her to step forward at exactly this moment. He politely returned the gesture. Thank you. I owe you a great debt, she continued. You'll still keep your promise to fight me to your heart's content, right? He smiled and replied, You'll probably regret saying that later. While the two were talking, a young man approached from afar and called out, Young Master Christian, would you accept our support? He looked at the newcomer, puzzled. Who is it? The man answered, Eldest son of Count Tyramine, Kaysen Tyramine. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. How unexpected. I didn't think you'd offer me such wholehearted support, Kaysen repeated. My father said this is a congratulatory gift. Please accept it. Hearing such polite words, he sighed in exasperation. Typical Count's man. Then he returned to the main topic. Also, he asked me to request a favor. He then grabbed the hand of a small child of his and brought the child forward. The moment he saw him, he teased, Oh, still alive and well. The dog treated you all right, huh? He meant the dog. This made Alos a bit angry, as if it's dead, right? Seeing that, Kaysen reminded him, Alos, mind your manners. From now on, you'll be serving the young master. Hearing that, Alos turned back and saluted coldly. Yes. Kaysen continued, But you know this younger brother has no trace of sacred darkness. His prospects are bleak. If you take him in, Alos will also learn a lot. May I ask a favor of you? These words moved Alos deeply. He welled up with tears, then stepped toward Kaysen and protested. Brother, you can't do this. He watched the two of them and thought, Want Alos to make merits by being near me? Reasonable. The Tyramine counts have no close ties with young masters and ladies. Gaining some personnel ties isn't bad. Alos made a name for himself during the Age of Annihilation. He's talented. I stole that connection's sacred darkness, so I feel a bit guilty. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. All right. But in return, his voice turned terrifying. You must revere me as your master from now on. His words stunned Alos into petrification. He helplessly cried out, AAA, I won't accept that. Watching this scene, Merlin and Kaysen smiled with some satisfaction. Then from afar a man stepped forward and handed him a gift. Young master, apologies for arriving late to pay respects. This is a small token. We brought a congratulatory gift for your ennoblement. Immediately more gifts were brought in succession. Count Arin's house also brought one. Viscount Rant's house as well. His father stood outside watching, somewhat moved inwardly. Christian is gradually gaining the trust of the Darkmaw people. At this rate, he might truly become the chief young master. He then turned and left, leaving behind countless cheers. Long live the young master. Congratulations, young master. Long live. Long live. Long live the young master. Observing this from above, Maysak felt somewhat dejected. Seeing this, Frisia stepped forward to reassure her. Don't worry, Maysak. Mother will soon remove him from your sight. The sky had turned to afternoon. Marion and the housemaster walked in silence. Marion asked, Do you really intend to leave now? Christian is the young master. If you stop by to ask a few questions, no one will blame you, Mother. He waved his hand. No need. Didn't the dark spirit send a grand greeting? That alone drew enough attention. Marion hesitated and asked, But, housemaster, it's about Urian. I've always thought she's extraordinary, or, no matter how you look at it, the power a 210 can emit. Before she could finish, the housemaster cut her off. I told you I don't care. Whoever can bring the Black House to the pinnacle. I won't concern myself with the rules set by cowards. Urian, she's been filled with ambition since childhood. If that ambition makes her the strongest, I'll let Urian be the housemaster. If another child surpasses her, that would also be something to celebrate. Cut to another place. It resembled a dead land. Trees withered and desolate, with countless crows perched, waiting on the branches. Below, corpses lay strewn across the ground. A voice rang out. I thought the elites would be somewhat different. It turns out they're the same. Truly annoying. Another spoke up. Or we just strike straight at Golden Cross and leave. Someone else interjected. That's too troublesome to do. At that moment, a soldier looked toward the blue-haired young man, puzzled. What are you doing, young master? The man replied. I heard an interesting rumor. The soldier asked. A rumor? The man explained. They say the Baron's house has an intriguing younger sibling. A bald man added. That's right, young master. From a prestigious family, too. Ha ha, the Black House really is foolish. Still not certain about a madman like him. But before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a huge hole appeared in his chest. By the time he realized it, he had already collapsed to the ground. This sudden action made the blonde woman turn and demand, What the hell are you doing? The blue-haired young man, the centaur, replied, What do you mean? What am I doing? She explained, We're comrades. You suddenly do this. Before she could finish, a blade sliced across her throat, sending her to the next world. This terrified the two remaining comrades, who stood frozen, not daring to utter a sound. The man reached out and continued. Now you're no longer comrades, are you? Then his hand twisted in an eerily unnatural way. Immediately, all the blood in those two bodies poured out like a stream, instantly gushing from their bodies like water. When he finished, only two dried corpses remained. He sighed, boring. I'm leaving. Someone asked, Where to? He tossed his mask aside. Home. I've been away long enough. It's time to face things a bit. Back with Christian, he was wrestling with Marie. She still wanted to serve him, but he firmly refused. Hurry and take it off. He protested in fear. Wait. I told you I'd do it myself. In the library, Thurn was writing a letter to his older brother. To my respected elder brother, King Emperor Majesty. How have you been lately? It's been a week since your inauguration as young master. The cursed magic training course you assigned earlier. I have achieved some progress. After 1,000 repetitions of basic sword techniques, I have not neglected physical training. Thanks to that, I feel both my body and mind have grown noticeably lighter. Next time you come home, please spar with me. This time, I will definitely defeat. Reading his younger brother's letter, Christian was a bit excited. All right, I'll help you develop far more than in your previous life. He thought inwardly, so my brother can become my trump card against the age of annihilation. Seeing this expression, Jupian, having just finished training, stepped out and asked, What are you grinning at so annoyingly? He turned to her, smiling inwardly. You're here, my second trump card? He replied, Oh, my little brother just sent his new training report. She teased on, Speaking of which, aside from the basics, I've never seen you actually train. What do you sneak off to practice? He winked mischievously. I have my own methods. She asked curiously. Oh, she huffed, pretending not to care. Just looking at you, there's nothing remarkable. You can't even land a single strike on a demonic dragon. Thinking that, he teased back. You couldn't even scratch a demonic dragon, yet you talk big. Feeling cornered, Jupian fluffed up in anger and blurted, What? He continued, Should I give you a piece of advice? She, furious to the point of tears, turned her face away. Forget it. It's a waste of time arguing with you. Mind your own business first. Still, he offered her a tip. Try separating the self from the illusion. Otherwise, the illusion won't be able to move on its own. Those words stirred her a little. You know about illusion magic? He replied. I studied it for about 3 months. I thought I'd found a great teacher, but it turned out to be a quack. Hearing that, Jupian's expression went flat. She snapped. You're so arrogant. Taken as a compliment, he answered. Geniuses are arrogant by nature. Thanks for the compliment, he thought to himself. But after all, that knowledge came from the great archmage Jotun, so it should be useful. Images from the past rose up. The sorceress then urged him. Chris, focus. Focus harder. From behind, a mocking voice rang out. Going to talk to the vermin with that system again? Maysak stepped forward, continuing to sneer. Don't demean yourself like that, Jupian. I'm looking out for you. That's why I'm advising you. Unbothered, Jupian replied. Shut up, you stink. Hearing herself silenced, Maysak flew into rage. What did you say? Jupian continued. Your mouth smells like a sewage ditch. Shut it, Maysak shouted. Are you defending that guy? She pointed at Christian and declared, Don't talk nonsense. I hate that guy a lot. Maysak bellowed. Are you defending that guy? She pointed at Christian and insisted, Don't talk nonsense. I hate him a lot, but your halitosis is even more disgusting. So get lost. The continuous taunts darkened Maysak's face. He thought to himself, this insolent bitch. If she weren't a family meritorious, I'd have dealt with her long ago. The man beside him joined in, holding his nose. There really is a sewer stench. Young Master Maysak, you should brush your teeth better. You're filthier and more disrespectful than parasitic insects. By now Maysak's anger had reached its peak. He shouted, You bastard, the weakest of all who dares. You're asking for death. With your level, how could you achieve great merits exploring ruins? It's all lies spun by that filthy mouth of yours, isn't it? Am I right? Looking at his expression, he assessed inwardly. Destructive dark aura at a high level. Definitely influenced by Precia, a direct descendant of the Destruction Demon House. But it's only low-grade 210. Not a match for me. Thinking that, he spoke. Why doubt the achievements of a genius like me? If you distrust my abilities so much, let's settle it with a clash of dark auras. At that challenge, Maysak didn't hesitate and reached out. Fine, I'll expose your true face right here. Having achieved the desired result, he rejoiced silently. Got him. Just as the two were about to fight, a voice rang out. Stop this at once. Frisia, who had appeared without anyone noticing, strode angrily toward them. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Maysak was also surprised by her appearance. Mother, she admonished Maysak. I told you not to recklessly release dark aura. If you truly want to fight, set a date. He bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He bowed. I'm sorry. Then Frisia turned to him and proposed. Young Master Christian, I have something to discuss. Come to my study right now. This half-offer startled him slightly. He inwardly rejoiced. Ho-ho, an even bigger fish has bitten. A while later, the scene shifted to Frisia's study. The two sat opposite each other, enjoying tea and pastries. Some additional information about Frisia. She is the daughter of the head of the Destruction Demon House, and also the lady in charge of internal affairs of the Black Demon House. She herself hails from the Destruction Demon House, one of the prestigious families ranked in the top 5 of the 12 Demon Path nobles. Thus, she wields enormous power, second only to Lang. Maysak is her only biological son. With Ashid, the top-ranking leader, having lost his power, she will undoubtedly do everything to make Maysak the successor. And of course, the first sacrifice will be me. After sipping her tea, she got to the main point. Although it's a bit late, congratulations on becoming the young master. I didn't expect you to have matured so impressively. Taken by this slightly loaded praise, he cheerfully replied, You flatter me. Thank you for the kind assessment, she continued. However, I find it hard to ignore the fact that you two raise your voices at each other. Even if you're cousins, you share the same blood. I hope that as a younger relative you'll live in harmony with Maysak. By now he understood her meaning and thought inwardly. She wants me to meekly bow and live under Maysak's rule. Thinking that, he sighed and replied, Why should I respect an incompetent fool as the senior? His remark made Frisia somewhat angry. What did you say? He continued to taunt. Right now, make that Maysak kneel and acknowledge me as his elder. Only then will he keep his life when I become head of the family. At this, Frisia's anger reached its peak. She instantly unleashed a massive amount of dark aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble and numerous windows to shatter. Under this terrifying pressure, you also suffered some damage. Dark aura, truly frightening. Now, if she wished, she could kill me at any moment. But she wouldn't dare, because I have become the young master. Killing me would be a loss to the Black Demon House's power and could ignite a dispute between the Destruction Demon House and the Black Demon House. She then regained her composure. Speaking of which, it seems Maysak is eager to spar with. As a young master, you'll certainly accept the invitation, won't you? Wiping the blood from his body, he smiled and answered, "Of course." She then withdrew her dark aura. "Very well. I'll have the family office notify you of the specific date and time later. Also, I'll assign several instructors to teach you. You've just become young master. If you receive no guidance and then get defeated by Maysak, that would be unfair, wouldn't it?" He smiled and looked straight at her, replying, "Thanks. I'll take my leave then." With that, he left her study. Outside in the corridor, he sighed and thought to himself, as expected, nothing was unexpected. The comfortable life of a young master ends here for now. And sure enough, the chain of Frisia's dirty schemes began the very next day. Scene changed to the next day. Right now, he was in a dingy old room that hadn't been used in ages. Cobwebs hung everywhere, and a musty smell filled the air. The butler's voice rang out, "From now on, this will be your residence, young master." He bowed his head, apologizing sincerely. Since those were the orders passed down, he put on an amused expression, thinking to himself, "This is actually better. My nephew needs a discreet hideout that nobody would notice, like this godforsaken place." Then he turned to Marie beside him and ordered, "Marie, clean this up." She happily obeyed the command. She then waved her hand, summoning ghosts from behind her. "Come on out now." On her command, those ghosts appeared and lined up. "Did you call for us?" Seeing these wraiths, the butler was terrified. "W wraiths?" He was also a bit surprised. Unlike Marie, he asked, "Are they low level?" Standing beside him, she gave the order, "Since this is the sweet home of the young master and me, clean it thoroughly until not a single speck of dust remains." The group of wraiths immediately bowed. "As you command." "We obey." They immediately got to work cleaning. They split up, some mopping the floors while others swept away the trash. The cleaning process took only a moment and made the room look noticeably brighter. The butler was beyond shocked. In just the blink of an eye, he was also stunned by the scene. "When will I finally be able to have human servants?" The Black Demon family is the clan of Black Demon swordsmen. Therefore, the young master is entitled to learn every skill related to demonic energy. However, his first day was incredibly dull. The swordsmanship instructor taught with a nervous vibe. "That's right, young master, just like that. Slowly turn your neck to the left. Perfect. You truly are a genius." He wore a bored expression. "This is so dull. What kind of swordsmanship is this?" Moving on to the second day of classes. Today was a theory lesson. The professor explained, grasping the general principle of the compulsion curse to destroy the opponent's spirit. What is it exactly? The grim mask creates a balance for the physical body. Try to research how to destroy something like that. Scene changed to the third day. Today was a magic class with a dwarf. He introduced himself hesitantly. "I am Sebastian, the one in charge of teaching illusion magic to you, young master." He recalled Frisia's words from before. "You absolutely must not help Christian achieve any success." He asked back hesitantly, "But that is clearly the young master's right." She immediately cut him off. "To repay the favor of raising Maysak, our only young master, our family has spared no effort in supporting you. I assume you understand what I'm saying." Somewhat displeased, he still had to nod in agreement. "I will do as you say." A few hours of the lesson passed by. Sebastian's voice sounded a bit awkward. "Let's conclude here for today." He politely replied, "Thank you for the valuable instruction." He tried to explain, "I don't know if I'm worthy of receiving those thanks from you, young master. You know, I've only been talking about nonsense." He smiled to dispel the tense atmosphere. "I understand the vice butler's difficult situation. I'm the one who should apologize for dragging you into this childish fight. Even so, you've done your best. Even though the explanation was condensed, you showed me the true hidden logic." This made Sebastian wonder. Hidden logic? He immediately put into practice. Like this. A magic orb appeared on his fingertip. Immediately after, it transformed into a tiny spirit flying around Sebastian's body. He jumped in shock. "This is crazy. Manifesting a fairy is an illusion that takes at least 6 months to learn. You followed it perfectly after seeing it just once. His face was filled with emotion. The lady was wrong before. Young Master Masak can absolutely never be an opponent for young Master Christian. Then he continued, while I'm praising you, I can no longer teach you anything more. I'm truly sorry. He also understood the man's situation. It's really okay for now. Then Sebastian showed off his skill, creating countless tiny golden butterflies that flew into the air, making him delighted. 5-star illusion magic? He was a bit bashful. Oh boy, I guess I couldn't control my power again today. Anyway, good work. I haven't really taught you anything yet. He smiled back. Thank you for the valuable instruction. Scene changed to the Patriarch's mansion. Right now, he was sitting with his legs crossed, looking bored and arrogant. How many days has it been since becoming a young master? He hasn't come to see me even once. Marion, standing nearby, explained, isn't he about to face off against Masak? He said he would win without the Patriarch's help. Let's wait a little longer and see. Nordion huffed. Someone like him thinks he can win against Masak without my help? The kid just reached 3 stars. Just as he finished speaking, Simon appeared before them. Surprise, Patriarch. That kid who just reached 3 stars just sent a gift over. He said this is something he made himself for the Patriarch as his nephew. So you must try it. Nordion happily enjoyed the candies, though his mouth was still complaining. So young, and instead of focusing on training, he's thinking of ways to suck up to others. I ought to teach him a lesson. As soon as the candy melted in his mouth, the space around Nordion instantly changed. He realized it immediately. This is an illusion. Right now, he was standing in the middle of a crowd that was in a huge rush. They shouted loudly, "Destroy Nordion! Nordion must die to overthrow the Black Demon family." Looking at the man in front of him, he thought, is that me when I was young? The young Nordion was incredibly energetic. He easily wiped out the mob rushing to attack him. The allied troops cheered joyfully. It's a victory for our Black Demon family. Then the scene shifted back to the mansion. Other family members were also extremely excited upon hearing the good news. Long live Patriarch Nordion. Long live the Black Demon family. A call of Master pulled Nordion back to the present world. Marion asked worriedly, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you hated this kind of snack so much. I'll tear it apart right now and teach the one who made a lesson. Contrary to her thoughts, the Patriarch replied, I'm very pleased with it. This left the two of them completely stunned. Is that true? Nordion stroked his chin with an amused look. This kid has some real guts. For the prosperity of the Black Demon family, he could understand my inner thoughts and weave them into that illusory realm. Furthermore, this aura, it must be the blood-activating pill from a legendary doctor. A type of elixir capable of extending one's lifespan. How on earth did he find ingredients that even Simon couldn't get his hands on? Then Simon presented another letter. Sir, here is another item the young master sent. Inside the letter, it was written, If this gift displeases you, I sincerely apologize. Please be patient with the clumsiness of someone still green. I'm doing my absolute best not to let down the Patriarch's trust. On the day of the rematch with Masak, I will definitely make you proud. Reading this, Nordion laughed out loud, leaving Marion and Simon confused about what was happening. His voice was full of excitement. You said this is a gift Christian sent as a nephew. Is that right? Simon confirmed. Yes, sir. That is exactly right. He was thoroughly amused. In that case, I need to give a proper return gift befitting my status as a grandfather. The match between Christian and Masak, I will definitely be there. As a grandfather, I should personally check to see how much my grandkids have grown. Isn't that right? Soon after, this news reached Frisia's ears, making her jump. What? The old Patriarch plans to attend the competition? The servant replied, Yes, Lady Frisia. He said he wants to see the results of his 2 grandsons with his own eyes. She was extremely worried, biting her lip and thinking to herself, I have no idea why that old man is suddenly doing something he's never touched in his entire life. This also caused other dukes to gossip. This is quite a rare event. Even our spirit demon family has started to keep an eye on it. A blue-haired duke standing nearby added, I didn't expect the old Patriarch to care to this extent. Frisia's eyes were filled with rage. That damn old man. First there's a count in the way, and now Masak too. No matter, let's treat this as an opportunity to crush him right in front of the old man. To let him see that his judgment of people isn't worth a cent. When that time comes, I will personally tear Christian into 100 pieces. Scene changed to Christian's room. The setting had now shifted to the afternoon. After a completely ridiculous swordsmanship lesson that left him drained, he placed his sword on the table. He allowed a long sigh. Tisk, these useless classes are starting to get on my nerves. I don't have time to waste like this. Why on earth is the spirit demon family acting like this? Sending the 4 dragons to the inauguration was a warning. That proves the leaders behind the chaos have started to notice my existence. However, at this moment, closing the absolute power gap with them is impossible. For now, he needed a weapon strong enough for self-defense until he truly grew powerful. It seems I can only rely on the true black sword. With my current ability, just maintaining it for a single minute completely drains my mental energy. Even in high-intensity combat, I'm afraid 1 minute would be a huge luxury. I need to reach the level of natural control like Nordion had back then. How should I do it? While he was still thinking, Simon suddenly appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. My dear young master, I heard you're being cornered and tormented left and right. Is that true? He began to taunt. There's less than a month until the competition. Will you be okay training by yourself? Seeing him suddenly appear and say these things made him a bit creeped out. This guy is getting weirder by the day. Is this really the teacher of the Bloodglow captain? He interrupted him. Did you come here just to mock me? Simon laughed in response. How could I ever dare? I'm here to convey that the Patriarch was very pleased with the young master's gift. Then he posed a question. You won't let the Patriarch down, will you? He also smiled with confidence. Of course not. Simon then made a suggestion. By the way, it seems those self-proclaimed teachers are just a bunch of lazy bums. Since we're here, would you like to learn about true bloodlines? I guarantee I'll teach you very systematically. If so, but he immediately refused. That won't be necessary. Simon felt a bit of regret. What a waste. I could have helped you become the most powerful blood demon man. Then he suddenly caught a strange scent of blood in the room, which made Simon's face light up with amusement. Perhaps before long, a guest will come looking for the young master. He then turned and bowed. I've bothered you enough. I'll take my leave. I hope in the upcoming battle, you'll provide me with some great entertainment. Looking at his departing back, he sighed in frustration. What was that? Nothing but cryptic words. As soon as Simon left, Marie entered the room. She exclaimed, Young master, the investigation into Grand Princess Urian that you requested has been completed. He asked back, Did you find anything? She presented several papers before him and explained, There are absolutely no special clues at all. The princess was the youngest daughter of a marquis, born to his first wife. She has lived in luxury since childhood. According to the information, she has never faced any major life-changing events. This surprised him a bit. That makes no sense. Power far beyond the astral rank plus that bizarre aura. That's definitely the power of someone who has made a contract with a demon. And yet there's no specific reason to sign a deal with the devil. There must be some internal conflict that the family knows nothing about. Marie continued. Now that you mention it, there is one rather strange detail. They say her personality suddenly changed completely. He wondered, her personality changed? Marie explained. She used to be notorious for being arrogant and cruel. But apparently, 5 years ago, after surviving a life-threatening illness, she turned into a completely different person, becoming as gentle and kind as she is now. This made him think even more. How sick do you have to be to completely change a person's nature like that? It's definitely very suspicious. I need to keep a closer eye on her. He started checking the information sheets and asked, But Marie, where did you get this confidential info? Even my aunt doesn't know it clearly. Marie smiled playfully. Hee, I interrogated the spirits lingering around the main house. He was a bit curious. You're friendly with all the ghosts in the main house? She gave a sheepish laugh. It's not exactly that we're friends. It's just that they kept babbling incessantly about the young master. So I gave them a little scare. This ability of hers also made him uneasy. You can even force them to speak clearly? Marie continued. Since then, every single one of them obeys me perfectly. Oh, Vika! A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a second, if all spirits are kneeling under Marie, hasn't she become a banshee queen? And one exclusive to the black demon family at that. Usually, the deeper the resentment, the greater their power. So what on earth did Marie have to endure? Seeing him lost in thought, she asked curiously, What are you thinking so hard about? He suddenly snapped back to reality. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Thanks for this information. You've worked hard. These words made her incredibly happy. For my master, I'm willing to do anything. And just like that, a month passed. The day of the match against Maysak finally arrived. Looking up at the stands, he thought. The presence of the former patriarch has caused quite a stir. Luckily, the former patriarch understood my intention. To determine superiority among princes, many observers are needed. Maysak pointed his finger at his face and shouted, "Get ready. Today you will prove to the former patriarch that you are the worst prince." He didn't get angry, but immediately mocked him. "Shut it, mama's boy. Don't go denying later that you asked your mom to help with those little tricks." This made Maysak furious, gritting his teeth. "Every practice match in the Black Demon family is a fight to the death. I'll let you carry your severed head back home." He immediately burst with power, casting black destruction magic. The terrifying explosive pressure made him raise his hand to cover his face against the fierce winds rushing in. Maysak began gathering energy, a fearsome attack condensing in his hand. "I'm going to kill you." In an instant, the attack was launched and streaked straight toward him. He remained calm, immediately reaching out his hand to summon his weapon. He used the true black sword with incredible skill, easily slicing through the incoming attacks. A magic orb hit him, making him feel something. It's similar to the elemental magic of the Alliance. The difference is that it contains curse laws. They shot straight into his body and wrapped tightly around him. His body was now being burned by hellfire, making him cry out in pain. Maysak continued to summon his weapon. "I'll make you regret being alive." He could only cry out helplessly in pain, submerged in a sea of fire. Witnessing that, Maysak was ecstatic. "Ha ha, reckless brat, it's over." While he was celebrating, he suddenly appeared from behind and whispered in his ear, "Are you having fun?" Hearing the familiar voice, Maysak spun around in shock. The moment he turned, a massive fist appeared in front of his face. Christian didn't hold back, landing a heavy punch right on Maysak's face, making him scream in pain. He mocked, "You idiot. You're already a 4-star and you still got tricked by illusion magic I just learned yesterday." Giving him no chance to resist, he immediately rushed in and landed a series of punches on Maysak's body. Maysak's weakness was that all his abilities were focused on black destruction magic, influenced by his mother. He ignored learning other fields. For a black demon mage, ensuring a safe casting zone is just as important as firepower. In other words, they must be well prepared for melee attacks. But would those brown-nosing, easily manipulated professors ever teach him that? He delivered a decisive kick, sending Maysak tumbling to the ground. Then he waved mockingly. "Hey, seeing you like this would probably make your mom cry. Aren't you going to try harder?" Collapsed on the ground, rage consumed Maysak. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." He immediately pulled an item from his bag. It was a magic tool. The referee outside immediately gave a warning. Using magic tools in a match is against the Duke's rules. He backed away to create distance. Just as I thought, he had a backup plan. Holding the magic tool, Maysak's mouth muttered, "Destruction, soul melody." Marion up above was extremely worried. That's 5-star black destruction magic. Meanwhile, the patriarch beside her was very excited by the situation. Maysak screamed crazily. A giant tornado appeared behind him, making him a bit flustered. The ability to control destructive mana, the will to pierce through the surrounding darkness. That will is what surpasses physical limits. He reached his hand out front, summoning the true black sword once again. He gripped the weapon tightly, raised it high, and prepared to bring it down. Immediately after, a devastating strike slammed into the floor, shattering the ground into pieces. And just like that, the match day ended with thunderous applause. By then, 2 giant fire tornadoes had appeared on his side. That scene left everyone terrified. In the stands, Marion was just as surprised. She thrust her hand forward, summoning magic for protection. To think the black sword could condense 5-star destructive demonic energy. Could it be black steel chi? Seeing his attack neutralized made Maysak's whole body tremble with fear. How? How could you? He still gripped his weapon tightly and mocked. "You really are stupid." Right after, he rushed in for an attack, launching Maysak into the air. Maysak was now almost unable to resist because he was exhausted. Even though he was defeated, in his heart Maysak had to secretly admit that Christian was a genius. Looking at Maysak lying motionless on the ground, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became unusually silent. Then Nordion stood up. "There's nothing left to see. Let's head back." Marion followed. "Yes, Patriarch." He turned and reminded her. The Martianist should focus more on Masak's education. At that level, it would be better for his future to follow the path of overbearing destruction. Then he turned and called Christian's name. He also turned and replied, "Yes, Patriarch." Nordion smiled and praised. It seems my effort in coming here personally was well worth it. Being praised made Christian extremely excited. From now on, I will continue to work hard to show you versions of myself that will satisfy you, Patriarch. Then, with a beaming face, he left the arena. He clenched his fist in excitement. Even if it's only temporary, I've successfully condensed Black Steel Chi. Black Steel Chi not only enhances the Black Sword power to the 5-star realm, but is also an ability that can release demonic energy to suppress targets at will, regardless of distance. If I keep this up, I can use Black Steel Chi and the true Black Sword proficiently. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. "Are you Christian?" A person sitting on a tree branch opposite him smiled. "Well, nice to meet you. I've really been wanting to meet you." He could only glance over, his entire body unable to move under the terrifying pressure. The young man introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sarid, your eldest brother." This caused an intense feeling of fear to surge within him. He recalled the words of a beast man from before. The Black Demon family once had a crazy young master known as the Madman. He ran away from home and went missing before the Great War broke out. Sarid jumped down to the ground, standing before him, making him wonder, why is that guy here? Seeing his body frozen, Sarid looked a bit confused. "Why do you suddenly stiffen up like that? This is our first time meeting, isn't it?" He suddenly remembered a scene from the past. His face was covered in blood as he spoke. "I think your name is Christy, right? What a pity. If you had been taught magic or swordsmanship properly, you would definitely be much more interesting than Evan. If that were the case, I could have enjoyed the pleasure of cutting off your limbs for a little bit longer." Remembering this caused his entire body to freeze up. From the moment he encountered this guy, every nerve in his body was screaming, "I have to kill him. I absolutely must kill him if I don't want a repeat of that tragedy." Murderous intent poured out from his body. On the opposite side, a faint smile played on Sarid's lips. He stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder as if to comfort him. "That's a bit much. I'm your older brother after all. Isn't baring your fangs like that a little overboard?" He smirked, issuing a threat. "If you keep talking like this, I'll have no choice but to kill you." The direct threat caused his eyes to flicker. His hand tightened into a fist, radiating a thick aura of bloodlust. Seeing that his younger brother's murderous intent remained unchanged, Sarid remarked, "The rumors outside had me so excited. I didn't expect there'd be nothing worth seeing. This is completely below expectations." This made him incredibly angry, his whole body trembling. "Below expectations? That's just because you're blind. The world would be better off if scum like you just dropped dead. Just you wait. I'll definitely take your head." These words caused Sarid's expression to shift instantly. The corners of his mouth curled into a grin of genuine amusement. He then crossed his arms and laughed out loud. "Haha, all right. I take back what I said. But that little stunt still isn't enough to catch my attention. Try working a bit harder, will you?" He pointed a finger directly at his forehead. "But you'd better hurry up. I don't have much patience." From his fingertip, a drop of blood flicked out and shot straight onto his forehead. Having said his piece, he vanished into thin air. Everything happened so fast, it left him stunned for a few seconds. Then he clenched his fist and punched the wall beside him, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. The enemy of my comrades was right in front of me, and I couldn't even move a single finger." But since he isn't radiating that horrific demonic aura yet, he probably hasn't signed the contract with the devil. That means there's still a chance. Within 1 year, I will definitely kill that man. Once he completes the contract with the devil and receives the protection of a true demon, we will lose all control over the situation. I need treasures to increase my own strength, like that holy relic Masak used to hold. While he was lost in thought, the butler stepped up from behind and reported, "Young master, the Martianist needs to see you urgent." He was a bit surprised by the invitation and replied, "Lead the way." Lead the way. Though she looked calm on the surface, he could see her arm trembling. It seemed she was using every ounce of her willpower to suppress the instinct to take his life. After struggling to stay composed, she set down her teacup and began the conversation. "Do you understand the nature of the meeting between the young lords?" He replied, "I know it well. Isn't it an occasion for the new successors to get acquainted and build relationships? It's a gathering of young talents from the 3 great families of the Southern Magic Empire. However, While it's called an exchange on the surface, it's actually an arena to determine who's superior. She continued. This year, the Black Demon family is in charge of choosing the location. They've decided on the 7th floor of the underground garden. Keep that in mind. The name of the location caught him off guard. The underground garden? Then he posed a question. Can you provide a list of those who will be attending? She replied. It will be you, Urian, and Lady Marissa of the Poison Demon family. Additionally, young Lord Kashmir of the Destruction Demon family will be participating. Thinking of that name made him jump. Kashmir the traitor? The man who would later stand among the 7-star demons. A key leader of the resistance against the Blood Prince. I recall he was cast out by his family when he was young. Could this gathering be the turning point that leads to his exile? Moreover, looking at the list, these were all members with no standing in their families. Why would they choose the incredibly dangerous underground garden for a meeting like this? Clearly, this is a trap set up to murder me. After finishing his thought, he replied, I understand. I'll make the preparations. His lack of protest left Frisia a bit surprised. You're accepting this so easily? Or has he sniffed out the secret? She waved her hand to dismiss the thought. At least you know how to be practical. Fine, you may leave. He suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Oh, one more thing. The previous fight with Masak drained a lot of my energy. So before I head out, give me some fun so I can relax and have some fun in the city. Even though she was so angry her whole body shook, she still had to accept his request. Scene changed to the next day. As soon as he arrived at the shop, Rudolph received a letter. Greetings, Lord Rhea. I hope you're doing well. We have prepared a gift that you will surely be satisfied with. We look forward to your visit today. He stepped inside, thinking to himself, perfect timing. To survive in the underground garden, thorough preparation is mandatory. Furthermore, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because that place is hiding an incredibly powerful holy relic. Furthermore, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because that place is hiding an incredibly powerful holy relic. As soon as he entered, he took off his hood and greeted them warmly. It's been a while. What was your purpose in calling me here? The one who replied wasn't Rubid, but a very familiar girl, Idrin. She turned and asked, You receive an invitation too? He was also surprised by her presence. Why are you here? She replied, This has always been my regular shop. There's no reason I wouldn't be allowed to come. From behind, Rubid stepped forward and whispered, You're here, Rhea? Oh no, I should call you young Lord Christian now. He turned back with a sarcastic remark. So this gift you were talking about is this guy? This made Rubid a bit angry. Since we prioritize serving only one client at a time, some rearrangements were necessary. As he began to explain, he waved him off. This works out. I have something to discuss with both of you. Sit down, let's talk this through. Hearing this surprised Rubid. What? He plopped down in a chair and replied, What are you doing? I told you to sit down. Idrin was also curious about his strange behavior. Do you mean for us to talk right here? He smiled. Don't worry. This person is just as trustworthy as you are. He thought to himself. In other words, neither of you are people who could be fully trusted. Then he pointed toward Idrin. First, let's talk about your side. During the recent ceremony, I received a rather heavy gift. She looked a bit flustered and coughed. First, allow me to congratulate you on officially becoming a young lord. The Purple Dragon. I really hadn't planned for that scenario. I didn't expect the Purple Spirit Demon family to move so quickly. The name surprised Rubid as well. The Purple Dragon? She continued to explain. Perhaps you've already sensed that the situation in Purple King City is taking a turn for the worse. Disappearances among the citizens are still happening constantly. Many families have started implementing isolationist policies, cutting off all contact. It seems they're plotting some kind of shady scheme. Rubid mimicked her words. I hope you don't mind me asking, but why does Lord Rhea know the situation in Purple King City so well? It's like you just left the place. Idrin calmly explained. It's just that my family has some old grudges with Purple King City. Somewhat unconvinced, Rubid still nodded. I see. Somewhat unconvinced, Rubid still nodded. I see. Plus the fact that they've isolated themselves to such an extreme degree. It's highly likely, as the young lord suggested, that they are feverishly preparing for a conflict with the Alliance. She continued, Lately, some bad news has been trickling in from the Alliance's neutral zones. I hope I'm just being paranoid. Rubid asked, Have there been more disturbances there? She explained, Controls at the checkpoints leading to the Alliance are being tightened severely. According to the news, Some major arteries have even been completely blockaded. This proves that the judgment from the Holy Kingdom has started to have actual effects. The problem is I don't have the connections within the Alliance to look into it deeply. Rubid cut her off. Leave that to me. Idrin wondered. Tio? Rubid explained. Only merchants like us can move freely through those neutral zones. I guarantee I will find out who is behind the blockade and exactly when it started. This delighted him. Good work. Very reliable. Then I'll leave that matter to you. And there's one more thing I want to ask of this place. He jumped. Another favor? What are you planning to squeeze out of me this time? He quickly denied it. No. I plan to pay a fair fee. Rubid was surprised. Really? Or is this another promise you'll flake on like usual? He affirmed, I'm certain I'll pay right away. As he spoke, he pointed directly at Idrin, wanting to push the responsibility onto her. This made Rubid angry. You didn't even ask her opinion. You're just deciding on your own? You sneaky bastard. Are you trying to lure me into another trap? But on this side, Idrin didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Fine, I'll pay. This made him excited, and he held up a finger. Haha. Rubid was also stunned by her action. You said you'll pay? She replied. I'm not sure what it is yet, but if it's your calculation, it's definitely worth the investment. Rubid told himself. How could she trust the words of this unruly young lord? How could she trust the words of this unruly young lord? I have a plan to visit the underground garden soon, also known as the Treasure Flower Garden. That means there are countless artifacts and relics hidden there. But since that land is under the jurisdiction of the Destruction Demon family, for outsiders, it's a distant dream that can't be touched. However, if I can take them out anonymously, things will go in a different direction. Hearing the name of the location, Rubid immediately changed his attitude and reconsidered. Well then, it seems our trade group could also invest in you. All for the sake of the Empire's peaceful future. Seeing herself being outmaneuvered made Idrin angry. I said I'd pay. Rubid waved her off. It's really not necessary. He added, You'd better just take it. What I want to ask for is... He leaned close to Rubid's ear and whispered, Lenin's scissors. Hearing the name of this item made Rubid's whole body go stiff. Lenin's scissors from that legendary Grand Mage. It's a top-tier masterpiece among man-made magical artifacts, with power no less than that of spiritual divine items. Rubid held his head in frustration. Now you want me to find an item worth over 10 million loops? He cut him off. Why go looking for it? You're the one who owns it. At this, Rubid jumped. How on earth could you know that? He thought to himself, because you bragged to me about it in my past life. He spoke up, just a short-term loan. Besides, nobody's going to buy it anyway, right? In exchange, I'll bring you back a truly valuable treasure. Seeing his friend getting tricked again made Rubid speechless with anger, his whole body shaking. Afterward, he returned to the mansion and began his training process. So after everything, I've finally broken through to 5 stars. Now he could summon the Black Sword with incredible ease. Based on the experience gained from the confrontation with Masak, I've further refined my illusion magic and demonic energy control. By quickly grasping the laws of Black Steel Chi, I perfected a thinner outer layer of Chi that is fully compatible with myself. In addition, I've raised my light core to the realm of Sword Light. It's a relief to have reached this threshold before entering the underground garden. Finally, the day to enter the garden arrived. From behind, Simon's voice rang out. Are you all ready? Today, I will be the one escorting the young master. Without a moment's hesitation, they set off for the underground garden. Looking outside, Jupian was currently running alongside the carriage. He turned and made a suggestion. Can't you just get in the carriage now? This is so annoying, she replied. I'm in the middle of endurance training, so don't mind me. He let out a dejected sigh and thought to himself, there really are quite a few eccentrics in this magic empire. Then he turned his gaze towards Simon, sitting opposite him, including the guy standing right here. He put on a sycophantic, sincere face. I really wanted to serve the young master. I'm incredibly honored to have this opportunity. He questioned back, but why choose me? He made a cute face. Well, maybe because the young master is a very interesting person. This action gave him the creeps and made him feel fearful inside. The vampire race is basically brutal by nature. When Simon left the Blood Sword Demon family, how many of his own kin did he kill? On top of that, Simon is a pure-blood vampire and the older brother of the Blood Demon Prince, Idrin. Seeing him staring, he asked, You seem to have something you want to ask me, don't you? Except for dark family secrets, I'll answer everything. So feel free to ask. Can you tell me about the Grand Princess of the Blood Sword Demon family? Countess Idrin. Hearing that name, Simon smiled with interest. Oh, so you've developed an interest in our Idrin? She is one of the 5 rising stars of the 12 great magic families, after all. A new star isn't just a promising rookie, but a title given to those who have broken through the limits of age to stand among the ranks of true powerhouses. He replied, since my goal is to defeat her one day, I need to learn about her. After thinking for a few seconds, Simon replied, she is a very beautiful and lovely child. These words caught him off guard. What? Simon continued to explain. Unlike me, she behaves very properly. She's such a lovely child that nobody believes she's the sibling of a crazy person like me. Overhearing their conversation from outside made Jupian a bit curious too. He continued to question, the Blood Princess is lovely? There must be some misunderstanding about that title. Overhearing their conversation from outside made Jupian a bit curious too. He continued to question, the Blood Princess is lovely? There must be some misunderstanding about that title. He was a bit flustered now, thinking to himself, this isn't some kind of threat, is it? Simon's voice turned mocking. Come to think of it, you two would make a pretty good couple. Even though the racial difference leads to an age gap, your actual years lived are about the same. If you're interested, I'll act as the matchmaker. This offer took him by surprise, and he let out a nervous cough. Stop talking about that nonsense. A worried thought appeared in his mind. Both Urian and Idrin are outside my calculations. Could Idrin be like Urian, with her personality flipped after making a contract with a devil? Or is she hiding her terrifying true nature? In the end, was Simon's death really such a shocking piece of news? He mocked himself internally. I could definitely miss some important detail. While he was pondering, Jupian suddenly stuck her head in and asked, what are you mumbling about? Her sudden appearance nearly made him jump out of his skin. Scene change to a certain mansion. The setting here was incredibly gloomy. Inside a room, a young man was sitting in a chair beside a patient's bed. On the bed, a white-haired woman was breathing with great difficulty. The young man gripped the hand of the person on the bed and spoke. Mother, please hold on for just a little while longer. Clinging to the final shreds of his fading consciousness, a frail and heavily injured red-haired teenager realized a strange man had just walked into the room. Abruptly jolted awake, the teenager bitterly realized his own harsh, low-standing reality within this noble family. First Prince Schwartz coldly questioned his disgraceful behavior, while simultaneously ordering him to attend the upcoming prince gathering regardless of his terrible physical condition. While explaining that the underground garden could only be entered at the precise moment during the gathering, the prince revealed a sparkling, glowing key. Absolute shock was written all over the teenager's face upon learning that everyone involved would die if the teleportation process inside that mysterious location failed. Despite everything, he still accepted the medicine from the divine medical clan. Heavy thoughts weighed on the young man's mind as he considered accepting this perilous trial in exchange for the life of his dying mother. He silently accepted the mission, the gloomy room perfectly reflecting his own heavy heart. Then, the space gradually shifted into the magnificent Prince Conference Hall, which was filled with shimmering lights and the lavish decorations of the nobility. A black-haired young man walked into the gathering, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalled the brutal battlefield connected to the underground guard. Memories of powerful warriors and bloody war scenes reminded him of just how valuable the hidden artifacts here used to be during the conflict of yesteryear. His gaze regained its resolve, wondering if he could once again seize that powerful treasure. A blue-haired noble lady suddenly approached him, greeting him with a playful, sarcastic tone and sharp curiosity. Awkwardness quickly spread through the air following his clumsy reply, creating an embarrassing misunderstanding right in front of the surrounding nobles. Just as the atmosphere between the two was growing tense, the gathering officially began as more participants entered the Grand Hall. Kashmir Van Bazen solemnly introduced himself as a prince from the clan of Destruction Magic, while calmly observing the unfamiliar black-haired participant. At the same time, the young prince also recalled Kashmir's proud reputation. Surprise washed over the surrounding nobles after Christian politely introduced himself, while a flash of anxiety appeared behind Kashmir's smile as he humbly praised the Holy Kingdom's achievements. Despite his own rapidly growing reputation, Christian skillfully built trust by expressing respect for the efforts of Kashmir, a late-born prince who had to fight with everything he had to gain recognition. This heartfelt compliment deeply shook Kashmir, because within the nobility, he rarely received genuine admiration from anyone. Christian calmly explained that dark mages valued strength and capability over noble bloodlines or family status, and painful memories suddenly rushed back into Kashmir's mind. They sounded like voices from the past, mocking him as a lowly outsider whom no one in the family wanted. After hearing Christian's words, Kashmir thanked him sincerely and began treating the young prince with a much warmer sense of respect. Kashmir proposed forming a brotherhood-like alliance to strengthen the southern magic kingdoms through cooperation. Christian listened intently as Kashmir confidently laid down a challenge to prove their oath. Confusion was clear on Kashmir's face after hearing about the bizarre wager. The first person to reach the 7th floor would become the big brother. A light-hearted mood briefly dispelled the tension as Christian, the younger one, confidently teased the older prince for lacking courage. Determination quickly returned to Kashmir's features, and he immediately accepted the challenge rather than letting himself look weak. Christian secretly felt satisfied after his successful provocation, which got Kashmir to accept the challenge without even realizing he had been manipulated. He confidently volunteered to enter the underground passageway first, while the others stood watching from above. Silence enveloped the hall for a brief moment after his sudden leap. She questioned why Christian wanted to form such a close relationship with her partner when they had only just met. Blushing furiously, the girl grew embarrassed after Jupian bluntly pointed out her strange reactions and flustered expression. Meanwhile, the young prince secretly wondered if this aggressive personality of hers was real or just an act to hide deeper schemes. Wasting no more time, Jupian activated dark magic and plunged himself into the underground entrance, while the girl, filled with aggrieved anger, rushed in right behind him. Carefully stepping through the ruined corridor, Christian listened to Kashmir blame himself for failing to notice the deadly traps hidden inside the man. Kashmir had absolutely no idea that Christian had intentionally lured him into danger just to put him in his debt. After dodging another hidden trap, Christian secretly figured that this prince could become an important ally in the future. He bluntly admitted that his previous promise was actually just a calculated move to get close to Kashmir. But instead of demanding a favor in return, he unexpectedly offered a genuine friendship, completely shocking the prince. Hearing those words, Kashmir was choked up, because a friendship with someone like Christian was something he had never dared to dream of. Memories of a painful childhood rushed back, reminding him of the nobles who had viewed him as a disposable pawn in the prince gathering. He swore that anyone involved in his suffering would meet a tragic end. Though he deeply appreciated the offer, Kashmir still felt insecure, thinking he wasn't qualified to stand on equal footing with Christian. Right then, frantic footsteps and shouting cut their conversation short as a few nobles rushed straight into the hall. Heated arguments instantly broke out among the exhausted nobles after their life-or-death competition against each other. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Christian could only stare in utter bewilderment as the injured nobles kept fighting over their ridiculous pride. He demanded to know why they were so badly injured, even though the previous traps had all been cleared. But instead of answering honestly, the group blamed one another to hide the shameful truth. Christian casually mocked their terrible character and thoroughly enjoyed the surrounding chaos. Amidst the loud bickering of the nobles, Jupian playfully grabbed one of them, making the already exhausted group tear into each other even harder. Kashmir silently imagined how interesting life would be if he had normal friends by his side. Hidden beneath his cloak, he clutched the mysterious key and secretly thought that the people stuck on the upper floors were going to die soon anyway. At that exact moment, Christian suddenly sensed a strange determination coming from Kashmir. Memories of his sick younger sister flooded Kashmir's mind, reminding him why he could never disobey the ruthless orders weighing heavily on his shoulders. Without a moment's hesitation, he secretly activated the artifact hidden in his hand, skillfully masking his malice behind a fleeting smile. Golden light erupted from the ancient key, instantly causing the massive gears around the manor to move on their own. Terror gripped the room as the nobles realized the key had activated itself without anyone directly touching the mechanism. It gradually dawned on Kashmir that his older brother might have secretly activated this dangerous artifact from outside the secret chamber. A massive magic circle suddenly materialized beneath the noble's feet, engulfing the entire floor in violent energy. Christian immediately ordered everyone around him to raise a mana barrier before the unstable power exploded. He unleashed dark energy throughout the room, trying to halt the incoming attack. Powerful shockwaves slammed into the Grand Hall, knocking several nobles to the floor. The nearby nobles stared at Christian in absolute shock as they struggled to stand. Even though he had protected the group from the attack, Christian kept cautiously watching the volatile magic as the danger inside the manor grew steadily worse. A confident smile remained on Christian's lips, even when the chaotic magic circle suddenly swallowed him whole. A blinding light exploded throughout the secret chamber amidst the terrified screams of the nobles calling his name. The Grand Hall became dead silent, leaving only the survivors standing frozen in shock. Fear quickly spread as everyone realized Christian might have lost his life after being dragged away by the teleportation magic. Without a second thought, Christian's companion grabbed Kashmir by the collar and snapped, demanding to know the truth behind the recent incident. All suspicion immediately fell on Kashmir, since this manor and its dangerous mechanisms were all connected to his family. A chilling anger filled the room as Christian's allies repeatedly pressured Kashmir to come clean before things got any worse. Unable to bear the guilt any longer, Kashmir finally confessed that First Prince Schwartz had ordered him to bring everyone to the 17th floor. Though shaking with fear, he insisted that he had never activated the mysterious key himself. Even after hearing the explanation, the rest of them still forced Kashmir to hand over everything he knew so that they could get to the 17th floor. Dark memories of the underground garden came back as they discussed the terrifying, monstrous creatures that lived there. Surviving on the 17th floor without prior preparation was nearly impossible, even for the most seasoned warriors. The atmosphere became incredibly tense as a black-haired noble grabbed another man by the collar, refusing to accept Christian's death without concrete proof. A red-haired noble stepped forward, holding the black-haired man back, loudly questioning how anyone could be so sure of Christian's death and challenging everyone's subjective assumptions about the current situation. Marissa quickly spoke up in support, asserting that Christian was a capable man who would absolutely not perish so easily, and that he was undoubtedly still alive out there somewhere. Though he tried to maintain his composure, Christian's confidence forced him to truly question the deep-seated fear in his heart. Somewhere else, Kashmir quietly thought about the people who had acknowledged him and stood by his side throughout the crisis unfolding around. His mind turned to his mother and her wish, wanting Kashmir to become a proud and respectable adult in the future. The memory of those words seemed to fuel Kashmir's resolve. He chose to keep fighting, determined never to betray the expectations placed on him ever again. Meanwhile, the red-haired noble volunteered to join the search party for Christian Van Bazen, his heart heavy with guilt and wanting to make amends for the mistakes his actions had caused. As the group was moving through the corridor, a strange fluctuation appeared overhead, and a flock of bats suddenly rushed out from nowhere, flying wildly across the hall. All of a sudden, the bats swarmed into a dark mass before transforming into a familiar figure, instantly drawing everyone's full attention. The figure revealed himself to be the head butler, explaining that he returned because he sensed an ominous omen inside the castle. Seeing an opportunity, the group desperately begged him to help find Christian, but he warned them that the 17th floor was a dangerous place far beyond safe limits. Even though they refused to abandon Christian, the head butler calmly judged that the risks far outweighed the benefits, forcing everyone present to accept the harsh reality. However, the head butler decided he would act alone. He believed that life would have no meaning if his young master lost his life, and began preparing a powerful grand magic. A glowing magic circle formed beneath his feet as he activated the teleportation spell. Kashmir and the others rushed to follow at all costs, secretly hoping they weren't too late. While on his way to Christian's location, the head butler couldn't help but fear an even more terrible threat. Encountering the broodmother tarantula on the 17th floor meant certain death. As for Christian, he had activated Kashmir's key and entered the dimensional space alone, walking through the twisting tunnel while reflecting on how much his spatial teleportation ability had improved thanks to the artifact. This strange dimension acted as a bridge connecting distant locations, allowing him to bypass conventional routes and significantly shorten the entire journey. And as he traveled through the vibrant void, Christian recited the laws of space. Entering required breaking the spatial fabric, while exiting under harsh conditions demanded extremely precise coordinate control. Although the method seemed simple in theory, a single minor mistake could leave a traveler permanently trapped between unstable dimensions or shattered spaces. Yet Christian maintained his composure despite the danger, focusing entirely on reaching his destination, completely trusting his own knowledge, skill, and experience in spatial teleportation without a hint of fear. He knew full well that dimensional space always contained unpredictable variables that even powerful grand mages couldn't fully calculate or predict in the actual chaos of the dimensions. Countless travelers had failed simply because they couldn't pinpoint the exact coordinates among the constantly shifting dimensions, leaving them lost forever in the endless warping of space over time. Fortunately, Christian was carrying Lenin's scissors, an artifact capable of ignoring every hidden variable in dimensional space to forge a straight, stable, and absolutely flawless path. Gripping the treasure in his hand, he prepared to use its power, understanding that this was his greatest advantage against the instability of the dimensions in battle. Christian's gaze turned razor-sharp as he located the exact point in the dimensional flow, aligning his movements perfectly and securely. Timing the perfect moment, he swung Lenin's scissors, slashing right through space as the surrounding energy violently erupted in response to the cut, and a brilliant tear took shape, creating a straight path forward. Christian dashed through it without a single second thought, heading straight for his destination without an ounce of doubt. A voice echoed from the deep darkness, noting that a mere mortal could actually reach the level of a demi-demon, putting intense pressure on his mind. Christian remained unfazed by the pressure, carefully observing and identifying the entity as a ruler of Gehenna's 4th floor. Upon closer inspection, the creature exuded an overwhelming sense of superiority, viewing weaker living beings as nothing more than bugs crawling around. Christian realized this enemy was entirely different from any opponent he had faced before. It was a true disparity in power. Even a sealed ruler of the 4th floor far surpassed Mafina and was more than capable of completely leveling an entire nation. The demon's aura expanded, forcing nearby creatures to their knees, and Christian understood that a direct confrontation right now was impossible with his current condition. It was a glaring impossibility. Instead of attacking, the ancient entity grew curious after centuries of boredom. Deeply intrigued by the human who had just set foot in its domain, the demon asked for Christian's name, its tone carrying more interest than hostility toward this uninvited intruder. Remarkably, Christian answered with absolute confidence, even mocking the demon for failing to recognize the person standing before it without showing any fear or hesitation. Proudly revealing his demi-demon nature, Christian declared himself the incarnation of the 4th floor, leaving the ancient demon completely stunned in utter shock, and the ancient demon stared at Christian in silence for a moment before immediately denying his claim. Convinced that no ordinary demi-demon could possess such supreme power, it scoffed at his words as absolute nonsense. However, Christian remained completely unbothered because he knew the demon's perception had been warped by the very seal restraining its power. Exploiting that weakness, Christian intentionally called out a forbidden title, targeting the demon with the name Star Slayer, a title that had been buried in its forgotten past. The demon's expression changed instantly, its arrogance vanishing and turning into pure horror. It realized Christian knew a secret that should have been impossible to uncover. Christian recalled hearing this title in his past life, back when he and his companions had set foot in this exact place, which allowed him to identify the true nature of the creature in front of him. The mention of this name awakened the buried memories of the Star Slayer, causing it to boil with rage as it recalled the betrayal that had driven it into its current pathetic state. Its hatred exploded outward, intensifying the heavy, oppressive atmosphere and making the entire battlefield feel heavier and more suffocating than ever before. After recovering from its shock, the Star Slayer brushed it off and dismissed Christian as nothing more than an arrogant fool trying to play with forces beyond his understanding, declaring that no matter his demidemon rank, he was still just a lowly mortal standing before an immeasurably superior, supreme existence. The demon accused Christian of lying and unleashed a massive wave of killing intent straight at him to crush him completely, and facing the sealed entity inside the sacrificial space, Christian was immediately threatened with his life and mocked for his interference. But while a massive amount of magic pressure filled the chamber, and the ancient entity claimed to be just a tiny fragment of a much greater existence, Christian still maintained his calm and composure despite being surrounded by that overwhelming aura, absolutely refusing to let himself be subdued or rattled. Star Slayer looked down on Christian with contempt, telling him that even with the rank of a demidemon, he was still just a lowly mortal who could never comprehend who it was. The monster roared in anger, believing Christian was lying to it. Facing Star Slayer's massive killing intent, Christian stood his ground even as the monster's shadow loomed over him. He coldly shot back that the title of demidemon was actually just a disguise to slip past the surveillance of those obnoxious constellations. As he spoke, Christian's hand slipped toward the pouch containing Lennon's scissors, having already planned an escape route if things got out of hand. Star Slayer's massive frame stood tall like a stone mountain, radiating an incredible amount of pressure. Seeing that the monster seemed shaken, Christian threw in a proposal to pique its curiosity. "How about making a bet with me?" Christian calmly offered a risky invitation. He stated bluntly that if it won, he would break its seal immediately. Star Slayer froze, unable to believe a mere demidemon dared to defy the will of the Third Realm. It smirked, thinking Christian was messing with it and that it was impossible, but Christian casually replied that if it didn't want to, then forget it, since he had nothing to lose anyway. Hearing that, the monster lost its temper even more and shot back, asking what Christian was going to do for it if it won. Christian gently raised his finger, making a motion like he was taking a shot. A meaningful smile spread across his lips. "You will have to erase yourself." Star Slayer blanked out at the absurd demand, and in the middle of the vast desert, Christian's figure looked tiny but incredibly confident. He smiled brightly, saying it had nothing to lose either way. A powerful stomp from the monster shook the ground, and Christian added that even if it died, it would just respawn anyway. He explained that the underground garden was actually just a training ground created by someone. The bosses on each floor, even if defeated, would only disappear temporarily. They would soon be reset like sand in an hourglass, because they were all just clones of the original entity. In other words, the bosses imprisoned here were suffering through a living hell without ever knowing the truth of their own existence. An endless loop of death and rebirth was taking place right beneath this ground. Christian recalled his past life, when he and his teammates had come here and had to destroy the exact same enemy over and over again. Star Slayer roared, dismissing Christian's words as absolute nonsense, questioning how a mere mortal could possibly sway it with just smooth talk. Christian smirked, telling it that instead of a puny little mountain, it could receive something far greater. Looking at the crystal clusters on the monster's back, he asked if it wanted to rot away here forever. "You're the great Star Slayer, aren't you?" A brutal psychological blow that struck right at the monster's pride. Star Slayer finally accepted the challenge, letting Christian breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Christian told it to guess his real name. If it got his real name right, it would win. Star Slayer was incredibly confident, claiming that if he were a ruler of the Fourth Realm, it would definitely know him. Amidst the desolate space, it began calling out names. "Nibirius." Christian coldly replied, "No." Beneath a withered tree, it kept guessing. "Sabnak." "Wrong." Christian's voice remained perfectly calm. "How about Larich?" Star Slayer pressed. Christian snapped his fingers decisively. "Still wrong." It listed off a whole string of names from Spolas to Furcas, and even bail, but Christian's answer was still just, all of them are wrong. The monster began to panic. As far as it knew, no new ruler had been appointed. A terrifying silence enveloped the area as Star Slayer went dead quiet, its sharp teeth grinding together. It roared, realizing it had been played, and Christian began to take a defensive stance. How dare you mock a demon? Star Slayer flew into a rage and attacked. Its 1,000-pound punch crashed down, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. But Christian quickly leaped into the air to dodge it. The sheer pressure from a blow forced Christian to brace himself, sweat beading on his forehead. While dodging the attacks, he shouted out, insisting that he hadn't lied to it at all. Star Slayer was absolutely furious, its eyes glowing crimson because it was certain it had named every single lord of the Fourth Realm. It roared, demanding to know how much longer Christian planned to keep up the lies. Christian smirked arrogantly, asking back if there wasn't still one name it hadn't mentioned yet. The moment the words left his mouth, he held up the item in his hand, freezing Star Slayer in its tracks. The monster seemed to sense something horrific. Don't tell me you're... Christian looked down at his own hand, asking if it finally understood what it had missed. The desolate desert fell quiet, with only the sound of the wind remaining. Christian coldly declared, "Blame your own stupidity, Star Slayer." The crest in Christian's hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light, completely overpowering the sunlight. Standing before the massive entity, Christian loudly proclaimed, "My true name is Istaroth." He mockingly called it a fake and told it to take a good look at its own true nature. Star Slayer shrieked in despair, "Impossible!" as its stone body began to crack and shatter into tiny fragments. The monster kept screaming stubbornly in agony, refusing to accept that it was just a soulless clone. Christian's crimson eyes coldly watched the demise of a defeated foe. In a split second, Star Slayer vanished completely, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust in the vast desert, and Christian shifted back into his normal human form. He looked at the crest in his hand, secretly breathing a sigh of relief that everything had gone exactly according to plan. This was the constellation crest he always carried with him. Without its concealment ability, this plan would have been a total failure. Christian recalled when he had quietly swiped this divine artifact from a previous expedition. Its ability was high-tier disguise and stealth, far more than just changing one's external appearance. This crest could even replicate the target's very soul. However, Christian knew full well that this cheap trick could only fool the clones here. If he encountered the original entity, he would have been seen through a long time ago. A glowing system notification popped up. "Congratulations, you're the first person to conquer the 27th floor." Christian smiled with satisfaction. His efforts had finally paid off. The system continued to announce that his name and achievements would be recorded forever. The Hall of Fame of the Underground Garden would now engrave Christian's name as a new legend. His stats popped up impressively alongside the title, "The One Who Plays with Demons," serving as proof of his superior wit. Looking toward the distant horizon, Christian felt his power and status changing noticeably. He chuckled upon seeing that bizarre title. At any rate, it sounded pretty badass. The system even granted him a special bonus reward because he was the first person to clear the stage using nothing but his tongue. Suddenly, a pitch-black object dropped from the sky at breakneck speed, startling Christian. A heavy metal box slammed into the sand right next to where he was standing, making him wonder if this was a reward or another artifact assassination attempt. Christian opened the box out of curiosity, revealing a beautifully crafted ring glowing brightly inside. His eyes lit up as he recognized it as the vampiric ring, the very treasure he had been searching for. This used to be the most prized possession of the 9-star Grand Mage Ranya, a growth-type artifact that could help the user increase their strength by up to 30% over time. Christian slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling a new surge of energy coursing through him. With this trump card, his journey ahead would undoubtedly be much easier. In a gloomy hall, thousands of pitch-black spiders began pouring out like a flood. Kashmir swung his blue crystal spear, clearing out the monsters while shouting a loud warning to his teammates. Christian joined the fray as well, his deep purple magic blades hacking away at the oncoming spiders. The precise attacks pinned the spiders straight to the floor, clearing out a corner of the battlefield. Standing right in the middle of the encirclement, Christian kept a calm expression as if he were just taking a stroll. Naren was the exact opposite. She was loaded down with explosives, her eyes full of tension as she prepared for the next move. Christian turned to look at his friend, his face showing absolutely no sign of worry. He muttered, "So noisy," which pissed Naren off, making her snap back that he should at least know how to thank the person saving him. The spiders were beaten to a pulp, green fluid splattering everywhere. Simon stood, watching from a distance, his face deadly serious given the current situation. Looking at the Spider Queen sitting proudly on her silk throne, Simon muttered that if they didn't find the young master soon, they were all as good as dead. The massive monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, emitting a horrific yellow-green light. Baby spiders kept dropping down from the thick webs covering the ceiling. Simon only needed to snap his fingers lightly, and the spiders around him blew up into pieces. His gaze darkened, seemingly weighing an incredibly risky plan. Using his teammates' blood as a sacrifice, the twisted thought crossed his mind. The group was still struggling to hold their ground amidst the spider's inescapable dragnet. A cruel, forbidden spell that utilized human blood began to take shape in Simon's mind. Simon glanced at Christian, telling himself they had to take down this boss at all costs. That was the only way to save the group from impending death. The Spider Queen's power was simply too overwhelming, far beyond the capabilities of the rest of them. Simon looked at his teammates' necks, thinking that slaughtering them for power would be much simpler. But doing that would make him Christian's enemy, the man he called his young master. Besides, he had a promise to bring Christian to see Idrin, so Simon forced himself to push that ruthless idea aside. Crushing a spider under his foot, Simon ordered the three of them to listen to him if they wanted to live. He assigned Christian and Naren the task of clearing out the baby spiders launching sneak attacks from behind. As for Kashmir, he demanded that he use everything he had to shatter the Spider Queen's hard shell. Simon took off his gloves, emphasizing that just trying wasn't going to cut it. Kashmir absolutely had to succeed. With that, Simon bit down hard on his own wrist to draw the blood needed to channel his magic. A surge of crimson energy from the blood began to violently churn, radiating an incredible amount of pressure around his arm. The Spider Queen screeched, seemingly sensing the approaching danger as well. It spread its massive pincers wide, ready to crush anyone who dared come near. Simon's bloody hand began to emit a blinding light. He unleashed the technique, causing pillars of blood to surge from the ground and impale the spiders, carving out a bloody path. Simon yelled loudly, signaling Kashmir to seize the opportunity immediately. The Spider Queen was caught off guard by the sudden attack, its silk defenses ripped wide open. Kashmir gripped his spear tightly, and though dripping with sweat, his eyes were incredibly determined. He charged forward at breakneck speed, his blue crystal spear glowing brilliant. All focus right now was channeled into a single thrust. The rusted horn skill slammed directly into the monster's glossy black armor plating. The Spider Queen shrieked in agony from the massive impact. The spearhead drove deep into the shell, creating large cracks, but the weapon itself was vibrating violently from the overwhelming pressure. It all happened too fast. Kashmir's crystal spear suddenly shattered into 100 pieces against the monster's hard shell. His eyes widened in utter shock as he realized the weapon that held his hopes had crumbled to dust. It broke. Before he could even process it, a powerful shockwave blew Kashmir back, forcing him to cough up blood. Kashmir's body slammed violently into the stone wall, creating an earth-shattering impact. Simon froze, shouting Kashmir's name before clicking his tongue in deep anxiety. The situation was spiraling out of control. The Spider Queen howled, its slimy mouth emitting a disgusting, sickly yellow light. It unleashed its ultimate deadly technique, vibrant green silk threads blanketing the area as if trying to swallow everything whole. This was endless despair. Energy threads that could rip a victim's body to shreds upon the slightest contact. Watching his teammates collapse, Simon secretly told himself that the group couldn't hold out for another minute. Standing on the line between life and death, he realized he had to make a ruthless decision so they wouldn't all perish together. Simon's cold gaze swept over the remaining people. He intended to start the sacrifice with the guy from the side branch of the family. Right at that moment, a surge of vibrant purple energy tore through the oppressive atmosphere. The monster snarled and lunged forward, ready to finish off the people standing before it. But unexpectedly, a dark shadow flashed past Simon at terrifying speed, leaving him stunned. Naren was also left staring blankly, completely bewildered by what was happening, while Christian was no longer standing where he used to be. It was Christian, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson with pure killing intent, charging straight at the Spider Queen with an entirely different aura. "Young master," the words slipped out in absolute shock at the sudden change in the person they had always thought was weak. Chris and Naren's eyes widened when they saw Christian suddenly appear behind them like a ghost. Christian casually asked what everyone was doing here, adding that if they had just stayed put, he would have found them himself anyway, leaving both of them speechless. While Chris was still dazed, Simon jumped up from behind, yelling at the prince's completely reckless attitude. He clapped his hands sarcastically, mocking Christian for having absolutely no idea how to say thank you to the people who had gone all this way to find him. Christian could only offer a sheepish laugh and scratch his head, forcing out an apology for making everyone worry way too much. He secretly thought it was best to keep the fact that he had just taken a stroll on the 27th floor completely classified, as well as the fact that he could see through everything on the lower floors. Simon suddenly dropped to his knees to apologize, kicking himself for losing track of Christian in such a dangerous situation. Christian signaled him to stand up, saying they could save the details for later since they had more important matters right in front of them. Ahead of them, the massive spider monster loomed large amidst the hazy mist of silk. Simon asked Christian if he had a proper plan to get out of here, because the current situation was awful, the two of them standing face to face with the monster, clearly feeling the pressure from the six-star creature guarding this area. Simon explained that these silk cocoons were incredibly tough, and with their current strength, breaking them was nothing short of an impossible dream. He suggested using bloodline magic to carve out a path, but it required a sacrifice to trigger a greater power. Simon looked at Christian awaiting orders, but the response he received was a flat-out rejection. Christian declared he would handle it himself. Christian began assigning roles. He would be the one directly slicing the cocoons, while his teammates had to cover him when the monsters focused their attacks. Naren and Chris immediately moved into combat positions, ready to back Christian up. Christian drew his black sword, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he focused all his magic energy into the blade. He took a deep breath to stabilize the energy that was beginning to explode inside his body. A surge of deep purple-black magic power began to violently churn, wrapping around Christian's arm and weapon. Christian calculated to himself that if he amplified his magic power to the absolute limit, he could reach a strength equivalent to 5.5 stars. A confident smile appeared on his lips as he prepared to unleash his biggest secret. Right then, Christian revealed that he didn't just have one, but actually possessed two magic cores at the same time. The sword erupted with a brilliant darkness as Christian unleashed the Dark Sword Return to Origin technique. Simon froze, unable to believe his eyes at the massive amount of magic power radiating from the young prince. A massive question popped into Simon's mind. What kind of freaky entity was Christian, anyway? Christian bolted forward like a flash of black lightning, leaving trails of purple energy slashing across the hall. A single sword strike tore through the darkness, closing in on the monster in a split second. Christian appeared right in front of the Spider Queen, facing its mouth full of sharp teeth. The monster roared frantically, its multiple glowing yellow eyes locking onto the target in front of it. The minion spiders poured out from everywhere like a waterfall to protect their master from the intruder. Chris and Naren wasted no time, both charging forward to intercept the baby monsters and clear the path for Christian. Naren swung her sword, sending the baby spiders flying and creating a safe, open zone behind her. Christian glided gracefully between the silk threads, unleashing powerful slashes to break through the encirclement. He lowered his stance, preparing for a decisive leap right into the thick of the monsters. Christian leaped into the air, swinging his sword straight at the massive spider monster's head. The blade collided violently with the opponent's tough defenses, casting off deep purple electric sparks. The impact rang out loudly, The monster had managed to throw up a magic shield just in time to block Christian. Christian gritted his teeth in surprise, not expecting this spider to have such a solid protective barrier. Christian landed back on the floor, planting his feet firmly to build momentum for the next attack. His lightning-fast slashes began ripping right through the indestructible spider cocoon right before Simon's eyes. Finally, a fatal strike sliced right through the spider's defenses, blowing it to pieces. Simon stood frozen, dripping with sweat from the sheer terror of the insane power Christian had just displayed. Simon gritted his teeth and endured, fresh blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth due to the backlash of the bloodline magic. He swung his arms, controlling the glowing streams of blood churning around him to prepare for a large-scale attack. The blood splinters shot out like razor-sharp arrows, embedding themselves directly into the tangled network of spider silk. The blood energy exploded, destroying massive chunks of the spider cocoons and creating a pile of smoky debris. As the dust cleared, it revealed the spider monster howling in agony as its silk cocoons were decimated. Christian, his eyes burning red with killing intent, gritted his teeth with absolute determination to execute the final step of his plan. Simon shouted out in deep concern as he saw Christian beginning to push past his physical limits. Kashmir also roared the prince's name, wielding his ice spear that shimmered with a blue light to draw the monster's attention. Kashmir charged forward like an arrow, the spear in his hand radiating a bone-chilling cold that ripped through the air. An icy blast erupted the exact moment the spear collided with the monster's magic shield. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar as cracks began spiderwebbing across its shield. Seizing the opportunity, Christian ordered the group to launch an all-out attack right then and there. The black sword his hand swung in a deadly arc, aiming straight for the monster's opening. With a powerful overhead slash, Christian split the giant spider into two perfect halves. Still in absolute shock, Chris and Naren stood there panting, watching the monster's corpse collapse at the prince's feet. Christian turned back to look at his teammates with a nonchalant expression, as if he had just done something completely ordinary. He smiled faintly, reminding them of his earlier promise that he would be the one to clean up this mess. Simon shuddered, secretly wondering what kind of face the family head would make if he witnessed this horrific scene with his own eyes. A glowing system notification popped up in midair to the group's sheer amazement, confirming that they had officially cleared the brutal challenge on the 17th floor. However, the system noted that this wasn't the first time the floor had been conquered, so there would be no bonus rewards. The group began moving deeper inside, leaving the lonely corpse of the monster behind. The system continued to pop up notifications about a special achievement called Egg Against a Rock, awarded to Christian. Christian paused when he saw the text about completing 2 impossible miracles being transmitted to mysterious realms. Every eye was glued to the final notification stating that the achievement was being broadcast to a distant place. Simon muttered the name Glass Lake, with a face full of confusion and suspicion. Christian also wondered what kind of godforsaken place that was to be popping up out of nowhere right now. The image of a shimmering lake under the moonlight appeared in everyone's minds, marking the beginning of a whole new mystery. A system notification popped up against the night sky. Christian had cleared the 8th floor and received the title Egg Against a Rock. Under the full moon, a figure in a gray cloak stood silently, watching the sparkling lake. "Did you call for me, sir?" The sound of footsteps broke the silence of the night. The elegant blond man was none other than Prophet, the vice master of the swordsmanship house, and he was bowing with deep reverence. Prophet stared thoughtfully into the distance, sensing a great catastrophe slowly drawing near. He worried that the Dark family was about to birth a new demon king, something that hadn't happened in over a century. The subordinate asked in shock, "Who could that possibly be?" The images of Christian and Kashmir flashed through Prophet's mind. The name Christian van Berenkazar was uttered with heavy gravity. He still couldn't believe the target was a kid who had just recently become a young lord. Prophet saw images of brilliant red dominoes collapsing, an omen of doom for an alliance that had already rotted away. With a determined and cold gaze, he decided he would eliminate this threat with his own hands, all for the glory of the Grand Alliance. The oath echoed across the rippling lake. Prophet turned and walked away, his lonely silhouette gradually fading into the deep night. But this mission was by no means easy, because the Dark family's army was terrifyingly strong. Anyone who infiltrated was practically walking into their own funeral. He suddenly thought about asking the Cursed Prince for help, but unfortunately, the guy was already dead. Prophet wondered who he should send to carry out this dangerous assassination. A cold light suddenly flashed in his silver blue eyes. He had found the perfect candidate. The chosen one was Shadow, an assassin with a mysterious and terrifying track record. Cutting to a bustling tavern, the group was raising their glasses together to celebrate their victory. Jupian muttered a complaint about Christian dragging everyone to a tavern when he himself was only drinking ginger beer because he was underage. Simon sipped his beer, admitting that the atmosphere here was way better than sitting around drinking tea in the underground garden. Naren chugged her glass, making sure to thank Christian for showing up just in time to save her life. But in response to her enthusiasm, Christian only coldly told her to never do that again. He reminded her to know her limits and to only interfere in matters within her own capability. Naren lost her temper and demanded to go kill the mastermind right away, but Christian brushed it off and told her the time wasn't right yet. While Naren fumed, Kashmir sat next to her, still dazed and utterly confused about what had just happened. Kashmir's face suddenly grew somber as he admitted that he never wanted anyone to die. He thought back to his critically ill mother and the order from his older brother that forced him to sacrifice himself along with everyone else on the 17th floor. Kashmir blamed himself, thinking a coward like him didn't deserve to be a young lord. Christian sat listening in silence, realizing that Kashmir's rise was seen as a threat by many. It was obvious that multiple factions had joined hands to orchestrate this, not just the Destruction House. The truth was that everyone present here was an outcast abandoned by their own family. This conspiracy didn't just have Frisia's fingerprints on it, but the extreme poison houses as well. Christian comforted him, saying everyone has their own struggles, but Kashmir was still consumed by guilt for dragging his comrades to their deaths. He bolted upright and once again bowed his head in the most sincere apology to Christian. Christian completely brushed the apology aside, only asking about his mother's health. Kashmir said sadly that he would try to find a way to get medicine at all costs. Simon suddenly clapped Christian on the shoulder cheerfully, promising to always support him and stand by his side. Christian cleared his throat softly and reached into his coat pocket as if looking for something. He pulled out a small box containing a flame pill, a top-tier elixir from the Divine Healer House. Kashmir froze, his eyes widening in shock when he saw the treasure that could save his mother's life. He stammered, asking Christian where he got it, but the guy just casually lied and said he bought it at an auction. Christian smiled faintly, telling him he had already known about Kashmir's mother's condition beforehand, so he had prepared the medicine in advance. Kashmir was still in disbelief. He couldn't believe he was receiving something so precious from the very person he had once wanted to harm. He remembered that Christian had once given him an expensive antidote for free, but this time, the debt of gratitude was just too massive. Simon grinned brightly beside them, while Christian silently drank his beer, leaving Kashmir completely overwhelmed with emotion. Kashmir tormented himself. He had once wanted to kill Christian, yet ever since they met, he had received nothing but kindness from him. I don't deserve to accept this, Kashmir choked out, refusing it in sheer agony. But Christian only made a single demand: just survive. The simple phrase shook Kashmir to his core. Christian's crimson eyes stared straight at Kashmir. He knew full well the hardships and enemies waiting for the man ahead. He demanded that Kashmir endure and survive, so that one day he could make those who trampled on him pay a heavy price. Can you promise me that? Christian asked once more to confirm his new subordinate's resolve. Christian smirked with satisfaction when he saw that Kashmir had truly understood. Kashmir swore loudly. I swear to remember and carry out your words, sir. After the party, the group sat down together to enjoy a rare moment of peace before facing the storm. In the dark night, the inn where the Dark family group was resting still glowed brightly amidst the winter sky. In the hallway, a drunk Simon was throwing his arm around Christian, demanding they have another drink to satisfy his craving. Annoyed, Christian pushed him away and reminded Simon that he only drank ginger beer and that he should go to bed immediately. The moment he stepped into his room, Christian froze upon seeing that his door was already wide open. A mysterious red-eyed girl was waiting inside, looking at him with a challenging expression. "Not asleep yet?" she asked. The girl smiled brilliantly, saying it had been a very long time since the two of them had been alone together like this. Tired, Christian asked what her angle was, and her answer was a spontaneous offer to spar. He flatly refused and told her to go to sleep. After getting rid of the uninvited guest, Christian slammed the door shut, sighing in relief that he finally had some peace and quiet. He stood silently by the window, looking out into the night and thinking about his upcoming plans. He thought to himself that things were fine for now, and the most important thing was to make it back safely. Kashmir now had a way to save his mother and no longer had to live in humiliation, which was a huge step forward. Christian knew full well that both Jupian and Marissa had also learned a lot from this trip and wouldn't be slacking off on their training anymore. But the fact that his achievement had reached the ears of Glass Lake, the holy land of the swordsmanship house, was going to be a massive pain. Christian sighed, predicting that the Alliance crowd would start digging into his identity and background very soon. His hand suddenly began to tremble violently, a sign that his body had reached its absolute limit after the battle. Drowsiness hit him fast, and Christian staggered toward the bed, having burned through way too much mana. He collapsed onto the bed and blacked out instantly, left with absolutely no strength to fight back if anything went sideways. Right then, the window suddenly creaked open, and a gloomy black smoke crept into the dead silent room. A mysterious hooded figure materialized right next to Christian's bed, radiating a thick, suffocating bloodlust. It was the female assassin Shadow, her emerald green eyes glowing brilliantly in the dark as she stared down at her fast-asleep target. She stood as still as a statue, observing Christian before moving in to finish off the cursed prince. A crimson flash cut through the night sky, signaling that a brutal attack was about to go down.